Hi everyone, I'm Daniel, and I'm very excited to join the Pubg Mobile Club Open Fall Split Global Finals.
Pubg Mobile Club Open 全球总决赛将会于11月29号在吉隆坡正式开始。
活动当天我会到现场支持马来西亚战队，
希望大家可以晒 out 并购票支持活动。
到时会有3位知名歌手在现场演唱，
他们是马来歌手 Nine Daniel、K-pop 歌手 Henry Lau 以及印度 rapper Best Shot。
来跟我一起支持马来西亚战队吧！
你们还等什么？快点来陪我支持他们吧！
那喜欢玩 Pubg Mobile 的朋友，真的不能错过哦
！Team Yodo，Let's go Team Yodo， 为我们马来西亚人争光。
Korang tahu tak yang Pubg Mobile Club Open Global Final akan diadakan di PMCO Kuala Lumpur?
Bawa kawan-kawan dan family korang semua untuk datang support saya dan juga tim saya iaitu Yudo Gang.
Dan kita akan bersama-sama dapat menyaksikan 16 pasukan terbaik di dunia dalam PUBG Mobile ini bertarung di depan mata kita.
Dia akan jadi special guest kat situ. So, korang kena sokong tau. Jadi kena beli tiket tau.
Kat situ nanti kita akan menyaksikan tim Malaysia beraksi nanti. Kita tengok sama-sama bos dengan saya nanti kat sana.
Pubg Mobile,
PUBG Mobile,
Pubg Mobile,
Pubg Mobile,
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one,
Be the one. PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile be the one time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one.
Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile be the one time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one, time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one. Time to shine.
PUBG Mobile, be the one, time to shine.
Hey everyone, it's Henry here. I'm very excited to join the Pubg Mobile Club Open Fall Split Global Finals.
Pubg Mobile Club Open Fall Split Finals. Make sure you tune in yourself.
I can't tell you how proud I am of Pubg Mobile to just be leading the way in mobile esports. Every event that I see them do just seems to be getting bigger and better every single time.
The Pubg Mobile Club Open is the biggest global mobile tournament in all of esports. So good luck to all the teams competing in the PMCO Global Finals. Get that winner chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile Club Opens will be begin on 29th of November. Please follow PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. Cheer up for your favorite team. PUBG Mobile, be the #1. Time to shine.
Me and Kino just want to say good luck to all the teams competing in the Pubg Mobile Club Open Grand Finals. Go out and get that winner chicken dinner.
So guys, Pubg Mobile Club Open Finals are up from November 29. Make sure that you cheer for your favorite team. Make sure that you subscribe to Pubg Mobile Esports YouTube channel because it's their time to shine. It's your time to shine. Hashtag be the one.
Imagino que ya lo sabrás, pero este fin de semana se juegan Malasia las finales del Pubg Mobile Club Open y yo voy a estar apoyando a Team Queso. Es el único equipo hispanohablante que queda vivo en la competición, así que si tú también quieres apoyarlos, desliza para arriba y vete al canal de YouTube de Pubg Mobile Esports.
PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals will begin on November 29. So make sure you guys follow PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Cheers for your favorite teams. PUBG Mobile, be the #1. Time to shine.
Good luck to all the teams competing in the PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals. Get that winner chicken dinner.
PMCO.
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 Be the one.
Be the one.
Don't be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one.
Be the one. Time to shine.
Be the one. Time to shine.
Be the one. Time to shine.
Be the one, time to shine.
Be the one. Time to shine.
feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast? I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Club Open, or PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. We have an exciting day of games today. Of course, it's brought to you by Tencent and PUBG Corp with the title sponsor, Vivo. I'm Jason Kappen, joined on the desk by, well, we got an extra handsome man here, and we have Dave, unfortunately, on the end of the desk. But we got Ice Baby. First of all, how you doing today, man? Because you didn't know you were going to be here until about 48 hours ago.
Well, surprise, surprise. They needed someone, to analyze the C teams here. I'm the expert right here, so I'm going to be telling all you about the C teams here coming in the prelims. However, I'm looking forward to see how all these teams from all the other regions brings the meta into this game, the play styles and strategies coming into this tournament, and who's going to be the one? That's the one thing I'm looking out forward to.
Well, Dave,
I have a mustache.
You do have a
Oh,
mustache.
yeah.
Mustache Dave over here.
That's why they got me here.
Haven't seen you in about 2.5 weeks. How you been since the South Asia regionals?
Been doing good. I mean, I'm actually a fanboy now of the South Asia teams. I think we're going to put up a good fight against your region. So we'll see what the top 3 teams we'll see at the end of the 3 days that we have here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So three teams, 3 days.
Okay.
3
teams,
3
3 days. We have a ton of matches to be played as well. Funny enough, actually, if you look back at the qualifiers for all different regions, South Asia was the only region that had to play out 18 matches over the course of 3 days. Other regions only had to play 10. So I'm kind of wondering, how is endurance going to play out for these teams?
Ooh, no. Southeast Asia played 140 matches.
I mean, that is quite a few.
They had the 4 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And then they had the championship league.
Yes, definitely. It's kind of similar as well. Like each team played kind of like 80 matches as well. So I feel like Southeast Asia, they definitely have a lot of experience when it comes to rotation and the mind games here. But for these teams here, it's gonna be like a total reset coming in the prelims here because nobody knows exactly where they drop spots as well. Like I feel like some of these teams, they have to figure out what's the best game plan, what's the best strategy workout. That's why we had like kind of like a practice screen in yesterday match here. We saw a couple of teams kind of like trying to figure out where's the best place to drop, where's the best place to kind of contest, and also those kind of testing out the waters as well between the teams here. We saw a couple of rivalries between the games here, but not going to share too much on how the results here because that is the practice match, right? We're going to hear for the official match.
And of course, looking at, if we're just kind of thinking and brainstorming, like a lot of these teams haven't even been here back in spring, and coming into playing against regions they maybe never played against, it's tough. Like we've talked to some teams and adjusting your play style. Some teams are going to be hard-headed and going to be sticking to exactly what they want to do. Other teams, I think they're more open to changing things up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of teams like to talk. Today's the day to see if they can walk the walk because I feel like today's going to be a lot of passive play from the squads. They're going to be trying to feel each other out. A lot of camping in compounds. Hopefully not going out on the rotation. So all these teams are going to play extremely passive today. We might have some hot drops. We have some teams, like I said, talking a big talk, trying to push other teams out of their drop spots from yesterday's in the scrims you made mention of. So it's going to be an interesting day number 1.
Oh yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing, right? When we talk about passive plays and also aggressive plays here, like yesterday's, I feel like maybe during practice match here, we're going to see a lot of passive plays. But today, maybe it's all about adaptability as well, getting used to the mobile phones as well as the team's play style and understanding that, hey, we can play this aggressively today. We saw like Synergy in the practice games, a little bit of snippets for you guys. And Synergy kind of like went all out in the first match, right? We saw like 16, 17 kills, just all coming from them. And I'm like, whoa, these guys came in to party. They literally came here to win. So will we see that in official matches? That's something I'm looking forward to here. Like Synergy is definitely going to be one of the teams that I'm going to be catching my eye on as well.
Not only that, some teams, it's their first LAN.
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly enough, because some regions they had to qualify online. So it's going to be interesting.
And obviously, they're all playing on pretty much same settings, right? You can imagine if you're playing like an online kind of league, you're playing with your own phone, your own internet connection from wherever you are, but everyone's on the exact same ping. They're all on the exact same Vivo Next 3 as well, so they have the ability to play on an equal battleground, like an equal footing.
Oh yeah, I like how I was having a couple conversations with some of the C teams as well. They said that, hey, the phone that is being used right here in this venue as well is kind of different from any other phones. They had to adjust and kind of get used to the new gyroscope systems, or maybe in some teams with the ADS settings here, 2 fingers or maybe even 3 fingers kind of settings. But I feel like it's all about how well you get that here. Like some of these teams here, they had like 4 games to test it out the waters, and during the phase here, adapting to the meta, adapting to rotation, adapting to play styles, adapting to the mobile phone itself is going to be one of the key factors for them to win these 3 games and qualify themselves to global finals. We are looking for the best, of course. Top 3, only 3 slots.
And I can imagine a lot of players out there are going to be like, wow, this phone's going to be a lot better than what I'm using at home, like playing with no stutters, with no problems, no FPS lagging at all. So obviously going into a very strong device here.
I think the teams, it's going to give an advantage, I think, to players who are used to playing on, lesser phones. They're going to be able to like, oh, this is what it's like to play on a smooth phone here with no problems at all. And I think that's going to help some teams really rise to the occasion. We saw over in South Asia, a lot of teams were able to step up, where previously, like, they were bottom kills or, not doing well in placements, but then they really, like, showed what it can cause and what they can do.
Yeah, we had some surprises, right? Because we had the group stages and then the prelims over there. Team Seoul, for example, they were 15th. They barely made it to the final stages. They ended up getting the direct invite in second place. So it goes to show you, with time, you get more comfortable. Those land gears go away. You made mention about the meta. Yesterday, the first day, all these teams got to play together. So I feel like today, probably tomorrow, is where we're going to kind of develop the meta, try to feel out what these squads are going to be doing. Because right now, no one has a clue. I mean, we have 4, maybe 5 games from yesterday's scrims. And most of the times in scrims, teams, they kind of troll, right? They don't want to give away. Some teams troll. They don't want to give away their strategies, which is fair. So today, I don't even know, honestly. We're going to have to find out. We're going to be finding out all day.
I'm curious to see, like, which teams are going to be the ones to give up, like, their drop spots. Like, obviously, like, they're used to in their own region. All right, we get the spot every time. No one contests us. But now going to this with all these different regions, it's like, well, you got to be the team to be willing to, like, change things up. Or, again, you're going to be hard-headed and just stick to that and fight your way through, which, if you have a bad first game, you're already setting yourself with one foot in the grave.
Speaking of the maps as well, we talk about drop spots here. I think one of the highest contested spots here would be smack middle of all 4 maps in general here, like Pachinki, we have Picado, we have Goroka as well. All these kind of hot spots, smack middle of the map here is the best place to actually rotate from any side of the circles here. A lot of these places are still being contested by some of these teams here. I think I have a couple, like a list in the global finals, especially in prelims as well. All these teams are still fighting for it as well. I think in yesterday's Erangel map, we saw like 2 or 3 teams still contesting Pachinki smack middle overall. So I'm not too sure who exactly won it here, but in the official match, we're going to find out who exactly is going to be dropping those spots though.
And that's my fear, right? We were talking to some squads today.
I didn't know you're afraid of anything.
That's my fear because Victory 5. All right?
Oh, yeah.
They know that squads are hot dropping them. It was happening yesterday. They said they are not going to change up their drop spot. They're going to continue to fight that all day today. Even if they continue to get hot drop, they're going to fight all day tomorrow. They're not going to give it up. So I'm worried if they do get taken out early, how far is that going to set them behind here to qualify for that top 3 spot? I know Victory 5, that's like one of your squads.
I think like when it comes to Victory 5 as well, they are one of the teams that definitely have the discipline to actually take on any team here. Like you gotta have that ego or that sense of pride that say like, hey, I'm the best player here. I'm just here to just wreck everyone. If I falter or kind of waver from the fight from any kind of teams, it means just I'm scared. I can't be the best. So we are here to look for the best, and I feel like that kind of attitude may help or may not, but we shall see. Let's kind of find out about that.
They got to have a lot of pressure on their shoulders as well, being the only Chinese team actually in the prelims at the moment. Let's take a look though at the format. Let's get some admin work out of the way so we can dive straight into how this entire thing is going to go. And as you can see there, 16 teams, only 3 can get through. Only 3 can get through in total.
Oh, yeah.
So, how many teams you're looking at in particular at the moment? Let's just talk about that, I guess, Terrence.
Oh, yeah. Definitely here. 16 teams who are in prelims here. We have Mega Conqueror starting off, Orange, Esports, CG, Bigatron, SGE. We have Synergy. We have Insidious. We have IND, Team IND. We have Tempo Storm as well. We have Astrid Myth. We have Omen Elite. We have Footballers. We have Victory 5. We have SWAT. We have Red Canids, we have Party Gaming, we have Detonator, and also Go Scalar. So one thing I want to talk about this 16 teams as well, like C teams, they're really known for making those kind of passive kind of plays here. Whereas the South Asia teams like SGE, INS, and IND, they're teams that really love those kind of early aggression and then coming into the fight. So I'm looking forward to see how is the early aggression in the circle, early phases of the circle going to be coming on top, or is it going to be the late gamers who actually will strive to get the chicken dinner?
And speaking of playing passive, we have to look at points. How the points distribution actually work when it comes to these chicken dinners. And Dave, obviously we can see you're carrying over from South Asia when we were just there a few weeks ago. It's still going to be 20 points for first place.
Yeah, 20 points for first place. Second place will get you 14. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8. Goes down by 1 from there. 11th through 16th place. Teams don't want to find themselves there, but thanks for showing up. You get 1 point, just for being here, pretty much. And then, of course, something that is very important, each kill is 1 point. So we're going to see these kill-hungry squads and how that will affect them on the leaderboard.
And that's even more heavily weighted now for the fact that it is 1 point. When we had, back in spring, it was, I think, 30 points for chicken dinner, and then we get no points for, last place. So it obviously puts a lot of effect on the teams that can be kill-heavy when we get into it. But speaking about getting into it, let's take a look at the schedule, because everyone wants to know what maps are being played, what order is going to be played over these next 3 days, and you can see one big thing here on your screen. What is it, Terrence?
Well, starting off here, we're going to be playing the first map, the El Clasico map here. We're going to be having Erangel, and then jumping into his game number 2 here, we're going to go a little bit of hard drop, a little bit towards the Amazon forest here. We're going to go into Sanhok, and then going a little bit hot. Even hotter deserts here. We're going to go into Miramar and then back in towards Erangel, Vikendi, you know, one of the coldest places on the map, of course.
I'm shivering.
Yeah, you can cosplay Santa Claus, I guess. Whoa. Anyways, ending things off, we are going to be having Erangel. So totally, we're going to be playing all 4 maps with Erangel, 3 maps in total.
Yeah, so this is for the next 3 days. This is the same schedule. All right, there's a total of 18 matches. We're going to have 9 Erangel, 3 Sanhok, 3 Vikendi, 3 Miramar over the next 3 days. So my, kind of thought process that I'm going to be paying attention to, what squad, or which squads for that matter, are strong on Erangel, considering that's going to be 50% of the map pool here in the prelims.
Oh yeah, when it comes to the map as well, I feel like if we were to compare all 4 maps, Erangel is definitely one of the most balanced map in terms of all drop spots from all the map here. There's just multiple rotation spots to work with in terms of vehicles, in terms of weaponry, in terms of rotation padding as well. Setting up roadblocks is just fantastic as well. So I feel like when it comes to playing the map of Erangel, it's all about who is able to read each other's rotation pathway, cutting people's padding, and just punish them. So I feel like it's all about placements right there.
And I want to ask you guys really quickly, because we're about to get the first game under the way. Give me a dark horse, because I want you guys to have the opportunity to talk about them now for a moment before we do see the potentially win some games.
Party Gaming from Korea. For me,
is there a reason?
Yeah, I've talked to a couple of players as well, coming from the C teams as well. They feel like Party Gaming is literally a dark horse. Like, they have the firepower, they have the personal skills to take down fights here, but they're still kind of lost in a sense where they don't know how each other play styles. We talked about this early on in this as well, like, hey, the meta, understanding the habits, understanding the play styles, and it's all about how they adapt. And I feel like Party Gaming is definitely going to be one of the dark horse, but I don't know. It may or may not happen.
No, you got to stick with it. You got to stick with it.
Like I said, it's a dark horse.
You picked
it.
it.
Definitely.
So for me, go Skilla, all right, from Wildcard. I had the opportunity to cast them here to qualify. They used to be Nomad Gaming. They recently got picked up. The pressure's on. But the one thing that's interesting for me, they qualified without a coach. Since then, they picked up a coach. They told me they're trying new strategies. They got some plays in the playbook. Let's see if they can use them here and throw everybody else off, because I'm feeling like they could take some chicken dinners.
All right, well, we're going to be finding out in a moment's time. I think it's time to head over to our commentators as we get into our first match of the day. And, of course, it's none other than John Allen and Blink.
Thank you very much, Jason and the desk. We're here, we're ready. The horizon has known no bounds over the past few months as we have searched far and wide for the best of the best. We're here in the prelim, and the circle will continue to shrink. Only 3 teams are going to make it out, but we have game number 1 up and ready to go.
And prelims, John, it's a grueling experience to say the least. 18 games over 3 days. We saw that in the South Asia Regional Finals. What it did open was for these more consistent teams to get in. We're talking about Team IND, Team INS, who are looking to get those more spots towards the top and get those placement points in. You're going up against a lot of different microcosms here in terms of regional play. Like, you're not going to get a free spot here. INS aren't just going to easily be able to take Gatka anymore. We're going to have issues going on from here on forward. And these teams, they're out for blood. They want to get that top 3 spots. They want to get to the global finals. But it's a lot of work ahead of them.
I'll tell you what, there's a word for that. In English anyway, argy-bargy. We're going to be seeing a lot of that at the
Mega
start.
argy-bargy,
a little bit of elbows poking out, trying to zone away teams from your drop spot. That's really what it's all about. Plane coming across, as you can see on your screens to this side. There you go. Down on that way. This way. As it's going straight across the center. Pretty clean plane blank.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before whilst we're casting. You get a clean plane path, you're more than likely going to get a pretty cruel circle, let's be honest here. We'll see if it goes central or it goes somewhere wacky up to Kameshki. But right now, this opens up a very, very good plane path, especially for the game number 1 of the day. It's going to allow everyone to go to their preferred spots. Now, I don't imagine we'll see much hot dropping, to be honest with you. You know you've only got 18 games here to qualify. You want to be doing reactive dropping. You want to see where other players are going and go over there. You might even have situations where in scrims, teams are dropping in one place and now they're going to drop somewhere completely different. Right now, the only team I can really see who is anywhere close to one another is Party Gaming, SWAT 69, and Detonator, all within Georgia Pool, but still pretty spread.
You got Omen Elite in there as well in South George Crates. You can see they're on your screens right now, vying for it with SWAT 69, so maybe a little bit of an early clash going in there.
All right. You know what? I'm allowing it. You know, this is okay for them. But they will
blank
have
seal of approval.
Blank seal of approval. I'm going to take it. They're playing on either side right now, so this could be just a situation where you got a peace treaty going on. They're going to loot up, be cautious of one another, and then potentially leave afterwards. But they will have to move at some point potentially. I think the team who takes Everest first probably going to have a good advantage here in terms of scouting capability. So really, we're looking here depending on looting times, how fast one of these teams can make their way out, can they get a vehicle? But right now, Omen are really taking the fight. The SWAT 69, SWAT 69 hiding behind brick walls, pretty scared right now.
Fair enough, you would be. With a team like Omen Elite bearing down on you. Super strong run from them in the NA regional finals that we saw to be able to claim that third spot just underneath Tempo Storm and playing third fiddle to Cloud9, of course. They've done a real great deal of work here, and they might actually just try and bug out. Sensible, potentially.
They're just leaving now. I mean, they see where the circle has gone off to, and they're just going to leave, scatter out, figure out where the next point of contact is going to be. Assyrian Myth here playing around Pachinki. We know they play around there very often. They have the potential to go up to go Skiller on Rozhok Hill there, but INS, they've got a free spot here in Gatka. Now, let's talk a little bit more about INS, because in the South Asia Regional Finals, they were actually playing with a man down, and arguably their best player, Cartoons, because he was away for exams. Now, he let his team do the hard work, qualified themselves for the prelims, but now he's here and he has to show up, John.
Certainly does. We'll see what he's got to prove. A little bit of a curious rotation coming in from the Red Canids. They actually rotated from the compounds just north of that western bridge towards Military Island to C Block, to the military base itself. And they're going to get some more loot on the boards, it seems.
Which is fair enough, really. You drop early, you figure out where people are going. You might have a potentiality here where Red Canids, they've dropped slow, and it means they've had to drop on vehicles. But what they have achieved there is scouting onto Sosnovka. They're like, okay, no one's here. Let's go. Let's take this territory. We can claim that early, make it our own. And this means that going forward, if they can retain control of Sosnovka, they're going to get very geared. They're going to get suited and booted early on, be able to rotate back into the circle with the vehicles they've acquired now. It's going to be very, very good. Synergy, on the other hand, another team that's quite aggressive, all the way in Lipovka. Another team that's playing it safe. And why wouldn't you gain number one? You want to feel everyone out first and then go from there.
See what you can find. It's the name of the game. Omen Elite have pretty much completely exited, I believe. They've gone north of the river this time around. Orange, solo team in Yasnaya. So even though it was potentially a dangerous drop, especially with the plane path that came through, they find themselves alone in a super heavy loot spot. But despite that, Flyers only managed to find himself some level 1 helmet and bag. Get going, son. Get some more on board.
Get a bloody move on. I need to hurry this one up. You already got a micro Uzi. Pretty kind circle to begin with, to be quite honest with you, John. And this is good for a lot of teams. Like I said, it's going to give them time to figure out what they want to do going forward from here. And I really do feel for these teams in the prelims. Like Icy was saying on the desk here, there is only 3 places available. It's pretty tough going forward. 13 teams will be dropped out. We're getting Styrian Mid. Both of the EU teams will be clashing shortly unless Football is able to leave. But Zassi, he remains behind the buggy. Maybe just scouting it out a little bit, but more than likely we'll have to leave. But it's a Styrian Myth who are deciding to bug out first.
Yeah, they don't have the full backup. The rest of the team nowhere near, so they do just want to send away a little bit of damage being sent on through, but they exit towards apartments, only occupied by their other duo. They'd scouted it. They got away. Nice rotations. Sister teams not going to clash just yet.
Very, very smart there. Went in, scouted it very, very quickly, understood they had to leave. It's already occupied. They've got a pretty central position here. Let's be honest, though, in Apps. Like, they can very much wait until the next circle. They already have a secure position here going forward. But knowing that footballists are down here, and it's in a relatively standard location footballists. They tend to go for this strange 2-2 split between Rozhok and then down towards Shelter, where they'll send 2 players either side. This time, they're not doing that. We saw them do it a lot in groups. They stopped it, and they had much better success. Victory 5, though, on the way up to Orange. Already you see the nades coming across. It's a battle between the roads. Gotta look twice before you cross.
Not all the squads are there yet, so there is backup still to come into the fight. Hung behind the hay bale, and Orange, they don't want to take the fight just yet. They know they're at a disadvantage out in the open, but the spray is there from Wuxian. Not quite able to land it just yet, but there's backup over the hill. Popov trying to spray it down. Victory 5 running for the hills, running for their lives, and Orange, they're getting out of it as well. They've taken one down. First blood goes to Victory 5.
In the vehicle, no doubt. The first kill, the prelims on day 1, match 1 comes through. Victory 5 taking that one in style.
Beautifully done. Speaking about contesting their drops, they're going to do just that out of the window. Nanyi, sorry, over the hill is going to take another knock.
Really?
Orange losing 2 early. That's a disastrous start to their prelims.
I was talking with a couple of players, and obviously Icy as well, who knows a lot about the SEA region, saying that, you know, Orange rely on Leon quite a bit. Sure, they have Stork, who's obviously a great player, but they play around Leon. Now have him removed. How best they go forward from here? They're going to have to play very passively and hope to get those placement points on board. We see on the screen, Nanyi still going again. We'll just finish off Popov there. And Levi, Michael Phelps in it, swimming it around the rock.
He is taking damage, of course, has to surface up sometime soon. I don't think he's been spotted. IND still guarding the bridge.
As they do.
What this is going to allow Red to do, the Red Canids, is to have that scout on the other side, try and figure out where IND are playing, because they're guarding that west bridge. This is exactly how we saw them play in the South Asia regionals against Fnatic, who were taking that military-based position.
Yeah, and they really suffocated Fnatic, a team that we all expected to make it through into the global finals and/or prelims. And they were just really removed from Sosnovka, and they just didn't want to move from that position.
Oh, dear. Daljit not quite spotting out Levi in the water. It's not quite there. We'll be able to go. But they'll be all right for now. And Levi will still maintain that scouting position. The party boys over in North George will have to move on east and try and get in as well to the next circle. Omen Elite just on that northern throw, all the way up in Severny now. They left South George and instead went for a northern position on that rotation. The detonators just north of the river towards Rozhok, centering, just around sort of Potato Hill, around just south of school to the slight east side of the map, is very kind to most of these teams in terms of the rotations they can make.
Yeah, we've got quite a clear difference in teams here, where you've got a lot of these edge teams. We're looking at Party Gaming, looking at Omen Elite, SWAT 69, IND here, and Red Canids. Obviously, they're just being... They've been roped in by IND right now, so they're forced to play edge. But you've got a lot of teams who are deciding to go straight central. Now, Synergy E moving across from Lipovka as the next circle does pop on your screen there. They've got an excellent position going forward. They control all the roads. They control all the entrances into the middle of the circle. The real question now is, John, is that they're going to have so many teams looking at them. Remember, 62 alive, 16 teams. You're in a terribly, terribly contested position right now. You might even have 3 teams to send upon you at a moment's notice.
INS very close to Asterian Myth here. I think they spotted them. Prolord is high and dry behind the hill, but Bishma goes in. Prolord takes him down, looks for the confirm as well, but not quite able to flush it out. INS up on the hill. They have the ticking clock, and if they want to save Bishma, the rest of the team might be trying to back him up, but Prolord holding it down for now. Goes in for the reload, no damage found, no smokes out. Bishma looking shaky right now, but in comes the smokes, in comes the nades. Cartoons on the side. Asteria Myth repositioning, up high on the hill, looking for the off angle as Bishma does take a tumble. He goes down fully.
So far, Asteria Myth playing quite different to the way we saw them in the group stages and the finals. They're a lot more aggressive, but it seems that they're still showing those colors of aggression, but with a little bit of restraint now, which is really, really smart, really good to see from this team. And perhaps going forward, it's been the saving grace that allows them to get in that top 3 spot. We'll see. It's still early days, of course. Can't make any calls as of yet, but right now, INS, they're surrounded.
There is a rapid rotation coming out from Asterian Myth, but they are split, which means that if INS take aggression in one direction, they might just be able to roll it down. Smokes out the back to protect their flank. A nice start to the fight potentially for INS. They know that Prolord is kind of hunkered down behind that tree right now as they push forwards. And it looks like they want to take the fight behind Asterian Myth. feel like they don't want to be taking the rest of this fight. Teams not really out to their west, but they aren't aware of that potentially. During the fight, they might have lost track, and you can see they are just backing off here. It's smart. Fair enough. They're going to be able to get away with that as well. Yep, okay. Nearly going down, but they'll be able to med that one through.
Back to home base as well to Apps. This has been like their control center from where they've sent it onto a lot of other teams. And obviously, they know it's free. They've just come from there. They're just going back home, left the oven on, pick up the chicken dinner, come back out again. They've still got a way to go. It's still cooking in the oven. We'll see if they can make it. There's Spring, though, taking some shots, but it's Party Gaming.
Her's able to take him down. Spring falls. The rest of Omen Elite should be nearby. Alice has gone down near. So they both have investments into this area. The circle, however, is shrinking. It's only first, second zone, so they will be able to get the res if they're quick. Looks like Omen Elite are just going to mount up. I don't think they're going to go for the save here. They're just going to rotate away. They don't want to invest any resources in going back. And so it's a crawl battle. I don't think either are going to make it in, though.
No, main thing for Omen Elite right now is to get into the circle. Obviously, they're on the northern side of the island right now. If they can get across the bridge, potentially gatekeep Party Gaming, even with the numbers that Party Gaming have on board, being on the other side of the bridge just gives you so much advantage, so much power, especially versus vehicles going across, which is why you're going to see Party Gaming make the full clockwise rotation, come down through Yasnaya Fields, and potentially face their death a different way from Victory 5, who are currently fighting versus Detonator.
Footballists still with all four alive. They've made it through the initial gauntlet of rejoining one another.
Surprisingly.
Surprisingly, absolutely, from what we saw in the EU regionals. But they made it here. It looks like they're going to make it a little bit further. The circle comes in, and it's a relatively hard southern shift.
It's about as hard as it can go, really, without going into the water. So all the land is encompassed here by the circle all the way down to the south. And Biggitron, actually, you wonder whether they've planned this in advance, because this is a really good rotation in. With the coast at their back, all they have to worry about is the 180 in front of them. And they basically control the whole southern part of the circle. And they can very clearly look across open ground to Red Canids and Team IND coming over from Sharkfin on the western side of the map here. But they're going to opt to try and get over the roads very, very quickly. We're looking at Mega Esports right now versus Tempo.
Oh, no, there's a nice shot coming through. It's 1-for-1 as Nico goes down as well. That's 2 knocks to 1 as they go for the push. Rain not quite able to get it done. The crash is still there. Tempo, they need to try and make this work. First full team crash we've seen. Looks like they are going to continue for it. Nico and Rain, you can see them down there on your screen. Spec behind the building on the other side of the compound. The rest of the Mega Squad up the hill. They have the overlook. Nico trying his best to just hide behind that ridgeline. Seems to be getting away with it for now, but for how much longer? Rain falls.
Shimmying and shaking Nico just beneath, but you'd be very surprised if Spec even tries to come back and save him. Instead, mounts up very low, goes down, and that's Tempo out in 16th.
So unfortunate. The crash didn't work out for them. Not able to hold down the buildings. Beautiful stuff coming up from Mega, though. They claim themselves 4 kills, and they mount up in a strong compound. Maybe looking to go a little bit in, but they're very central right now, so no reason to try and take more.
It's really hard now because the entirety of the circle is kind of cut off by this road that comes straight down, and you can't go clockwise right now, John, underneath because you go straight into open field, and it's all uphill just north of Milta, so it's almost an impossible rotation to make. So Detonator right now and the remainder of Omen Elite have a pretty good spot if it shifts over to the east. But there'll be a lot of fighting if we see a shift over to the west right now. Mainly what we're looking for right now is strong compounds to hold in. Mega obviously have found one. Footballers are currently vying for control of a compound versus Asterian Myth, but they are inside, so they have the cover on their backs.
Party Gaming crashing into INS right now. 3 players alive for both of these teams. Party obviously losing out earlier in their fight with Omen Elite. They've already taken 1 knock as well. INS can get healed up behind the barrier of the terrain that they have currently on the roadside. But they've got some difficult rotations ahead of them as well, should they find themselves in a tricky spot here. Jihoon taking the off angle. Joker goes down to her. And they continue to try and just zone away on these off angles, but Jihoon's out in the blue, has to push forwards.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot for INS because they're not being pushed by the blue, but they're in a tough spot in the open right now. The ditch is the only thing providing them cover. They almost certainly have to remove Party Gaming here if they want to be able to advance unhindered by this team behind them. Or if we get the new shift on the map here, goes over to Shelter. Interesting terrain over that side, actually. A lot of hillsides, a lot of trees to be hiding around, including the Shelter itself. And Detonator, like I said, they have a really strong position now, and pretty much all of the north is not taken where you have that tree line where you can play from.
INS don't want to take this fight here. You can see they're just going to go for the res. It looks like they're smoking up on the ridge line, and they'll be able to just rotate through, potentially. A lot of these teams on the southwest have to move through really open ground here. You've got Farm in the way of those pushes, and you can see IND making their way through. Biggie have made that push north, but there's so many teams on that south side.
Yeah, look at this. Southwest is just a marching army of teams, all looking to make their way in. INS, they mount up. Party Gaming look to put a stop to that party. Not able to do it quite yet.
Not quite able to put the dampener there. They do need to move as well. I think INS was smart to get out of there, but SWAT 69 might not be so lucky as INS have caught their number. Moha just hunkered down now. As INS stick together, they're a real tight-knit group right now. They have been moving as a unit, and they've only lost one. So being as three is probably one of the smarter ways to be, as long as you can find those openings, because you can potentially get wiped as well, just straight up.
Yeah, here's another fire going down. Party Gaming, they just spent too long trying to remove INS and harassing them, and it's come back to bite them here.
They're out in the blue as well. They're going to really struggle as Biggie Tron go in with Ghost Skiller at the moment. Nicola goes down first, and they're really on the ropes right now. Eliminated. Beautiful stuff. Biggie Tron, one of the talented, strongest teams in these prelims, showing you just what it's all about. Going to be able to hold it down, taking out a team.
Yeah, this team is terrifying. In the group stage in SEA, they won the free Gunslinger Awards, which is for most kills. They won that 3 times running over 3 weeks, which is just ridiculous. And they kind of faltered in the finals, so really what we have here is a beast tossed into the mix. It's like you've got the Gladiators ring, and you've got all the Gladiators in here, you've got the 15 teams, and then someone threw a Lion in, just to make things interesting. The Lions BTR.
Well, yeah. To be fair, they just don't want to find their Daniel, really. That's got to be what could stop them. We'll have to see if anyone's able to stand up to the challenge. Omen Elite, they hold the hilltop. Orange, they're going to hear about it as well. Fire. Coming under fire.
Yeah.
Going over the hillside, we'll get to safety. INS getting pressured out on the western side as well. A lot of teams on the edges right now. We've only got 3 really quite central at the moment. That's Detonators, Footballist, and Asterian Myth.
Here we have Omen, who's surprised. Like, really, they have all 4 players up?
Yep.
They managed to get them all back online. Interesting. That's very interesting indeed. That's really good play from Owen, but they're in a new fight with Stalker from Orange, who's doing ridiculous work with the DP.
This guy is incredible. He was a massive, massive killer for the Orange squad. And there goes the Molotov. He's going to burn them down. Oh dear, Spring doesn't even have the angle. Not too sure if they're going to be able to get to this one to get the reses, but
they don't
they'll
even
see what
know.
They can do. You can see the other player for Orange as well is on the off angle. That's Fire. And Omen Elite really can't do anything about it. They can't do too much at all. As Carnage goes down to Victory 5, who entered the fray on the back. Oh no, this is disastrous.
Oh.
Carnage needs to try and stand up, but he just can't do it. Omen Elite down in 13th.
I just praise them for having all 4 members up, but they just lost 4 members in record time there. Ridiculously good work from Orange, and Orange is going to stick in this one. But Victory 5, you know, they must sense that these players are down here. They have a pin on Fire, but do they have a pin on Stalker? Omen Elite certainly didn't.
They're trying to make the run. Here goes Fire. Stalker still crawling around, snaking it in the grass.
Don't call him Stalker for nothing.
Seeing if he can get up. They was spotted there, Hung, able to start the spray. Stalker takes some damage. Not going to be able to get taken down just yet. Nades going to be sent on through. Stalker mounts up, tries to get out of there. Sliver of HP, but it's going to serve him for now. Fire has to get out of there as well. They move north, and the next circle's going to push them in.
Yeah, they have to go anti-clockwise right now. Victory 5 now all on foot, trying to rush their way in, but they're looking downhill towards these Orange players. Asterian Myth now coming against Biggie Tron right now. Maybe they've bitten off a little bit more than they can chew, with Detonator also coming down. Biggie Tron holding it down pretty well, though, with these excellent smokes in the way of Asterian.
Nades coming through from Biggie Tron. Using them up just for now. Orange still going, by the way, but Biggie Tron are taking fire from Detonators as well. They're going to be suffering in this 3-way fight. They have to try and hold it off. The Detonators are pushing into the zone, so they're going to be a little bit more aggressive than Asterian Myth in this situation. You can see them mounting up on the hillside right now by Shelter. And they've got some ground. Smokes out. And that's going to be Bigitron investing those. Won't have them for later.
Sister teams here, IND and INS now fighting against one another. IND done very good work to get all players in. We know they prioritize having all 4 players alive here, but it's Detonate versus Bigitron. Asterion on the back foot here as well, waiting. Get at the backstab on the SEA team. Lovely nade over the top there.
Fetcher able to get a lot done with that one. Zuxi now down. No teammate near him, which means they will have to push out. There's another smoke getting rolled out so they can make the cross. Nicely covered. So it's a 3-point smoke here. That's what they've gone for. Victory 5. Not really doing too much as well. On the northern side, Footballist now coming in. In comes the rattle. Solke gets first knock, but Detonator now aware of this position will turn around, go for the spray. Solke makes it behind the tower, but the Footballists have to push on through. They have to push further. Detonator, they're crunched right now. But Bigitron not in the best spot. Nice Molotov will start the burn. Pushes them back further. Solke nade on out to the left side of the tree, but he's already down. They can take the hillside.
Fecker down below right now. Solke moving in. Will get him with a sliver of HP. Finishes off. Goes for the 1 point there. Excellent job to secure that one. Loverson in. The EU teams are incredibly strong in firefights, but Solke down now. Fecker immediately gets refragged.
Nimanari, last player standing for Detonators up the top of the hill. The EU squad, the Footballist, holding it down. Solke is going to get confirmed. Nimanari picks up the point. 2 kills now for their squad. Fetcher not going to be able to get it done. And Victory 5 chime into the fray. There's the ghillie suit coming out. It's coming out to play. It's got a hell of a bite to it.
Victory 5 currently on a warpath right now, John, just running through so many teams. But look, you've got the player from Asterion Myth just behind the tree right now. He's just waiting on this one. He knows he's got to be calm about it. His love is in. Onto Victory 5. Moves out. Gets taken down. McBoy low.
Able to get the heal off as well as Asterion Myth get confirmed. Teams are dropping like flies. Victory 5 eliminate, or going for the fight with Footballists, will eliminate them on the sidelines. Bigitron clear the hillside, and that's Europe wiped in one fell swoop.
Straight finish. Asterion still in here, though. They managed to get a couple of players in, remove themselves from Bigitron. They had a player as the backstop there to kind of hold off versus Bigitron. INS do make their way in, though, so this is very decent from this team. I expect them to go out a lot earlier due to the fact that what we've seen from them was going down early because they didn't going down late because they didn't have to take too many fights early, but they're doing an excellent job with cartoons on side.
Synergy E, 5 kills, 4 players alive on the eastern side. This is what we wanted to see, aggression from this squad. We saw it in the South Asia regionals. They're coming at it again, and into the final circles, they have so much strength.
South Asia has just improved so much. Obviously, pioneering PUBG Mobile at the moment is massive over there right now.
Huge.
And Synergy E and the other players from South Asia right now are doing absolute work on these teams. Asterion Myth taking hold in shelter, really holding Red Canids down.
Oh, they actually sent away. They did get wiped. I thought they got wiped on the south side, but no. They're coming back to bite the Red Canids. Feeling the pain right now. They are trapped in shelter. As Asterion Myth, they push down, they're through the smoke, and they will have a nade chucked their way. This could be disastrous. They go in. They're lining up. Oh no, Red Canids shut Asterion Myth down. That's too bold, my friend. You're going to get punished for it.
Maxon, 40 bullets in the mag, and that's collateral on Asterion. Now EU fully out, and Synergy E, a terribly frightening team here with all 4 players alive. They've got the high ground too, ready to rip all these teams below to shreds. Just Luxy, the sniper, trying to keep himself at distance with the other teams. But INS, they've got a tough push in, whereas other teams right now got decent position. But look at this. All the other teams, other than Synergy E, on 2 players or less, John.
They're pushing through. Victory 5, 10 kills already. Wu Xian, last remaining representative for the Chinese region. Red Canids, they're praising their lucky stars right now. They just got delivered a whole bunch of loot down the hill. A little bit of a choke through the smoke. It's not going to go Asterion Myth's way. Someone better have words with them after that one.
This is where things get difficult. Circle moves down south right now. Synergy E, they have to take advantage of this high ground position, push onto teams whilst they can. They don't want to be forced down the hill into the hands of these waiting players. Wuxian can play spoiler, though. That's the only problem right now. But Synergy E, they've got to move quick.
They need to chuck a nade down through the shelter. They should have heard the gunfight going on. A single nade could do it. I mean, they're going to be pressured out of their little bunker, and they will have to fight through. See what they would do. There it goes. There's Red taking the fire. Synergy E find INS behind the trees as well. And they are clearing out players left and right. INS really suffering, but as you say, Synergy E have to move as Red Canids get wiped.
This is exactly what Synergy E had to do. It's what I was predicting here. Take advantage of the high ground. Now only 2 players left for Mega. Victory 5 with Wuxian and Luxi still bearing in there for Biggie Trum.
They're going to go for it. We're into the final throws, down to 3 teams. Synergy E have the eastern side. They're pushing around. Luxi will not be able to hold off for now as Pons able to get the spray off for Synergy E. Lose a player as well. 2 players up the top for them. They will hold it down. 2 teams now. It's 2 versus 2. Synergy E will take 1 down, and Mega from the bottom. 10 kills now racked up, looking for the final, but CFE has so much to offer. Is he going to be able to do it? For Synergy E, has the DP, has the capability as well.
We know this guy. He's managed to clutch out so many times, John, before.
Pons going to go for the rotate, going to try and get the rundown, but no, he's just repositioning. They're going for the off angles. CFE trying to find the angles, trying to find the opening. He knows that Stone's behind the tree. Only a stone's throw away as well as he crawls it on in. Oh, beautiful nade. That might just do it. Has the first aid. 46 seconds before the zone. He'll be able to heal this one through, Blank.
Utility must be dwindling for Mega right now. Not to capitalize on that one, but excellent cover provided by the rock and the vehicle. CFE's going to be hard-pressed to finish one now, John. I'm moving over to the high ground. Can he take down these 2 players? The DP is terrifying.
He's got 30 seconds or so to operate on this one. Will be able to go for this rotation. Mega, you can see they've moved into the zone already. Smoke is out. That will give his position away. Has to try and shuffle around. Only 12 seconds now before the zone starts to close. He's on the short side. Has some time to play with.
Playing it so smart right now. Smokes go out to confuse the opponents. They don't quite know where he is, and this is going to give him a semi-type of barricade, but here comes Stoned. Looking for the push. Sirvi, though, still crawling through the grass.
They haven't taken the forward position yet, Blank. Those smokes not being capitalized on just yet. There's the barrel. Close range dominator for Sirvi. And in the right hands, could be devastating.
This
Stone
could be
goes
big.
out wide. Should hear the footsteps here. Going out into it, looks for the spray, but no, he gets taken down. Stone closes it up. Mega, take the chicken dinner.
Mega from SEA. We know how strong this team is. Coming up large with 11 kill game, 31 points to their name. A really good start to the prelims, and especially from the difficult spot they started that game in, as well as at the bottom of that hill. They did really well. I love the rotating from them as well. They split up into 2, and they took perfect advantage knowing they only versus 1 player there. They could definitely take the off angles, but they played it slow. They played it patient. They weren't scared, and they knew that they had to make a calm play there, and they just forced Sirvi into a bad position. And Sirvi, there's only so much he can do, and capitalizing off mistakes of a team is usually what's best in those 2v1 situations.
I'm very impressed as well with Victory 5 and, of course, Synergy E doing so much work for both of those teams. My, what a game to kick us off. Nice, even action, pretty fair across the board, I would say. I don't know if you'd agree with me.
I think pretty fair all in all, to be honest with you. I think that teams did as I expected them to do, but we'll see when we get to game 2 now. Now we've felt each other out a little bit. We're going to go over to Sanhok next, which is going to be so much more chaotic, and we will see just how the firepower from these teams, the gunfights and the skill will come into play.
I was disappointed at Styrian Myth. Hopefully they'll be able to pick it up, but we're going to head back over to the desk to break it down.
And what a crazy game that was as well. We talked about the desk before we got underway, expecting some passive play, but some teams out there weren't listening. Some teams out there weren't having any of that, and we have to talk about Victory 5 off the bat.
Oh yeah, Victory 5 definitely the team that really stood out for me here. They didn't show too much strategy in the scrims yesterday here. They were testing out a little bit of waters here. They were contested by, I think, footballers in yesterday's game in the scrims. But today in the official match here, immediately after they switched up their draw spots, they went in towards the prison and shelter area. After they did it up, they went up far enough and messed up Orange Esports. That was a factor that I did not expect as well, considering that the top 3 C teams coming into the prelims here, they were one of the leadings in the practice match, but that is practice, right? This is the official match. Orange, one of the first C teams that actually get kicked off. I'm sorry, man. You know,
I saw the tear go down your face when they got knocked out.
Yeah, hey, we talking practice, boys? I'm just saying they got, I believe, first blood, right?
Oh, yeah.
On the drive-by. on
yeah.
to Orange. But I got to give it to Orange. I mean, for losing 2 members extremely early, we saw in late game, they were still putting up fights. They were trying to third party, rack up a couple kill points. And you know what? We're going to talk about it, of course. Omen getting caught off guard, getting a little too greedy over there, going for Orange.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit of time, but I think first of all, we should take a look at the scoreboard. Look at how the standings broke down from that first match alone, just to know who kind of sat where, because we had so many kills coming through for so many teams. You can see Mega leading in kills, and they get the chicken dinner. Look at that, 31 points off the back.
Oh yeah, I really like how Mega played that game overall in general here. They held their compound so well. We had Rodfiat and Pawns coming in from them as well. They played the Devil's Gate in early phase here when they secured the compound, taking this fight against Tempo Storm, and also picking a fight with footballists across the road as well, which was fantastic. I like how they all played it here. So kudos to him getting 31 points, and Synergy on the second place with 22 points here. Pretty great start for all these teams though.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff for Synergy because, you know, looking at the South Asia teams, Erangel is definitely one of their strongest maps. They're actually the strongest team when it comes to the 3 South Asia squads. So I'm going to look forward to see what they can do on the other maps. Of course, hopefully they improve since then. But looking down here, I mean, Orange Esports, we made mention, they were able to get 8th place with only 2 members alive for a majority of the game. Good job for that squad.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at 9th through 16th as well, because we need to see which teams, unfortunately, didn't make the cut off the bat. And I think there's going to be a couple of names in there we're already going to be looking at. Dave, Mustache Dave, _ on Instagram. I'm going to have to call you out here. Go Skilla. Unfortunately, I'm having a rough time at number 14.
Hey, who else is having a rough time? Party Gaming's all the way down there as well. Okay, I know you're calling me out. Yeah, I mean, go
So dark
Skilla.
horses for day 1, not looking good.
It's only game number 1. All right, chill out, Jason. Go Skilla, though. Yeah, they had, 3 members in that Harry Potter. They got crashed in. They got mopped up in a blink of the eye. I mean, Party Gaming, though, they were putting up a lot of fights since the very beginning.
I feel like Party Gaming in the northern side here, they were just picking unnecessary fights all the way through here. They're just exposing their position to so many teams, and because of that, they had a really rough time to gather whatever information they need to actually rotate in the circle, which is kind of unfortunate for me. As compared to teams like Bigatron and also Mega Conqueror, they were teams that actually had a little bit of calculated gameplay where they actually predict and anticipate where teams may or may not be. Same goes for V5 as well. I want to bring up a point as well coming from Synergy as well. They played the eastern side of the circle, which was fantastically done. They cleared out everyone from the eastern side. They made sure there was no one here. All they need to do just focus on one direction, which is fantastic to watch.
And let's actually take a look at the kills leaderboard. We obviously want to see who had the most kills within that match alone. And you're going to see, of course, Wuxian, the only surviving man for his team, had 6 kills. He was still picking them up when he was a solo member.
I mean, one thing that sticks out, game number 1, we got 3 members up there from Mega Conqueror, and we were talking to them. They're not scared of anybody. They actually said they're better than Orange Esports and Bigatron. So, I mean, at first I was questioning them because one thing they did mention that kind of scared me is that they didn't really study the other squads here. So they're kind of just winging it. So coming out on top right now, we already got 3 members up there on the kill board. I mean, winging it is working.
Yeah, definitely. And not to mention as well, Mega Conqueror, they're one of the teams that definitely stood out in terms of firepower as well. But what really stood out here, you talked about V5 here, coming Jason. Like, Wuxian, he himself getting 6 kills on himself here with the help of that ghillie suit here. Like, that's the power of the camouflage, right? Being unseen is the best way here to go for sneaky plays and sneaky games there. And that's exactly what they did. That was one of the reasons why V5 Wuxian was the last defending member to actually survive in the hilltops all the way through.
Not only that one member got 6 points for the squad, and that's going to help them when it comes to leaderboards and their placements. So great job for game number 1. Pretty hectic game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we have to obviously look at a factor of that Mega. They had 2 players left alive. SG had 4 players left alive into those final circles, actually that's around the 7th mark. And yet they were still able to take out 3 members of Synergy E. Like, that ideally, just based on the number of game alone, shouldn't happen, but that shows the firepower of this team.
Yeah, on top of that, before fighting against Synergy as well, they were picking a fight against BTR. They were figuring out this one guy here who's just straggling his way through. I think it was IND all the way through on the sides there. And it was just like, they killed them off. They killed BTR. And it was like, yeah, let's focus on Synergy. They just blew up 3 guys immediately here. The sprays coming from Pawns as well as Stone was just ridiculous to watch. I was like, how did they do that? They just wiped them off. I'm like, okay, 4v2, bam. Suddenly it's a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, like, wow. I mean, SG, they had the high ground on top of that. They had the sight lines. They had the information. I believe one of the members from Mega Conqueror got a vehicle explosion on the buggy. That right there is kind of what opened it up, in my opinion, because then we saw Mega Conquerors kind of spread out, split up, and they just took them out like that. 2v4, game number 1, Mega Conquerors. That's your squad. They are impressing me.
Yeah, definitely. I like how they actually
from the
played
smiling of them winning.
Definitely. You know, see pride, bro. See pride.
Hey.
And of course, one thing as well, I like how they understood the situation they were put in as well, because they were smack middle of the circle and there was just so many enemy fire from multiple directions, right? What they actually did was they kind of formed out like these 2 mini barricades here where they parked with vehicles, just crash all the way to the tree there and just prone their way through it, just remain stealth all the way through until the circle kind of forced everyone closed in. And as soon as they kind of take each other out from the sides, right? They took advantage of the commotion and just punished some of these teams. And that was really fantastically done coming from them. But will they be able to prevail into the next few games to come? We shall see, though.
I mean, confidence is key. We've seen it over there in South Asia. Once when a team gets a chicken dinner, a bunch of kills, after that, they just steamroll the rest of the lobby, and it kind of snowballs from there. So we'll see. You know, can they continue with that confidence? Will teams like Party Gaming, who got taken out pretty early on, will their egos be deflated? Hopefully not. That's your dark horse. My dark horse.
Yeah.
Go Skilla. I'm still believing in them.
And obviously, I want to talk about maybe something here, kind of like the Statman Jason, as I was trying to do some like prep into this. Obviously, I don't have every kind of region because unfortunately we don't have the data available to us. But you know, 2 of the teams who did qualify through without a single chicken dinner were Footballists and Ghost Skiller. Like that kind of shows that they're just a solid team in general. Maybe not good enough to close out the match, unfortunately, in those games, but we have that kind of like information to know. Also, Footballists, like they were in 5th place in placement points, so they're still up there in kills, really showing they can be aggressive. And then even another one, speaking of kills in particular, one thing that kind of stands out to me is Team IND. They had 52 kills over the course of 18 matches, and they were 14th in kills overall. That just shows that maybe they're not, powerful in the kill department, but in placement department, they're going to be doing extremely well. And that kind of leads me into the idea of we kind of expected some more passive style out of teams. Some teams, though, Mega, V5, like they wanted to fight, and they wanted to fight right away.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up Footballists. That's an interesting squad for me because their main gameplay is first person. Recently, they've been practicing in third person to try to prepare for this event, and their coach is also the coach for the PC team as well. So kind of a trick of all trades, I guess you can say. Like you said, Footballists coming out, game number 1, decent.
Yeah.
Decent.
Yeah, definitely decent here. It's all about understanding the meta as well. Like some teams already have adapted here. Like Synergy, definitely the team that adapted one of the quickest as well from yesterday's games. You talked about how Erangel was like kind of like their favorite map. And coming to this meta as well, like I really want to see how well some of these teams are able to strategize and plan out a couple things here. We saw a couple of vehicle barricades here, but that's not too much to show yet. But this is where throughout the course of those 3 days in preliminaries here, we're going to see more strategies being pulled out to actually try and take the chicken dinner for themselves.
And we talked about obviously confidence for some teams and be able to use that into the next matches, but let's go to the opposite end of that spectrum. Tempo Storm being knocked out in 16th place. They did tell us Erangel is one of their strongest, if not the strongest maps for them. Omen Elite being knocked out in 13th place. So North America having a little bit of a lackluster performance in match 1.
I still believe.
It's just match 1.
I still believe. I mean, match number 1, definitely a clown fiesta. All right, I'm not going to lie.
Definitely.
I thought we were going to see a lot of passive play, a lot of compound camping.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't the case.
Yeah, I feel like Tempo Storm, they were kind of outplayed by Mega in a way, was that they committed 4 guys in towards the compound coming from Tempo Storm, but they did not expect Mega. They had Rodfed all the way from behind, who's outside, just flanking them. And they got like 3 guys onto his Tempo. It was like, oh no, they're gone. And I mean, it was just unfortunate here. It was just like they did not expect people to be outside the compound, protecting the actual compound that they're defending, which is kind of weird, but it's kind of like a Southeast Asian strategy from all these teams though.
One of the greatest things, one of the greatest luxuries we do have, obviously, with this event, with the prelims, the fact that we have all the players here. We can discuss with them and talk to them about a couple different things. And luckily, we're going to have an interview. This is going to be a little awkward. It's not how we practiced, but you're going to take your headset off. You're going to walk on over to the interview area right now. Literally right now. Take your headphones off.
All right.
And we're going to have an interview with Mega Conquerors. We're going to have to hear... No, just get out of here. We don't want you here anymore.
Just go.
No, please don't leave too much. Please. Be back later, because we still obviously want you. But we're going to have him get set up for an interview with Mega Conquerors to talk about how that first victory must feel, because honestly, Dave, Mustache Dave _ Instagram, they have to be proud of that first victory, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially because there was a 2v4, so hopefully Terrence kind of asked him about that, how they pull that victory out of here. Game number 1, hopefully they have that confidence still going, still steaming. You know, they got 1 chicken dinner so far, but we have 5 more games to go.
I think, like everyone should be happy about this because they kind of saved money on a translator, because obviously bringing him in here, he's going to be able to do all the work for us and obviously talk about how much that really props them up. I'm also curious about the other teams as well, of how that's going to work out, but I believe
here they are.
We have them ready.
Let's do it.
For the interview with Mega Conquerors about that first victory.
And I'm here with Rodfiat here coming from Mega Conqueror. And first things off here, congratulations on chicken dinner, Rodfiat. I gotta ask you here, how are you feeling right now?
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับผ่อนคลายขึ้นมาอีกนิดหน่อยแต่ว่ายังเหลือเยอะ
Oh, he's feeling pretty happy here, and you know, a little bit more games to worry, a little bit excited as well. But yeah, Rodfiat, next question I'm gonna ask here, you know, what do you think in yesterday's games in practice match coming into today's games all in general here?
Go, ซ้อมก็ผ่อนคลายครับเล่นเพื่อเช็คเมืองเฉยแต่ว่าวันนี้เรารู้แล้วว่าทุกทีมโดดประมาณไหนนะครับแต่ว่าเรื่องแผนเขาเรายังไม่รู้แน่ชัดก็ต้องรอดูไปอีกสักวัน2วันแล้วทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Okay, so apparently Rodfiat, he actually thinks that yesterday's practice match was kind of easy, but coming today here, everyone has kind of stepped up their game, and Rodfiat feels like it's super hot. It was a close call for them before they actually take the chicken dinner, but eventually they actually took it here. Last things here, Rodfiat, I gotta ask you, anything you want to say towards the fans here, or in this case, your teams here, who's going to be competing with you in the preliminary stages?
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับที่คอยดูอยู่ที่บ้านหรือว่าที่เป็นคนดูแฟนคลับหรือว่าครอบครัวก็เฟซจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับแล้วก็มิก้าเราจะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับจะไม่ทำให้คนไทยผิดหวังเราจะเข้าไปชิงเข้าสู่รอบ global ให้ได้นะครับผมเราจะไปช่วย Illuminate และ IQ อีกแรงเพื่อคว้าแชมป์โลกกับประเทศไทยครับ
Okay, so apparently Rodfiat right now, he says he wants to thank all his fans and supporters, and family has been supporting Mega Conqueror all the way through here. They will try their best to actually make it into the global finals, and also they want to sincerely support RRQ Athena and also Illuminate representing their country to play in the global finals. They want to meet them there, and they have a little bit of rivalry to work with, but of course, that's pretty much what Rodfiat is going to be saying here. So thank you so much. Congratulations on the win here. Looking forward to see 5 more games coming in from you guys. But as of now, my name is ICBaby12, and this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open preliminary stages. We're going to be taking a short break before we go into its game number 2. So see you guys in a bit.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go.
Hey, wait for me!
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the PMCO 2019 Fall Split Prelims, all leading into the Global Finals, kicking off on the 29th of November. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host. Hopefully, after the first segment we finished off, I'm still here. I kept my job. I'm happy. You guys did as well. Icy, and of course, Mustache Dave on the end. Finger guns, peace sign. I got nothing. I don't do anything with my hands.
I don't know, man. Icy Baby 1-2, bro. You know, that's why it's a peace sign. Really? Yeah.
Sure.
No.
So I'm the one. He's the
Terrence for the T.
Yeah, enough of that here. Let's talk a little bit of the games here from game number 1, right? Like, yeah, the interview we had Rodfield as well, he mentioned that, hey, yesterday's, the practice match, we all here as well, the panelists, we kind of agreed, like, hey, they were just trying stuff here. We saw the C teams kind of, like, stomp their way through in the practice rounds, but today, yes, kind of like 50-50. We had Mega, we had BTR, but surprising teams here would be V5, Synergy, IND as well, out of nowhere. That really stood out a lot, came into the final circle. And I feel like in terms of strategy-wise, maybe it all comes down to trusting each other. Like you talked about confidence in the previous segment as well. I feel like the confidence being built for all these teams to actually, and also the morale boost and the momentum to drag into this game too is going to be a huge factor here. And as of now, Mega Conqueror taking first chicken dinner here. I'm not sure if they are able to bring the momentum into game number 2. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, based off the interview, talking about confidence, they seemed like they were pleased. Like, oh, yeah, chicken dinner. I think he said he's feeling good. But that was it.
Yeah,
right?
that's it.
Like,
Simple.
you're not feeling great. You're not feeling awesome. I mean, come on. You just won a game. You guys had a 2v4, all right? You had the disadvantage, in my opinion. You were down there. Sightlines were definitely on the side of SGE. They knew where you were. You made a great play. Like, you won the game. You got a bunch of kills to go with it. You should be feeling really good. Now, SG, hopefully they're not feeling down and out. They did get second place. They got some good points. But I believe we're going into Miramar next. That's what the graphic had. SGE did not do well in Miramar in South Asia. That was one of their weakest maps. They're good on Sanhok. They're good on Erangel.
Well, so just to kind of jump in there, from what I'm being told, it is going to be Sanhok next.
Okay.
So one of the good maps.
Okay, so then hopefully they can continue on with that momentum then. Like I mentioned, they're good with Sanhok. They're good with Erangel. I still want them to improve on their Miramar, of course. But I feel like we are going to see possibly a chicken dinner from SG today if they don't throw it again. They threw that last game. Let's just be honest with each other.
Yeah, in a way, definitely kind of threw the game as well. Like, they had the 4-man advantage as well. But I feel like it's not just about them throwing the game. It's just how well Mega Conqueror's skills are. Like, in normal circumstances, if 2 versus 4, you take 3 guys on your own. That's skill. That's skill on its finest here. And I feel like teams, they really definitely have to step up here. I'm looking forward to see how some of these teams here, especially the top 5 as well, V5 going to be stepping up to the stage here because like V5 was really underwhelming in the practice match, but today they seem like they're kicking the buckets here. They're picking fights with everyone. Like before, I think the 5th or 6th phase of the circle, they had like 8 kills, 9 kills. They wiped out like 2 squads all by themselves. I'm like, whoa, hey, V5, come on. You didn't pick a team. It was like a small fry thing. You pick up teams like Temple Storm, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
They're coming in here and they're making sure these squads are aware of their dominance, their presence in the lobby, right? We were talking about how some teams are going to get bullied, they're going to get pushed out. V5 was one of those squads that's like, listen, we know people are going to drop with us, but we're not leaving. All right, deal with it. So they did a good job. This is game number 1. I believe it was Orange, right, that they got into that first fight
the first
with.
one.
And I think Orange is one of those teams that in scrims was possibly
top 3. They were top 3 in all of the 4 games.
So, hey, pretty good stuff. One squad that last game, some questionable plays. We saw them in shelter. Red Canids.
Oh, yeah, Red Canids.
Early game, they were all spread apart. I think it was one of their members were swimming out there for some time, We weren't sure what was happening. I do like how they were able to group up. That's one thing that they told me that they were working on from the qualifiers, that they were always spread apart, always losing members on rotation. So very interesting to see them group back up, but we saw them stuck there in shelter.
Yeah,
I think they killed each other. I mean, the grenades are going off. What smoke? I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, when you talk about that water thing, right? Like we know Raid, they come from military base here. They will kind of camp from the side of IND because they always camp drop towards Korean Ferry Pier. They have this habit to just like after loot up, just camp the west bridge and then just go all the way through.
And kind of obviously remind you guys about how the entire show goes. Let's take a look at the format one more time, just so you guys get an idea of how everything will go throughout the day. And as we were talking about, with Victory 5 coming out the gate, swinging Mega Conquer as well, I think maybe, just maybe, it might have been the next 3 phones that has allowed them to play that aggressive, to play that powerful as well, just like the phones are. But anyways, I guess we're not going to see the format, so we're just going to continue talking as we're moving obviously into our next game momentarily here. Hey, there we go. We got into it. Anyways. But the most important part about this little thing that you're seeing on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, is that only 3 of these 16 teams will go through into the global finals, kicking off the 29th of November. And already a couple of teams have stood out, right? We had Mega Conquerors do. We had Victory 5 as well. We had SGE getting in there. On top of that, it was nice to see them be able to rise up. One thing I will say, though. Oh, no.
I'm scared.
Okay.
What are you going to say?
What? About SGE was they were one of the few teams that even though they were able to take a chicken dinner, they weren't able to keep the momentum in later games. There was a day they got 2 chicken dinners, but it wasn't like one match another like we saw with Entity Gaming or ETG Brawlers.
Yeah.
It was like one game, then 3 matches later it came into that as well. So I'm not sure if momentum will necessarily favor them, but we have seen momentum favor the South Asian teams.
I like to add to that as well. When we talked about momentum and consistency is always key to winning games, right? I feel like Bigatron is one of the teams as well. During the C League, they had 5 chicken dinners in a day. Out of 6 games, they've got 5. They're currently holding on the biggest record out of all the PMCO, able to take 5 chicken dinners in a single day. They wanted to get the 6.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they were top 2 in the last one, which was insane.
Okay, we almost had that in South Asia. I think it was 3.
It was 4 out of 6.
It was 4? It was 4 out of 6. So
good old ETG Brawlers.
Not quite as glorious as that chicken dinner story that you had there. We'll see, though. I mean, it's only day number 1, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We got 17 more games to go. My dark horse still looking good. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I know. My dark horse is on last phase. I'm sorry, but, it's only game 1 here. Anything can change, but I don't know. We should see.
When they're getting in used to their next 3 phones, I think that's the opportunity for them to start to shine. You talked about getting used to a different device. Give them some time. We still have tons of matches to come up today, and I think we're ready for our second match of the day. It's going to be on Sanhok. We're going to head over to our commentators once again. John Allen and Blake, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason and the desk. We're about to head over to the jungle. We got fun and games. We've got anything you want, and we're gonna take some names on the battlefield here today. Game number 2 about to kick off.
I mean, Sanhok, it's pretty sparse. Where are we getting the fun and games from? Bootcamp?
PUBG Mobile.
It's a great bit of
Pokey-Mogi. It's a great, brilliant, fun game, of course. We're going to be getting underway. Some of the best teams in the world about to stack up with one another. I'm excited to see what all of these guys have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, they're the best that a lot of their regions have to offer right now going to prelims. They know this is a grueling experience going forward. One thing I didn't get to mention on the last map is the fact that not only these guys had to prep for all the teams in the prelims, they've also had to consider going forward into the finals and prep for those teams as well.
Yeah.
Anyone in the prelims, you cannot say anything to them right now about not hard work.
You can't say anything to them.
You just can't say anything. Nothing at all.
They're all laser focused.
They have worked so hard to get here, and you got to be proud of every single team who has made it from your region at home. So cheer them on. I know Asteria Myth are currently leading in fan votes. They've got a ridiculous number of fan votes at the tops, by the way. So all you Asterian fans, big up to you guys. I mean, you guys are bringing the support through big time.
Big up the Bulls. They've done quite a lot of. They've done quite a lot of work for their region. Obviously, you know, we were seeing them take on the likes of Team Unique, who we'll be seeing later in the final stages. Of course, they have their comrades Footballist as well, who will be there to try. Well, their sister team. The question is on Sanhok, how are these teams going to stack up? You know, we've seen Synergy E be aggressive. We've seen Victory 5 be aggressive. Are they going to butt heads again?
Now, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, right?
Bang.
By saying stack up.
Wait, are you the nail? Bang.
Don't be hitting me ever again.
Too late. Too late for that.
But you hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah.
Not me, in particular.
Okay.
With the fact that these teams are going to stack up. Sanhok has a small map. Most of the rotations come through from the southwest. And you get this massive funnel. Let's look down on the map here. Over here. So you see where you've got Quarry and Bootcamp. Now, a lot of teams, they funnel through this way. And and move up towards Paradise Resort Camp Bravo, depending on the circle, of course. But that creates this almost a squeeze on all of these teams, and it puts a lot of pressure on them. You're more likely going to see, rather than what we had on Erangel, where we had 15 teams going to phase 3, phase 4, we're going to see a lot less teams, a lot more tactical play, and a lot of third partying. So we're going to get an exciting map, at least on Sanhok here. It's going to be terrific to watch. You can be sure of that. A lot of gunfights coming through, a lot of action coming your way to you guys at home.
Painan, of course, a very, very important part of the map. You can see over there that Synergy E currently taking hold of it. They are being challenged out at the moment. Can't quite see who's underneath them there. We'll have to figure out. Oh no, beat Bigitron, and they're actually already taking the fight. Okay, Synergy E and Bigitron already clashing, and I think Bigitron are first loser member, but we've also got IND and Footballist taking one another on. This is over just to the west of Boot Camp. Just to the southwest of Boot Camp. At the moment, IND, they've lost a player, but both teams taking a little bit of punishment.
Now, Tommy G there doing the work onto the boys on that side. Trans outside, waiting on Footballist. This guy is a pretty heavy fragger. We know that from the finals, and his stats just dodging and weaving behind the tree, but the bark will not save him.
Not going to be able to save you now. Trance goes to his knees. Slayer and the rest of IND, they probably just want to back off here. That's brutal. Omen Elite, by the way, popping off in the kill feed. SWAT 69, feeling the heat.
Yeah. I told you guys, it's going to get very hectic very quickly.
Crazy stuff.
It's a nice saucy map for our day one match number 2 here.
And we're not talking bechamel.
We're not talking bechamel.
No.
We're talking more like red hot sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's spicy. It's spicy here in Sanhok. Nade comes to the top. Slayer. Surprisingly strong clutch player for the team of IND. It's very close.
It's fallen short. Will it hit? I think that might be there. Oh. Just a speckling of damage. Maybe wanted to cook that one.
He's like, oh, I feel the pain in my back. Energy drink. So good. I got the caffeine.
Oh, glug, glug, glug. There we go. Omen Elite dropping Boot Camp. Seems like they are already going to wipe SWAT 69. There we go.
Yeah. If no one's challenged them there, I think if they're getting looted very quickly, and obviously because they defeated another team as well, they got looted fast, they can potentially move up to Boot Camp Hill and take control of that very early on, potentially take down Ghost Skiller or Detonator. But we're still on this fight between Footballist and Team IND. Kind of interested on what's happening versus Synergy and BTR right now. The two really, really strong teams going against each other, but Slayer, he's still doing his thing in the grass.
Just chilling. Got Dalji as well across the way. One of the better snipers in the South Asia region.
Man, I would say, I would actually go out there and say he's probably the best sniper in the region.
That's bold.
It is bold.
It's dramatic.
Personally, I think it's true.
Oh,
really? This is what I'm talking about. It's the clutch power.
Oh, no. He goes out too wide. Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
Slayer falls. Dalji is going to push on up, so he does have a little bit of backup now.
It's coming in.
An easy crossing there on that section of the river. There is.
Hide your butt. There we go.
There he goes. Solke goes out wide, gets the rock for cover. Easy pickup. Dalji, I don't think you want the rest of this fight, my friends.
Got the QBs.
Oh! Gets a kill. He managed to flush one. Nearly took down Lovazin, but Solke was there. He's doing a lot of work. 3 of the 4 kills for his squad. Able to hold it down. They are going to have to push on through and actually to near Omen Elite. We see, if you pay attention to the NA teams, the NA streamers as well, there's a lot of hot drop lobbies in boot camp. So these teams will be really strong at fighting in boot camp.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch a couple of these players. I mean, even, Zute, he drops into these games.
He's the boy.
And they fight and they fight and they fight in boot camp. They know all the angles. They know all the spots. The question is, will they be able to rotate away?
Yeah, it's something that's quite interesting during at least this season of PMCO and the fall split, right? I think the NA teams have gelled much more together. There was a lot of movement between players and the NA scene in the spring split. Bit of jiving and moving around. But now we much more clear-cut teams. And with all that practice comes more experience and just more time to get that synergy between your players. Speaking of synergy, on your screen right now, Major Alpha, this guy is known for the off angles, and he's already trying to take them versus BTR. We're going to go back over to Tempo, while just currently looting.
Yeah, they're just near Quarry at the moment on the western side. Quarry, a very difficult place to loot in itself, but if you're out to the west, it's a little bit easier, more rotations. The difficulty there is that a lot of teams are going to be funneled through. This is the funnel you were talking about earlier, between Boot Camp and Quarry. If you get pushed through there, oh dear.
Silly Billy.
Major Alpha, the off angle not coming through to play well, not playing nicely.
I mean,
now it's 1-to-1 on the kills for Bigitron and Synergy.
Just look at this though, the QBU coming out from Luxy. Look how far he was away from your boy Major Alpha.
Huge gamer.
Huge gamer. It looks he's known for these sniper shots, though, and I think that's the difficulty when you're playing Major Alpha in those off angles. In the South Asian region, he got away with it a lot of the times. He was able to do a lot of work by kind of going for that backstab. But it looks like BTR, they've done the homework. They know exactly what it is. Like going versus Synergy. Strider, though, excellent player, excellent shots coming through, John.
Synergy are very, very split. The remaining two for Biggitron close together. If Luxy gets spotted behind the wall, Sivy might be able to rattle off a couple of those Micro Uzi shots, and it's Strider to finish off Zuxi. So now Biggitron down to 2. Group up, push over. That might be the play, but they will have to cross the river to do it.
Luxy now missing his actual twin. They are actually real twins in real life. A little fact there about BTR for you guys at home.
Vengeance in his heart now.
He does have absolute vengeance in his heart. He's going out for Synergy right now. But Strider and Sivy together, now that's a terrifying duo. But look at this. On the right-hand side, you got Austin actually behind BTR. Now, the off angle didn't work so much last time, but then again, Major Alpha was very much in the open. It looks like Austin here is doing a lot of the scouting for the boys on the other side of the river. I like this. Austin's just got to be very careful not to get spotted out here.
Nice use of the vaulting mechanic for Sivy. Gets some high ground. Ryzen near the window. Austin strikes from the back. Luxy takes a tumble. So it's just Ryzen for Biggitron, one of the strongest C teams. And he's down to 1. Synergy E. We saw how strong they could be in the last game. They've only lost 1. Ryzen takes the fight, can't quite rattle it down, and now he's really on the ropes.
Oh, look at the Sharks starting to close in now, John.
They're circling. Ryzen has the UMP, trying to play for that close range, but in they go. Ryzen goes out and manages to slip through the fingers. Will go for 1 down, but won't be able to get the second. Biggitron eliminated really early on. Synergy E claim 4 kills.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just wasn't able to quite rising up there against Synergy. Kind of sad,
I'm
but
just having to process that one.
I think BTR are also having to process that one. I don't think they're expecting the firepower coming out from Strider, but now Victory 5 also making their way over to Painan just on the western side, going to take that bridge. This team is very good at third partying. We saw that from Erangel. We might see a little bit more of it Sanhok, where it's much more prominent.
Just on the northern sides as well. Mega currently getting crashed into by Party Gaming. Janchi taking an early dip, but they've knocked 1 for 1. The res is through. Stoned able to get his teammate up. They might continue to go for this push. This is just to the east of Paradise Resort, the northern sides of the circle. But online gets another angle, goes for another knock. 2 down now on the Party Gaming side.
Good knocks here from Mega Esports. Doing pretty well so far.
Ooh, okay. Stoned able to flush it out with the nades. Gets a lot done. The push comes out from Mega. They go out wide. Jihoon goes down.
My.
And Party Gaming eliminated in one swoop.
Did you see the swivel on that one, though, John? Mega Esports not to be trifled with, especially what we saw from last game. Really well played. I really like the tactics from this team as well. They know when to push and they know when to play it safe. That's what I'm most impressed of. But look at this. Red Canids taking a pretty strong spot here just east of Painan. It's a really nice hilltop you can play. You got to be wary a lot of the different angles. So Red Canids, they're holding those all down in the grass. But if anyone tries to move over this into a typical rotation up into past boot camp into the middle of the map here, they will get a nasty surprise by the Red Canids.
Jumping up the bite. Nice terrain play coming out from Red Canids, as you say. Down on the south orange, they're near cave. We might try and push up north, but at the moment the circle not forcing too many people close.
I hurt my eyeballs a little bit.
It's all right. It's all right. We got some eye drops.
I was offered eye drops, actually. I was like, do I look that tired?
Wow. That's really mean.
Feels bad, right?
Oh, dear.
It's okay.
12 teams, though. Phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Sanhok is just going to show us a bit more of the gun skill of the teams that we're seeing here from every single region. And it'll also show us a bit more tactical play towards the end of the game where there's less teams involved and rotations aren't defined by who's a couple of meters ahead of you or how many teams are around you and who can make the rotation first. So we'll see what happens next. Next circle just about to pop now.
Oh, we'll see if he spot this. Will Mana know? I think he might have heard that. Changes the scope on his weapon, I think.
Ooh, okay. Omen going to be pretty happy with this one. It's interesting, though, because there's still actually quite a lot of water in the circle. You're not sure whether it's going to go down south. And either way, you don't want to be caught on. You don't want to be caught on the other side of the river when the circle moves away from it. Right now, there's literally no one on the eastern side. You could probably say Synergy E is the team that's on the eastern side right now, but most teams looking like they are going to hold on the north side of the island right now.
Interesting decision for Victory 5 to continue to push over the bridge. I mean, there's a large amount of land actually down on the southwest. There's potential for the circle to end up there. At the moment, everybody's over northeast, so Synergy E, more than likely, just going to continue to hold down in Pine. Oh dear, that's unfortunate for the pickup.
You know, it actually makes a lot of sense for these teams to be playing on the bridges here, because it means that if they can gain control of these early, especially with Synergy E with a large force remaining in Painan, Victory 5 also with 4 members, and Orange down here with 4 members, they can quite easily hold the bridges off from a lot of teams coming down from the northern side, and then pick and choose when they want to cross the bridge to take advantage of that circle. And if that doesn't come to pass, they have pretty decent rotations up to the north through boot camp. They do have to do a Red Canids, which Omen Elite are actually coming up upon now.
Red Canids actually seeming to always find a stereo myth in the worst of situations. They managed to take one, but look at this. It's the full-on Snake squad here for Omen Elite. They're coming in, and they're moving forwards. They want to take the fight with Red Canids. Everybody on the decks right now. Jungle Warriors finding themselves in the shrubbery. Just crawling through the foliage. Grass for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Is it going to be enough of a meal, or are they going to try and get that chicken dinner on board as well, take out Red Canids and get that high ground?
Currently already on 4 kills, obviously, with that great start in boot camp, which has got them nice and tanked when it comes to gear. You can see Carnage there at the M4.
They're so close.
They're so close. We'll see what happens next, John, right now. Wi-Fi is peeking around the rock. It's getting a little bit scary right now. Zute is crawling in. So it looks like Omen Elite do know there is a team up here, otherwise they wouldn't be playing this so cautiously.
This is a full-on jungle ambush here.
Yeah.
This is beautifully orchestrated, but Omen Elite, they have to pull the trigger now. I don't know if Red Canids have figured out what's going on. I think he spotted Spring.
The question is, oh, now they definitely know. I was about to ask that. Did either of these teams even know there's another team up here?
They must. Oh, the nade's close. Goes for the spray. The tag is there. The nade, I don't think it's blown yet, and it will go down. Carnage gets first knock into the fight. Now, Omen Elite, they have the aggression. They will confirm the first kill.
Yeah, they just have superior terrain control here, John.
Nicely done as well. At the moment, they spread out beautifully. Red Canid's going to struggle. Smokes to move them forwards. I don't think they want to take too much more aggression. They've already tagged away, got a kill. They need to be worried now about teams coming up behind them. You've got Victory 5 in the wings, for instance.
Yeah, Wi-Fi moves up. Like you say, Victory 5 in the wings here.
Oh,
interesting angle from Wi-Fi.
Get some info. Launches it down. The Molotov goes through. The burn might just be there. And Chowski, they continue to go for the fight. Netoso going for a close range peek. Don't think he's going to get spotted out just yet. Hits the deck again. Spring is going to be there. Smokes re-upped there, allowing him a little bit more strength. The Omen Elite players playing it super smart now.
Yeah. Smokes galore. They've got the smoke machines on full blast right now. I'm going to make a quick getaway. Red Canids knowing that they got the worst end of this fight right now. Netoso just backing it on up. But Mega, they've actually moved down, and they're currently in a fight with Orange towards the bottom of the map here, just south of Caves. And they currently have the high ground looking down on this team. You can see Pop already gone down from Orange.
Certainly have. As well on the retreat from Red Canids, you've got Styrian Myth. They took the fight with them on the other side earlier, so they're going to be very worried that they're sandwiched right now.
That's a painful circle for a lot of these teams actually moves.
Wow.
A hard shift up to the northwest towards boot camp. And it really messes with a lot of rotation. These teams going clockwise down to take these roads underneath. Mega need to win this fight very, very quickly, because you can be sure that the south bridge will be taken by a team very, very shortly and then just held, and it'll make it a whole lot harder. And Mega deciding here just to completely disengage from this fight and take the hillside on the paddy field.
Oh, no.
Really smart, but Cartoons actually goes down. What?
So does Joker. They're going to get the finish as well. Pons laying down the pain as they continue to push. There's some sideline action as well onto Smokey. They're going for the res. They push on close. One goes in. They all go down. INS tumble early. Nice rush from the Mega squad. Mega Esports, 8 kills already, and they're on for another corker of a game.
Are you kidding me, John? That was the cleanest wipe I've seen.
call them Windex.
Absolutely. I mean, you need some maid services. Just get Mega on the line. I mean, they'll sort you out good and proper. That was clean as anything.
No streaks.
No streaks. No streaks. Red Canids down here. Omen Elite still on the high ground. And they didn't really have to move at all. And Red Canids were kind of evicted. They were evicted early from a really strong position. I think that's just Omen Elite's just greater understanding of the terrain around that side. They took a really good ambush and immediately set themselves up on really strong positions. And one player down, they know that Red Canids can only play as passively now because the refrag potentially just in the favor of Omen. Now we're looking at Tempo versus Detonator, John.
All right, Tempo. They have the high ground, but I think they know what's up. The ridgeline not yet breached by Detonator, and they're taking their time. Rain has the off angle. They are a little bit split up, but then goes the VSS. Gets one knock. Spec gets first. Have they spotted him? I think they have. They're going to be going for a little bit more curry. Exiting Quarry is so difficult, but Chica gets knocked. Where are the nades, Tempo? Where are the nades? Lob one down. Oh, no! It comes in!
It's a double.
Spec goes. And another nade to follow it up.
God.
Huge plays coming out from Detonator. Tempo Storm caught wanting.
That was insanely well played from Detonator. Don't call him Detonator for no reason. Those nades were beautiful over the top there. Pulled the pin, made it happen. But Mega, from afar, on the right on the edge of the circle, actually taking shots under Red Canids right now. They currently have one knock onto that team. Omen Elite going to have some nice bit of scouting available for them, understanding that Red Canids are going down. They might even opt to push this and completely take control of the hillside, knowing then they can push down and potentially gatekeep Mega. But right now, a lot of these teams in close vicinity are steering a lot more quiet this game. They know they want to make it into those higher placements areas. Whereas last game, they went out pretty early in shelter. Not pretty early, but it wasn't the result that they were looking for.
It was a little bit greedy as well to go for that repeat with the VSS.
So
they
really,
knew they'd located him already, but the push comes in now. Nico at the back and Rain on the sidelines. They're split. This is going to be real tricky.
And Nico holding it down. IGL for the team right now, so he's had to make the calls. Surprisingly, a lot of his team was quite far away from him when they were making that push there. Potentially they needed to back off, but no one really expected that 180 from Detonator and the immediate knock. That made things very, very difficult.
And no nades coming in from Tempo Storm. All they needed was one down the hill. It's so difficult to exit Quarry for that exact reason. You're funneled in, throw a nade in, bang. Whole team's detonated.
Yeah, they just spotted him so quickly. And it was the VSS, but it's Omen versus Ghost Skiller right now. Wi-Fi drops the floor.
Is going to be able to survive for now. And Tempo, they're still going. Will get confirmed.
Wow.
2 detonators go down. I think that might be it. Nico!
Nico!
All right, okay. Tempo Storm not out of it just yet. Doing work.
I
mean,
mean,
he goes. No way does Wi-Fi win that.
Really? Okay, interesting.
You're right.
Raggy.
Fair enough. Omen Elite, though, they're going to be saving it for now. Nades again. The NA's bane right now. Over the side. Looking to cook. Overthrough. Will it get the damage? It's in, and Wi-Fi drops. Carnage knocked. Spring gets the res, but they're out. Victory 5 come in from nowhere.
This team is the king of third parties right now. Very well played them. Maybe you should change the name to Victory 3, to be honest, at this point. But now Mega versus Red Canids. Levi just behind the rock, surprisingly providing a lot of cover from that grenade. And Moss stays quite calmly on the rock, not perturbed by that explosion at all.
Chowski's going to be pretty perturbed by that one, though. Gets rattled down, confirmed as well. Red Canids feeling the hurt. The Mega squad, Mega Esports. Oh, no, the burns on Levi. That's unfortunate. It's going to be the Red Canids eliminated. Stereo Myth going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, you sure as hell do feel the heat from Mega. This team is very, very scary in close quarters. It's difficult to know what they're going to do next right now, but they have to move up again towards the northwest. Another pretty hard shift on the circle, too, towards bootcamp. Victory 5, despite all this. Really good third party. He's going to get this replay now.
Oh, look at Nico go.
The 1v3.
1, 2. Doesn't take a lick of damage. Look at that.
Damn.
Do not know what hit him. Beautiful play.
Yeah, that is beautiful from Nico. Exactly like you say. Couldn't have played it better, but
Synergy still down in Painan. This is their area. This is what they control. They like to play it on down here. And Orange, they've made their way up from the bottom of the map. They had a close call with Mega, but Mega opted to leave, which seemed to be the smart option. And now Synergy, they're going to be after the ones that have to deal with this team now.
Oh no, Asteria Myth. Nico gets downed, confirmed as well, but Rain still in the fray.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Orange is going to get rattled down again. Synergy E holding it off. They do have to move just a little bit further up. Major Alpha doesn't have those off angles anymore, having been killed early on. But Orange will have to push on through. Strider, you can see he's waiting to try and play spoiler there. Fire takes a lot of damage. Strider pushes out, gets knocked. Should be confirmed from that angle as well. Fire out the walls, but it's not going to go his way. Still alive, still up into the fight. Austin X, not sure what you're waiting for. Go for it, my son. Will do just that. Pov, last standing. Oh, no, wait, they've got another. The heal comes through, goes for the confirm, but no, they're not going to go for it just yet. Austin X turns the corner, but gets taken down. Synergy E, they're down to CRV. Last man standing at the end of last game. Last man standing now into the fight. Austin X behind the wall. Stalker out wide, gets knocked. One up to the bats. And Pov claims the victory there in the fray. Orange remains strong, all four of them alive.
You've got to admit a mistake there from Strider, potentially trying to take the fight a little bit too early and ended up taking away a lot of that pressure that Synergy had held down on Orange. Ghost Skiller here versus Rain. Rain taking, oh no, a lot of damage here from the circle, but Ghost Skiller, they're the ones who made the mistake by pushing out. Rain's playing it safe here.
He's making the breakout wide, hoping against hope that Mega don't spot him. No! Tries to go for the confirm. No, he made the shots. First aid kit is in, has a long way to run, and Mega are in the way. Rain with the gauntlet ahead, trying to knock out Ghost Skiller, seeing what he can find.
Give me that
Gets
point.
the point. Nice strategy coming through. No first aid kits left, so he has to just go for the run. On your bike, my son. How far can you go?
Dear me, moving up. He knows he has to get good terrain here. Stone watching the circle. This was very, very smart from Tempo.
Oh, look at it. Oh, no.
Nickel in the ground.
Oh, Rain goes down. Tempo Storm make it to 6th with a clutch of kills as well. They'll be a little bit more pleased with that one than the previous game. They're starting to warm up into these prelims now. Ghost Skiller goes down as well. 4 teams remain.
New circle. Footballists in a great position to take control of it on the northwest of the map. Once again, another hard shift. This circle is just running away from these teams. Stone goes for the spray. Does not quite finish it, but 13 kills on board. That is a mammoth of a game from this team.
They are just going time and time again down to the end. These guys are to be feared. Everyone looking their way now. Top dogs to be dethroned. Victory 5, though, they're guarding the edge of this circle. The compound has the northern side into the next.
Megastars have constantly had to move up to the circle right now, but this team is playing like they're possessed by Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant. They are just coming back to bite time and time again here. You just cannot escape them.
I'm thinking more Liam Neeson in Taken, to be honest.
They're coming for you.
Let's go all the way. It's Neo in the Matrix, quite frankly, at this stage. We'll see if he's able to become the one, though. Of course, you've got to be the one at the end of it all. Victory 5, they take the first knock. Orange still in the fight. Of course, we saw how strong they were against Synergy E earlier on, but they've got a long way to go still. Mega Esports making the rotation all the way up. And Solke will go down. One is knocked.
Stone making their way up the hill right now. It's Mega looking to see if they can finish it. Get the back-to-back here with the chicken dinners, making number 2 and secure a really strong start to the prelims, the global finals in Kuala Lumpur.
Just biding their time, waiting for the next circle to pop. Loverzin very close to the orange players as well. Solke being knocked to the back. Stone might be able to spot it out, but the next circle pops. Mega have control. You can see immediately Stone turns around. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose more than necessary. They're down to 3 already.
It's interesting to watch Mega play because they rotate aggressively to then play passively. So whilst they're rotating, it's really, really strong, and then they'll play a passive position and just hold it down. It's very interesting to see, and now they have full control of the circle as it moves northeast. But look how close Orange is to Footballists right now. They're basically on top of one another.
I don't think they have any idea. It's upstairs, downstairs right now. Footballists will know what's going on here. Loverzin up on the top. Oh, no. Able to get the knockdown fire.
Brilliant shot.
Able to get the shots, the spray onto Wushan. Confirmed, taken away. Actually, no, it's his teammate to get it. So Orange still get the point. 4 kills now for them. Oh, he spotted one on the down. Is he going to be able to confirm? Will be able to take it away. So Orange able to do it, but over goes Lovazin out the side of the deer hut. Oh, he's got to find it. Lovazin, come on. Out into the blue, out wide, sprayers in. Lovazin, he deserved to take that tumble after that spray, I'll be honest with you. But
Mega
Fire is going to feel the punishment. Pov over on the side, holding it now for Orange as they push on through. Mega still dominant in the zone.
Absolutely. Really, this is just a fight between Orange and Victory 5, so you can find that number 2 spot, because Mega 5 look like they've pretty much secured it at this point.
It's mana down, it's Hung, last remaining player. The Mega look to be on for that second chicken dinner, one after the other, lining them up, knocking them down. Up on the top of the rock, will claim one. And it's now 1 versus 3. That's all she wrote, my friends. Mega, double it up.
Excellent game from Mega there. And you liken them to Neo from the Matrix. You know what? This team, they know Gun Fu.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Don't want to meet them in a dark alley. Don't want to meet them on Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, or Vikendi.
We'll see what happens next. An excellent back-to-back from this team. You got to praise footballers there for getting as far as they did. Synergy E, though, this aggressive nature coming back to bite them a little bit. Dave was talking about it there, where they got a little bit too aggressive at times, and they weren't able to take the fights that they wanted to there on Erangel, and they kind of threw it away at the end. And they threw it away there as well. Strider just did not need to take that position. They could have moved further into the circle and gate kept Orange later. And instead, they go for some flashy plays. It doesn't work out. Flashy plays just really don't have their place here on the first day of prelims. Really, you're only looking for that kind of stuff in day 3 where you're really desperate.
Synergy E as well early on against Orange. You remember that fight there where it was so down to the wire, just see if he was left. It was unfortunate. I thought they were going to be able to make it, but Orange clamber all the way up and make it. I think it was to 3rd in the end. Victory 5 taking that 2nd spot. And nice games. Biggie Tron going down early as well.
Yeah, at least they did show some kind of dominance there versus BTR in the beginning and Painan, showing that they're really not a team to be trifled with. And if you can instill some fear into the hearts of the other teams, when you start fighting there, it gets a lot more difficult, especially when you start to really solidify the positions that you drop on the map. You don't want to drop near Synergy E. They will just wreck you in the beginning, so they're going to get looted up nice and early and have free reign going into the zone. If they want to take Pachinki, they'll take Pachinki.
And this fight as well, infamous. Unfortunate for Tempo Storm.
Disgusting nades from Detonator.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, but they just weren't counted out. But this was more, I'll tell you what, this is the highlight play. This is the play of the game right now.
Yeah, Freako Nico with a 3K. Ridiculously good from this guy.
Nicely held down. Nicely done. Synergy E not doing super well at the end of that fight, but the rest of the game panned out, and it was, of course, Mega to take the rest of the chicken dinner as well. We're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Well, it was a story of redemption for some teams and a story of dominance for others. Mega Conquerors living up to their name with 2 chicken dinners off the bat. How proud are you right now? Are you going to rip off your shirt and we're just going to see Mega Conquerors jersey under there?
Southeast Asia pride, bro. Southeast Asia pride. But definitely here, Mega Conqueror, they're definitely the teams they're going to be watching out for as well. I believe none of us actually kind of except for me, of course, believe that Mega Conqueror.
You said none. You said none.
Except for me.
I called them.
Kind of didn't believe that Mega Conqueror was going to storm their way through here, but I was really surprised they actually took 2 chicken dinners in a row and they were on full aggressive mode. Like, it felt like from yesterday's practice match they were a little bit passive, but today they are just full on aggressive, kind of like how Synergy was playing in the practice match. And so far, the aggression coming from both these teams here has made a huge factor for both games in general.
We'll dive into the teams in a little bit of time here. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard, though, to see how the standings from that last match broke down, who kind of placed where, and obviously we know who came through in first. 36 points added to Mega Conqueror now. This team is so far in the lead, I would hate to be in 2nd place.
Listen, all I'm saying, you're going to interview him here in a moment. Hopefully, they're not feeling pretty good anymore. Hopefully, because that really got on my nerves because they just wanted a chicken dinner. All right, they got 16 kills. Another chicken dinner right there. Hopefully, they're feeling really great. Victory 5 doing a good job being consistent here so far. As we mentioned before the day started, they are the only team from China trying to represent that region, trying to qualify for the Globals coming up next week. And then Orange Tempo Storm, though. North America, Nico able to save the day there. Nico getting 3 out of those 6 kills right there, and then plus those placement points are able to secure them that 4th place spot.
Oh yeah, Nico there with the clutch plays against Detonator as well. Like Temple Storm, they were in a really tough situation in the east side as well, where they lobbed the nade over. They just took 3 guys from Temple Storm, and I was like, okay, that was pretty much it for Temple Storm. But Nico clutched the way here. They made it into the 2 guys standing here. They wiped off the guys Detonator in the later stage of the game, and then just pulled out so many kills here. This is gonna help Temple Storm build out, considering that they're one of the first teams who got knocked out in game number 1. So this points here is gonna help out overall in the long term there. As for Ghost Killer as well, another team, you know, I know your dark horse right there. He was one of the biggest factors in this game, where they actually third party most of the teams on the eastern side of the map, which is fantastic. Watch Football is as well a little bit fortunate for them, considering that the south side of the circle was kind of like empty for them. Synergy, great play for them, taking on the Southeast Asian Titans, destroying BTR, kicking them all the way down to 60. That was something I did not expect to see.
Yeah, I mean, back to that Nico play real quick. We're going to see Detonator down here. Yeah, 10th place. All right, they didn't know Nico was behind the rock, all right? Nico had the sight lines. Nico spotted out all 3 of the Detonator members. Once when Nico opened up the first knock, the 2 remaining members from Detonator, they kind of just, you know, got extremely nervous. You can see it. They're in the wide open, trying to retreat. They didn't even take a shot back at Nico, allowing Nico just to get 3 points out on the game. So Bigatron, another team that we're kind of surprised with all the hype behind them this game, 13th place, only 2 points.
Yeah, and based on here, just the standings as well, I want to talk about the point where a lot of these teams did not actually figure out their drop spot as well. Like, I'm pretty much here, Detonator, Red, IND, Insidious,
Bigatron?
I believe, Barty Gaming, SWAT. No, Bigatron, they were contested in Painan.
Yeah.
But the rest of these teams here, they didn't exactly have fully decked out loots compared to any other teams like Mega Conqueror, who had the entire Paradise result for them to loot in terms of utilities here. Teams like this here, they were dropping into kind of small compounds to loot up, but going towards the later stage of the game here, they need to win those kind of team fights to actually get those kind of economy to work with. But unfortunately to say, they just couldn't find those kind of openings here, which is pretty unfortunate in game number 2.
Listen, we're starting to get a rival, Bigatron. I mean, you say that they have a home. I don't think so. I think my boys from SGE are pushing them out because, like you said, Nam, we did hot drop each other. Listen, I'm South Asia. You're Southeast Asia. All right, that's what we're going to do here. SGE, they're going to continue to mop your boys up, son.
Fair enough, indeed. Here, at the same time as well, you know, I want to talk about the scores as well. Like, I think we talked about Temple Storm as well, right? So now another team I want to talk about is definitely Orange Esports as well. Like, first game, one of the first teams that got knocked out. Today, you know, back into this here, they made it into the top 3 positioning as well. That clutch chair coming from Fire as well, taking out the guys from
SGE.
No, it was Footballers.
Okay.
So in the top 4 situation, and it was just like, wow, he actually clutched it with like 1 HP. And also, yeah, the one you talked about, SG as well. SG, you know, like SG took out BTR. Now it's like Orange Esports came in with that 1-man, a 4v4 situation. One guy just, it was down to SG.
They were trading back and forth.
Yeah, they was trading back and forth, and they just destroyed SG. It was like, okay, it was close, but it was not that close.
And one thing we talked about, obviously, like logo redemption for some teams. So you kind of mentioned before, Tempo Storm, Omen Elite as well. They were knocked down 13th place on map 1 or match 1, and they were able to finally, you know, get into the top 8 in that game. And I think something we can all agree on is that day 1 will basically just be like a testing grounds for all these teams. As we talked about the scrims, people were messing around a little bit, just trying to get a feel of their teams, not showing too many strats.
The thing is, you know, speaking with Omen Elite, they were feeling so confident coming into today based off of those scrims. Hopefully, you know, they continue on with that confidence. They don't let the first 2 games kind of influence them, because we still got 4 more games to go here today. You can definitely make the comeback like we keep talking about. Today's the day. Feel out your opponents. Kind of get a feel for the lobby, see what type of metas are developing, see if teams like to play center, edge, and here's the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely Mega Conqueror on the top of the charts here with 27 kill points in total, and 2 chicken dinners in a row, leading them and being the great leader, or in this case, the top of the charts here with 67 points, followed by Victory 5 on 36 points. Synergy will be falling down into the 3rd place here with 33 points. Orange Esports pulled their way into the top 4 with 22 points. Bigatron Red Aliens, surprise enough here, still in the top 5 position with 19 points. So this is where all the points are still kind of close between all the teams there. Footballers will be on the 6th place with 17 points. Red Canids on the 7th place here with 15 points. And Asterion Myth will be on the 8th place here with 14 points.
The thing that concerns me, all right, Mega, they're doing a great job, but they're already starting to get that gap between 1st and 2nd. And I feel like we see this time and time again. Once when that team gets so far ahead of the rest of the pack is when you see them trying out new things, catching the other teams in the lobby off guard completely, just allowing them to continue to spread that gap. So, you know, my fear is if Mega continue on with this momentum, are these other squads even going to have a chance moving on into the next 2 days?
Yeah, that's the thing they have to figure out as well. But today's games here with 4 more matches, anything can still happen. But as of now, consistency is key. That's why Victory Fire is on the top 2 here. But whereas the bottom side, I'm not too sure how we can say this here, but it's just unfortunate here. Like we talked about all these regions' first time gathering.
We're only 2 games in.
Yeah,
we're only 2
exactly.
games in.
Yeah, 2 matches in.
Mega's getting a gap for sure, though.
Yeah, but we say that as well. Let's take a look actually at the 9 through 16 teams while we talk about Mega really quickly a little bit more, is the fact that we think back to the South Asia regional finals we did have.
Yeah.
Well, Entity Gaming, they were in first place by a large margin after day 1, and that margin started to slip as teams started to figure out how they play it and sort of take away a lot of those extra points. But you can see here, 9 through 16 place, Temple Storm unfortunately not able to break the cusp into top 8. You're seeing Omen Elite in there as well. I'm just going to call out, one person on the desk in particular because their dark horse is looking pretty dead.
Yeah.
I think it's a dark horse, I think it's a dead horse.
Hold on, you just said we're only 2 games in, all right?
I was getting there.
So is mine. Mine is last page, but no.
He's talking about yours. What are you talking
I
about?
was talking about yours.
Wait,
at least I'm in 10th place, all right? You got 2 points over there.
Fair enough. But in this case here, in Temple Storm definitely really stood out in game number 2 for me. Like Nico was like a beast. Like wow, that was a really clutch moment as well. I have to give commendable runs for Dadare as well. Like that double Kobe's coming from them was like, what was that? That was disgusting to watch.
If it wasn't for Nico, I don't think they would have been able to secure such a spot currently on the leaderboard. Ooh, once again, we're going to see 3 members from Mega up here on the kill leaderboard. Not much has changed. I mean, they kind of swapped around the numbers and such, but we still see the same players.
Yeah, Mega Stone getting there with 9. You have Wujian at 8. Online 24 at 8. I mean, this is the fact is that we've seen 2 matches now with 3 Mega Conqueror players in the top 5 every match so far. Like, that is such a precedent to set for everyone else out there.
Yeah, definitely here from the side of Mega Conqueror, like Stone Online 24 is like one of the higher skill played for firepower in terms of frontliners for the team here. Pawns is kind of like the support for the team here, but Rodfed is kind of like the scout for the team, so it depends on how they play and adapt and understand each other. But I agree here, Wuxian, Stone, definitely one of the top fraggers in this league just by these 2 games itself.
I'm curious if teams can continue to do this over time. Obviously something you have to look at is not only do these teams have to qualify through to the global finals, right? It's only top 3, but then you have to play again. It's not like you have some time off. You have to continue to go right back into it. You get no downtime to really review things. I think you have like 2 days off, which is going to be spent probably in their hotel rooms reviewing VODs. Like it doesn't let up. And peaking early in the tournament could be a detriment for you long term.
Personally, I think it's a good thing because they're going to be on that momentum from just qualifying. They're going to be warmed up while the other teams are back there, drinking some coconut water and relaxing, right? They're going to be caught off guard. I feel like the teams who qualify here, they're going to be on their toes. They're already comfortable with the LAN setups.
Okay.
They're comfortable with the phones. You brought that up earlier.
I definitely agree on that point. This is where the pros and cons comes in, right? Like pros is, you got comfortable, you're getting momentum, you're going into this battle mode on trend, so you just go in and fight, right? But on the other side as well, from those teams who's playing the global finals here, we are here looking at every single strat you're going to be pulling in the preliminaries, and they will understand a little bit more here coming from preliminaries. That's pretty much the only downside I can think of coming from here. Pretty much most of the strategies will be revealed from this preliminaries and then being brought into the global finals.
Well, if you're Mega Conquerors, maybe that's the upside. If you can get that split that much bigger, then you can save some strategies into the global finals knowing you're going to be saved into this. But you know what? We got now. Obviously, we were over in India doing the South Asia regionals. We've upgraded our game here a little bit. We got a nice little feature to show you. It's a telestrator with Mustache Dave. What do you got for us?
I got technology. So kind of like what we were talking about, SGE, they're in a lot of fights that game. So we're going to pull up the telestrator and I'll be able to break that one down. They were in a fight with Orange Esports. All right?
Yeah.
So,
okay, well, the great thing is with the telestrator, we're going to get that up on the screen right about... Oh, so we have to start it apparently before we get up on the screen. All right, well, there we go. I thought we were going to do a little bit of talk up into that, but walk us through, Dave.
So pretty much right here, one of the members from SGE, we see are down, getting all this information on the other side of the wall. All right. My question is, Austin, making the push. What does Austin do here? Austin, we're going to see what Austin does. Pre-fires around with that information, but you know what? One thing Schreider did not tell Austin.
What did he tell?
Over here in the smokes, we got one of the members from Orange. They're going to also be firing onto Austin. Austin caught off guard. Let's see what happens here. taken down and out. All right, that leaves one more member for SGE to try to make the pull-up. And you know what? They can't evacuate. This is on the edge. We're going to continue playing here. The trades are going to be coming out. Now Austin's trying to get the information. Here we go. 1v1. No, we changed it to a 1v2 because they did get the revive. And Stalker, we already know. Behind the wall. All we got to do, push together as a unit, push together as a team. We're going to pre-fire. Should it be the GGs and the chicken dinner? No. The trade, the jump shot, just like that. More points to the bank. They're going to get the revives, continue trucking on. Pretty amazing fight over there. I mean, dead even.
I did like the fact, though, that they kind of like baited in. They obviously the 2v1 push, right? And he makes sure to get the jump shot and get the kill in. But you know what, Dave? Mustache Dave, thank you very much for breaking down that play. I think it's time for us, though, to head over to a man who's transported from the desk over to the interview section. Icy Baby going to be talking with Mega Conquerors once again.
Broadcasters here, and of course I'm here with Mega Conqueror with the 2 chicken dinners here, and this time I have Stone with me here. And Stone, how are you feeling today?
I'm fine.
I'm fine. I like that, Stone. But before that, I gotta ask this here: 2 times in 2 chicken dinners in a row. Like previously, Rodfair kind of said that, hey, they were just feeling a little bit good, but now, you know, 2 chicken dinners in a row. Shouldn't you guys feel like, whoa, happy, or is it gonna be like a chill happy? This is a question coming from Dave, though.
ก็ดีใจครับแต่แบบยังแค่2เกมอยู่ยังไม่ได้แบบการันตีว่าจะเป็นแชมป์ในของรอบพรีลิมครับ
Okay, so basically Stone, he's mentioning that, you know, we're feeling very happy. We don't exactly show it here, but it's only 2 games, and there's many more games to come. And because of that, we want to kind of keep ourselves focused into the game. So that's pretty much what Stone is saying. But now, before that here, last thing I want to say here, it feels like just these 2 games in general coming from Mega Conqueror, it feels like you understand the meta, understand the strategies coming from all these teams here. What I think, like, did you guys do a lot of preparation coming into this game?
ก็เตรียมมาตลอดครับเพราะไม่อยากพลาดครับคือปีนี้ก็คือต้องอย่างน้อยต้องเข้าโกลบอลให้ได้ครับ
Okay, so basically Stone, he said they've made a lot of preparation. They have like a lot of strategies and analysis being done as well. And they don't want to miss this chance to actually qualify the global finals. And that's pretty much what Stone has said here. So congratulations here, Stone, for the 2nd chicken dinner. Looking more coming from Mega Conqueror, especially when you guys are representing the Southeast Asia here at the preliminary stages here. Well, once again, my name is ICBaby12, and this is pretty much it for the interview. And we are going to be taking a short break here. And once again, this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 preliminary stages. So we're going to be taking a short break. See you guys in a bit.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMCO Fall Split 2019 Prelims. I do have two new gentlemen on the desk here. Not quite as handsome as the two gentlemen I had before. Definitely the facial hair is not quite on point. But I do have, luckily, the two commentators from the first two games. Blank, John, how are you guys doing, man?
Doing well. We've got more glasses per person.
You do have more glasses
now.
per person. I will give you that.
Yeah.
So that makes it much better because we can see
good.
things.
Yeah.
You can see good.
Yeah,
we can see real good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, obviously, speaking about seeing good, you guys actually got to watch the first two matches and cast them. Give me your guys' thoughts, because we were obviously back, in India and South Asia regional finals not too long ago. How's things shaping up for you guys so far?
So we talked good in India. We see good now. And to be honest with you, it's really interesting, to be fair, especially for us guys. We've done basically the South Asia groups. We did the semi-finals, and we were in the finals with you as well, obviously. We love that so much.
We were there.
Yeah, we were there.
Thank you for being there.
It's crazy.
Thank you for having me, John. Appreciate it.
Big up, Jason, dude. But the thing was is that Synergy, I think the major thing for me is that they're a miracle team. Because in the group stages, I believe it was the semi-finals actually, making to the finals itself, they had a miracle last game where they got something, it was around 30-some points to leapfrog over into 14th place to make it into the finals itself, which was insane as it was. So they were playing on house money going into the grand finals, the South Asia regional finals, right? But they got a coach. They practiced really hard. I think this is probably the most improved team, in my opinion, out of the teams I've seen so far. That are the most improved team out of the entirety of the PMCO. It's crazy how much these guys have improved.
Not only that, they had the miracle run as well to even make it to the prelims. They had to get, I think, like a 20-point chicken dinner, and they managed to do it in the final game over in South Asia.
Easy.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Synergy E. Of course, we have to mention Mega, who
you have to.
just
I think so.
dominant. Who's going to be able to take them down? Huge numbers of kills in the previous game. They're going to be really sat clear at the moment. There are quite a few more games to go, but it's shaping up well. What I want to see is more from the NA teams. They're all mouth and no trousers right now. They're giving it all that, but they're not backing it up just yet.
I mean, Frico Nico, though. That guy.
To be fair, he's backing it up.
He is backing it up.
All
He's wearing
mouth?
the trousers.
I'm
for
sorry.
All NA.
What does all mouth, no trousers mean? I'm not exactly
You wouldn't
sure.
understand. It's an English thing.
It's an English thing.
Okay. Well, then to talk about something we mentioned on the desk earlier on, that's, I think, really important is we look back at the South Asia regionals. We had Entity Gaming have first place after day one, and they had such a massive lead, around 70 points.
Yeah, actually.
As the next days came on, that lead slipped away. But now looking at this from Mega Conquerors, they need to look at saving strategies, right? Because obviously every team in the finals and the global finals will be watching them and going to be able to figure out what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and use that to advantage. How important is it for them to finish off this day with such a big lead, or building up that lead even further, that they can take it easier into day 2 and day 3?
I think it's a really interesting point to bring up as well, but there's a massive difference between Entity Gaming and Mega, right? So you see Entity Gaming, the entirety of the way through, they played the South Asia Regional Finals. They're an edge team, right? We're looking at Mega. They're a massively aggressive team. They're always trying to take the middle position, but they're backing up with the kills as well. The 13 kills coming into the back end of that game as well, and the circle only moved away from them, so they're already backing up. They have the gunfight. You can tell that teams are scared of them, and like I was saying in the cast towards the end there, that game was basically who can get second. And who would let Mega get first?
This is the thing, though. They're putting post-it notes on the fridge right now. They're being very passive-aggressive. And this is what you talked about during the game. They were moving it forwards and then holding that zone. They were doing so well. See if they can do it again.
All right, we know what, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be back with you guys, obviously, to analyze the match. But it's time for us to head to two new commentators who are just as handsome as the first pair. We've got Alex Byfield and Icy Baby.
Thank you so much, Jason. We are here, day 1 of the prelims, game 3 on Miramar, and I'm joined here straight off the analyst desk, hot off the press. It's Terrence. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling crazy, honestly speaking here. I'm feeling crazy just because, I'm seeing some next level players here, especially from Mega Conquerors, just take 2 games in a row. But jumping into the Miramar here, this is where things get a little bit more macro play coming from all this teams. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of gameplays are going to be coming out from all these teams here.
Yeah, the juxtaposition from Sanhok, the chaos that we see on that map now, Miramar, more slow, strategic, macro play, as you said. which sort of teams does that favor, do you reckon?
That's the thing here. Currently, the top 5 is definitely the teams that who is going to be understanding a little bit more in terms of the gameplay here. But in compared to the map of Sanhok, I feel like in the map of Sanhok, some of the teams, they were kind of underlooted here just because of the very small space of the map itself because Sanhok. But Miramar is kind of big here. You'll always get your loots. It all comes down to positioning into the final phases of stages and conquering those strong terrains here where you can just take advantage of those situations.
Yeah, we mentioned as well off camera the fact that no one was looting towards Camp Alpha. Also strange to see in terms of looting spots. It's almost undervalued actually how much of the map was actually left in terms of loot that could have been utilized. But yeah, I mean the big storyline so far today. We haven't had too many, obviously only 2 games in, on to our 3rd. But the big storyline so far, is the fact that Mega have taken the first 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, definitely here. Like they look so solid here. And another team that we'll talk about is definitely Synergy as well. I brought it up a lot of time in the desk as well. Those Mega Conqueror and Synergy is by far one of the most aggressive teams as well. And in this case here, like I was really shocked to see Synergy contesting Bigatron in the game, in the map of Sanhok. Just immediately just takes them out the picture, out the back here. I was like, whoa. That is not some small fry you're talking about. You're picking one with Southeast Asia's best teams and also a previous qualifier in the previous PMCO Global Finals as well. They were in the top 5. Like, you just kicked them off in game number 2. How is that possible? What?
And also, before coming into the event as well, in terms of scrimmages and the rumors going around, Bigatron were almost the favorites for the whole entire prelims before going into the global finals. And yet, in that second game, they did struggle. Synergy looking so strong.
And as of now here, we're going to be jumping into this game number 3 in the map of Miramar. But looking at the flight path here, we're going to see a southern flight path coming in from the southeast corner of Impala, passing towards the town of Los Leones, ending it towards the outskirts of Chumacera and Valdemar. So this is going to be, I've talked about how a lot of these teams are going to be able to have all these compounds through all the map here. But seeing how the flight path here, I'm going to see a little bit of early skirmishes, especially in the contestment in the vehicle department in the northern section.
I think what interests me, especially on a map like Miramar, is split looting. Are we going to be seeing teams going for that 2-2 split on the first game on Miramar? Or are teams going to go for a less risky play, try and group up as before, take compounds? It does risk looting, obviously, and scouting for information to see where other teams are in their proximity. However, having that 4-man together means it does reduce the chance of going out early, as we saw from Tempo Storm in Game 1.
Oh, wow. That's just going to be unfortunate moments coming from them. But at the same time here, I want to see, you can see the flight path as well. We see teams like Detonator heading towards the northeast section just because they have an early drop as well. Orange Esports trying to make their way into his Terra Bronca as well. AST going to be taking the east side of the map here. We see a couple of Mega Conqueror going to be taking their hometown of Puerto Pareso, uncontested for them. Los Leones, we see IND and INS potentially sharing the vicinities here. BTR trying to make a way towards maybe Picado or maybe even Hacienda. But looking at the circle, oh, this is going to be a tough one here considering that it's pushing everyone to the northeast section. So this is going to be a lot of vehicles being used for all these teams here. We may see a lot of roadblocks being set up just because of this terrain themselves.
Yeah, I think what's really important to mention here as well, Terrence, is the fact that with a southern plain and a northern circle, this middle section of the map towards San Martin, Junkyard, etc., especially Graveyard as well, the rotations going through there are going to be so difficult for a lot of these teams that are towards the southern area. I mean, we look at Victory 5, who are currently split looting as well towards the south, just above of Los Higos. But that's going to be such a strange, awkward terrain to traverse to try to get inside the circle.
Yes, definitely here. And speaking of terrains as well, we see BTR are going to be dropping this Picado. They are going to be contested once again, but this time it's going to be Tempo Storm instead of Synergy this time. And who's going to come on top? Because as of now, you can see Tempo Storm is going to be taking the stadium vicinity for themselves, and also Bigatron is going to be taking the red apartments in that vicinity. So it's kind of like split off as of now. And I feel like Tempo Storm, they need to play this very, very carefully here, because if they run out and open in the stadium, they may get picked off from the vicinities coming from Bigatron, who's also camping towards the housing areas here. But whereas the rest of the teams here, they're going to see maybe Chumacera being contested by Omen and also Insidious as well. We see Football is going to be hitting up top north section. Synergy going to be taking Montenegro for themselves and towards the mini-map. But let's take a look at towards Tempo Storm. As of now, they're going to be trying to pick a fight against Bigatron, but seems to me there's going to be a little bit of stalemate as of now.
Yeah, especially as well in the center of the circle. SWAT 69 going towards Cruz de Valor, having the central part of that circle. And we can see as well, in the middle of the circle, this huge road just south of El Azhar. That's going to be so awkward to cross, especially if it, again, the circle goes towards the northern hemisphere of the map, trying to cross that. If we have teams such as Asterion, for example, be able to scout that out, control it, it's going to be a major point of contention.
Well, I'm going to hold you on that right now here. As you can see, Omen is kind of in the vicinity of Chumacera. You can see he's kind of paranoid as well coming from the players from Omen. Wi-Fi, because there was a couple of teams just dropping nearby vicinity here. So they don't exactly want to get contested, especially from the guys from Insidious as well, who's passing towards the Montenegro division here. But as of now, from Al Azhar, we see a couple contestants coming from Orange Esports CG as well as Astra.
So currently towards the northwestern and northeastern side of the map, we don't see any teams located there currently. There's so much space for them to be situated. And as well, especially towards the southwestern side, all these teams are currently rotating south of El Pozo, maybe going for the loop around the top here, Vincent, from from El Pozo, Trailer Park to La Cobriela, all the way to the top of Torre Amar.
Yeah, it might be a possibility for some of these teams to actually swing all the way towards far left here. But as of now, nothing much is happening here. It's all kind of like a chicken and egg kind of situation here. Who's going to lay it out here? But at the same time, it all comes down to who's going to be fighting right off the bat. But so far, so good. Teams, they don't exactly want to lose out in terms of placements here. You can see on the screen as well, Orange Esports, they actually want to try and contest the guys from Aster and Myth here. And I feel like they may want to get those early lead here, but at the same time, it's still rather early in the phase here. There's still 16 teams, 64 alive in the game, and it's going to be a really tough one here. And considering that the first circle has started to move here, we may see a lot of teams already starting to make a movement, especially from the teams coming from the south teams.
Yeah. Bigatron currently holding towards Picardo, almost the gateway to the circle from the teams such as Footballers, Omen Elite, even looking down there as well, South Victory 5, they have to get through Picardo, and to get towards Picardo as well is this awkward area outside Los Leones, which is this open field. But currently, some action here. Tempo Storm had a very poor starter today. Actually managed to do a little bit better in game number 2 on Sanhok, but right now they are versus Bigatron.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? They've been here staring eye to eye here, like kind of like a Mexican standoff for quite some time, and they haven't exactly fought overall here. But Bigatron, they've moved themselves positioning towards the Motel district here, and this is where we're going to rely on Luxy as one of the famed sniper coming in towards the tournament to try and open things up for the team here coming from Bigatron Red Aliens.
So in a situation like this as well, even if Tempo Storm were able to get the knockdown onto one of these players from Bigatron, very hard to convert that into a kill with the distance that they have between the two teams. And now we see the map come out again towards the south. Mega have to rotate up northern. Going to be going through detonators as well, but should be okay to traverse through the mountain terrain there. For me, my big worry though is these teams towards the southwestern side.
Oh yeah, southwestern time here, they were kind of in the late drop towards the earlier stage of the flight path, right? So in terms of looting here, they're losing out at least a good solid 2 minutes of looting time, and especially rotation time overall in general, plus or minus there. And because of that, they are going to be late to the party. And I'm worried for all these teams, especially teams from SGE, who was one of the furthest away heading towards Montenegro. Same goes for Insidious as well, who just arrived into El Pozo. And this circle is going to hurt really hard here. And you talked about rotating from the western side of the northern, through Trailer Park to highway itself, passing through La Cabrera. They may consider getting themselves a couple of gas tanks in the process, especially in those vehicle departments, because in the eastern side of the circle, we are going to expect a lot of mountain, rocky terrains to work with to actually play out as well. And I'm seeing a couple of roadblocks being set up as well based on the map here, coming from footballers potentially may actually try to set up a roadblock towards the El Patron intersection right there.
Yeah, it's a good point to mention. Obviously, you brought up Team INS currently at El Pozo. If they do go north and around towards La Cobriela, well, no one was actually looting there early on, which means there's going to be so much loot left over which they can utilize into the latter portions of this game. Synergy as well making the same rotation just south of Crater Fields. And it's a shame, actually, the circle just misses that mountain, because if they were able to get on top of the mountain at Crater Fields, the amount of information they could garner by having a bird's eye view of the map, just looking over all of the teams inside what seems to be the center western side of the circle. We haven't seen any teams take a boat or anything like that going towards the edge, but currently on the edge, it's going to be Footballers here. Player with the VSS spots out one, gets the information, and going to be falling back.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? People camping towards the intersection of outskirts of Hacienda de Pentron is kind of like the middle point for all these teams to actually pass through to the northern section here. And because of that, they may go for a little bit of economy chip damage, trying to burn out a couple of utilities from all these teams. But as of now, we see a couple of pokes with the VSS, but nothing too shabby yet, nothing too major. But as of now, we did see a couple clips here coming from Asterian Myth as well, who was engaging Orange for quite some time. They seem to actually dodge watch the entire fight here, try and get a couple of great placements to set up for the next circles to come. But off the kill feed as well on the map, we see Mega Conqueror as well is still tanking the circle apparently. Same goes for V5 and also Insidious, who's going to be tanking the circle, waiting it out before playing maybe the next stages of the circle.
And before as well, you mentioned Mega. Before going in Northern, it was just going to be detonators. Now Team IND are there at the precipice of the road, so we're going to be seeing potentially the first exchange we have of Game 3 here on Miramar coming up shortly. And in the midst as well of all this going on, we have Omen Elite and Party Gaming as well going to be joining the action, currently rotating through Los Leones. And as I said before, Bacado going to be a hot point of contention here, as you have two teams currently trying to fight for it.
Oh my, the circle going to be pushing up towards the northeast section here. The southern path, of course, we see a lot of mountain terrains here. And we can see GSK, one of the first teams to be into that great spot to actually third-party some of the teams here. We saw how they third-party in map with Sanhok. And this game here, they may look to do the exact same situation to try and pick off any teams coming from the western side. In this case, we see the great migration as well up on the screen here. V5, Insidious, also SGE, everyone trying to pass through the western terrains of San Martin, and I'm a little bit worried for that.
Wonder if you agree with me as well here, Terrence, that with having Orange Esports currently in Al-Azhar, it may actually be the best compound to have. Currently, it's so central. It's in a position where they have so much safety they can work out with. And because we have no teams as well towards the east, they only have to worry about the west, which already has such a cluster of teams, and they're going to be battling out against each other.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of compound department here, they have one of the safest position, but I'm only worried when the next few phases of the circle, because if the circle push them out of compound, they're pretty much going to be having a really rough time, just because there's so many teams going to be camping towards the mountain terrains, maybe a surprise snakes all the way through here. And if they get caught on that, they're going to lose a lot of members here. But in this case here, I'm also concerned for the teams late towards the circle, because they are going to the circle with very, very little information. In this case, Omen has it right now.
We mentioned the potential for Omen potentially rotating too late inside the circle. Omen Elite here have spotted out a player from Mega. It's going to be Pons, and they can actually be hearing the footsteps as well as the circle begins to erode away the HP of Pons, as he does take some splash damage there from the HE. Both players actually now going to be inside the circle. And the thing is, it's quite hard to tell right now how many players that Omen Elite have here on the scene. It's going to be Spring and Wi-Fi going to be joining into the action as well. But for now, Stoned, one of the star players we saw in the first two games, is going to be healing up slowly here and playing the long one.
Oh, you can see Mega Conqueror, they have to play very careful about this year. Just because they've been tagging the circle for quite some time, they're burning out utilities. You saw Stone, they had 6 first aid kits here. They have to wrap things out. And in this case, Omen Elite seems to me they want to back off. They don't have the utilities to contest this year. But Pons, my oh my, he scouts this off and picks one head for themselves.
Problem is as well, Terrence, because of the zone, they may just have to leave Wi-Fi alone, just walk away and cut their losses. As it seems like Omen Elite are going to lose yet another player. Spring as well is going to be springboarding inside the circle, but Team IND still have the entrance under lock.
Yeah, it's a good call there from Omen to actually salvage the losses here. Like, they could not contest against Mega Conqueror just because they don't have exactly the utilities. Look at this. Spring has only got one first aid, whereas Mega Conqueror, look at this. Pons has got 5 first aids here. They can still tag at least 2 circle and play the corner edges of the face of the circle and then just go in for a wrap round. They've been playing a very similar strategy for 2 games in a row. In this case, Omen, they're going to try and pick up Wi-Fi here just because they want to contest those utilities here, but a little bit unfortunate here because I'm worried they don't exactly have the helmets or weaponry to fight this year. It's level 1 helmet on Wi-Fi now.
Yeah, it's really dire situations here for Omen Elite. And in the background of all this action we've seen so far, look at the rotations toward the north side of the circle here, Terrence, with Victory 5, who came all the way from the southern coast up towards El Pozo as well for Synergy. They're now going to be conquering towards the top, and they're going to be looking strong going forward.
Yep, and as of now, we're going to hold that top before we talk a little bit more with Victory 5 here. Let's talk about Team IND and Mega Conqueror here. Right now, they've just made it a circle. They don't exactly have information to work with, but in this case, IND, they're going to try and pick a fight with Mega Conqueror.
Exactly, the gatekeepers, it seems, the circle towards the eastern side. Already an early knockdown for Team IND. Online 24, though, tries to fight back for his squad. The HE grenade is going to be piling on in as well, but in the middle of the open is Kratos, who does go down. Quick trade, though, coming out, as it's going to be Trance going for the 1-for-1 knock, but here we have Stone, though, easily going to be reviving his teammate.
Nicely done there, but Online 24 here, overextending his peak here, just picking out and open here, gets punished from side IND. And look at this, IND, they're already setting up shop here to split out the toast map here, trying to go for the flank against Mega Conqueror. But it seems to me there is a third party here in the name of Omen, who was also engaging against Mega Conqueror outside the circle previously in this stage of the game.
And what's important as well to mention, Terrence, is the fact that they have the high ground as well. They can peer over if they are hiding behind rocks, cracks, crevices, whatever it may be, they can try and get in on the action. And third party, as you say. However, I&D, they've noticed as a third party here, they're just going to be moving away, trying to get in the center of the circle. It has moved Northern once again.
Oh yeah, it's good call there from ID to actually call the cut their losses here. They've done the job, they've got the information, they've stalled Omen and Mega into the sides here. Now is a great time to rotate in and find the next best spot to gatekeep the next people. However, because of this timing as well, we do see a lot of other teams on our side of the map as well, already inside the neck phase of the circle. And this is where we're going to see a lot of gun action here, especially from the guys from Ghost Griller later on here. But currently, this is going to be the total standings for you guys.
Yeah, Mega, 67 there at the top right now, V5 in second. But currently in this matchup right now, in the center, there isn't really too much in terms of options for compounds. It feels more like who can get the best terrain. And in that situation, you want the high ground. You don't want to be towards the lower ground where people can shoot at from behind you, from above you. You want to have that overlarking position for information, as that could be the commodity here in this game. But right now, grenades are going to be what's used to barter, as it's going to be going back and forth. Splash damage, trying to connect, but so far, everything is still 100% in terms of HP for both Orange and Detonators.
Yep, you talked about having those compounds here. Will Orange have a great compound? They've got a great mountain right here, and they have to win this year, because if Detonator contest this year, they're going to be able to secure those vehicles up to that small niche that Orange Esports already have to prepare for their exit strategy to the later stage of the game here. But like I said, the Deflates are going to be used as of now, and they have to be very careful about this, especially for the guys from Detonator, considering that they have their backs exposed from behind outside the circle.
Synergy winning the battle for the North versus Victory 5. You can see as well, Hong going down 2, so that's going to bode very poorly going forward for Victory 5. Actually, they may have gone out with the death there of Nani.
Oh yeah, that's going to be unfortunate here. But like I said as well, the northern section is going to be a lot of team fights as well. But now, into the kill feed here, Detonator, they're still deciding whether do they want to push up or do they back off here. And off the kill feed, I think like a couple of seconds before as well, they did had a couple glimmers where Mega Conqueror already rotated towards the eastern side of the map. And seeing how the map is here as well, Mega Conqueror, they have had a really long drive. They have to push all the way towards the middle of the map here. And smack middle of it all, it is going to be Football is going to be in the middle of it all. Same goes for Ghost Griller, and also Red is going to be inside the circle as well. And they are going to be one of the first gatekeepers in this stage of the circle.
But look at the space as well here for Tempo Storm and for SWAT 69 to just get themselves inside the northern part of the circle. They can maybe try and third party the action, as you said, with the bullets. That could be a potential here for them going forward. And as well, towards the east, the rotations that are going to be required from teams such as Detonator and Mega to try and get inside that circle. It seems rather vacant currently.
Oh yeah, definitely here. At the same time, AWM is kind of in the loot crate as well. We may see Ghost Graders try and contest it too as well. But in this case here, they want to fortify their position up on this mountain here to actually fight against the rest of the teams here. Because right now, the information is still scarce for all these teams. They don't exactly know where's the best spot or best teams to work with. And you can see this is going to be a stage where all these teams, especially the scouts, try to gather information to contest anyone here. Or maybe a third party. In this case here, Gonzo
going gung-ho right now for Ghost Skiller. One of the players down currently for Team INS. Should easily be revived though. He's going to be taking out the options to run away and fleet as he does diminish the car. Cartoons as well, going to be caught in the open, but so far, so good as he is, just surviving on very low HP. But we can see there on the kill feed as well, players from Omen Elite being downed. INS though, peeking their heads back out again. They're going to be safe for now, but Victory 5, ironic with their name, going to be going out in 16th.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we see them actually falling out rather early as well. But next engagement here is going to be S Synergy going up against Red right off the bat here. We see a couple of Kobe's being expended here, but not much happening here. He's going to be playing a prone game. And off the kill feed, we see Omen getting kicked off as well.
Yeah, Omen Elite out in 15th. 48 players remaining. We're only 17 minutes in, and the action is just crazy on our screens right now. Let's try to work out which fight we should take a look at here, as all of these teams are going to be clustering now, as there's going to be action across the map. Players from Party Gaming going down as well. Jahoon, Red taking casualties, as we can see the action starting to really heat up. It nearly a team grenade there coming out from Red, but they're trying to pounce right now on Synergy while they're a man down. But Schreider is revived, and with that, Synergy are back to 4.
Oh, this smoke barricade here coming in from both teams here is just fantastic. It is going to buy a little bit of time for both of them to actually gather some thoughts to figure out what should they do now, because there's 44 alive, 12 teams left across the map here. Do they want to fully commit here? In this case, Schreider getting picked off from Bigatron. off the kill feed as well. And this is going to be unfortunate here because they took too long in this engagement against Red.
It seems that way, but Red, ironically, may be coming out on top as they have got the high ground here versus Synergy, who are currently being third-partied by Bigatron. Austin behind the exploded vehicle here, using it as cover, has the smoke as well to shroud the vision of the enemy, but only for how long, as Bigatron are now getting ever so close. They want the kill points here. They want to get those points to go in conjunction with the placements. The Molotov going to be clearing them out towards the right-hand side, and with that, they should be able to pounce on them as Ryzen could be making his move up forward. Has to be cautious though, because they know that Red are going to be on the precipice of the hill just to the right of them. And with that, Luxy with one more onto Austin. Down he goes. Cartoons is killed as well, but instead by Ghost Killer.
That's nicely done here coming Bigatron, taking advantage of the commotion being made from SGE and Red, capitalizing the situation and punishing them for overextending fight. And because of that, they racked themselves 3 easy kills for them. And Bigatron, they have to be careful here because there is a nade being lobbed over. And ooh, Zuxi with the clutch.
Just swarming around Major Alpha there. Synergy going out in 12th, something we weren't expecting in the pre-phase before this game started. We were hyping up about the action from Synergy that we've seen so far. Woof, Levi
fell off the car, I guess.
Fell off the car, fell off the edge, I'm not sure. His performance has fallen off this game, it seems.
But in this case here, Bigatron, they get themselves their revenge matchup against Synergy from the previous game. This time they're going to be kicking them off rather early, but seeing how the circle is here, we see Red here. They were in this tough spot to begin with. They're kind of out and open exposed as well. They don't exactly have a lot of cover to work with, especially from Bigatron is going to be up behind their behinds there.
2 players down from SWAT 69, and maybe another going to be joining them from Red. 2 players from Mega as well, taken out by players from 69, so back and forth here from these teams. The play zone claims yet another life. That's 3 so far. We've seen this one, Terrence.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time as well, seeing how the circle is here, Futon, Footballers, they have one of the best position here in terms of compound. They have played long-range games here. They have the utilities to work with. They have Scar Elves, they have snipers, they have scopes all the way through here. They have the best vantage points in terms of putting every other teams outside of this zone to pit against each other into the cornerstones of the circle. So if they choose the aggressive, now is the best time for them, unless they get picked off.
Oh, Pons from Mega taken down. Stoned back with one though, but it's going to be onto Footballers instead of Tempo Storm. So no revenge coming out so far as Stoned is onto low HP. Maybe trying his hardest to get away back inside the compound, and he will survive for now. But emphasis on for now as they are leading in terms of kills. 5 kills currently for Mega, as it's going to be Ghost Killer at the top there with 2 kills and 4 players alive, potentially favored going forward.
Yep, seeing her here, 69 going to be the next team to fall off here, 10 teams, 33 alive, and this circle has been detrimental for all these teams just because of how little cover it is. So vehicles is going to be the important factor here. In this case, Tempo Storm going to be one of the first teams to actually rotate away and find the best cover to work with, but they do see a couple of gunshots being thrown their way. In this case, it's going to be Footballers once again. Like I said, one of the best vantage here. They get another for themselves as well.
Another one indeed. Tempo trying to make the rotation there into the divot with the vehicles, but they weren't expecting to have another team just on the side of them. And with that, from the flank, they're going to be losing players left, right, and centre. Estarin, they've kept quite quiet here, Terrence, so far into this matchup. Not really been a part of the action so far. They have 1 kill and only lost 1 player. Tempo still feeling the heat, though. It's Footballers to their left, it's Red to their right. It's pretty much pick your poison so far currently for them in this matchup as we're down to the last 10 teams.
Yeah, Tempo here, they're in a very tough spot right now just because they're in this choke point to begin. You can see the vehicles getting focused down from the guys from Footballers as well. And like I said, the compound is just fantastic. But this is where things are going to change a little bit here because the circle is going to force all these guys down south here. In this case, Mega Conqueror, they've left with 1 guy here as well from the side of Stone, which is kind of unfortunate there as well.
30 seconds now for Footballers to try and go south, back into the circle, and with that action,
ooh. Wow,
Tron being taken down. That was a lovely shot there from Luxy. We mentioned his caliber of skill with the snipers. I guess it transitions as well to the DMRs. It is Luxy now as well. Going to be doing more damage here with the AK. More players from Red going to be taking the count on the canvas. As it's all down to Kaldiski as the last sole remaining player here for Red, trying so desperately to stay in cover, in the bushes, and stay quietly.
Uh-oh, Luxy getting punished for his overextension here, trying to go YOLO and pick off the guys from Red, and because of that, he will lose his life. But unfortunately, by making this plays, 2 of his teammates has actually made his way into his next phase of circle, which is Zuxi and also Ryzen. So that's going to be a little bit risky play here, but they definitely risk that for the scout information to work with.
For me, I think Team Asterion have the advantage here in Game 3 on Miramar. They have the south southeastern side of the circle. No one around them as well. They have 4 players alive, but who doesn't have 4 players alive right now is Tempo, as they're going to be feeling the tempo of this game right now with Red just being so close. There's going to be action here from Chica as well, just above, as Spec is down. He has to do so much here currently for his team, and with that, Neto going over the edge, taking them both down. Down they go. That's going to be more kills coming out here for Red. Really well played for them as Tempo Storm go out in 8th.
Oh, Footballers, what a nice catch here coming from Neto Soul as well, getting 3 members off the bat here, and you can see they're getting desperate here. The circle forcing them into his next phase of circle. They have to push in. In this case, Orange Esports, they're going to be gatekeeping the guys from Footballers, and will they come on top because they've got 2-on-2 right now, knocked out, and they're getting pincered as well. Footballers going to go for the rush.
The rush indeed. Footballers here. All 4 of the members have now made it here for the action, as they're going to be trying to use the crate as cover, but it's not going to be the most effective at that, as the winners here are really going to be Orange Esports. As with that, you can see Lower Zin goes down. That's going to be Footballers out in 7th. 6 kills currently for Ghost Skiller, 4 players alive. Asterion as well, 2 kills and 4 players alive. But as I said just moments ago, with what seems to be the high ground and the best position so far in the circle.
Yep, Orange Esports here, they were caught in a tough spot here, going full all out against Footballers. But fortunately for them, Stalker was able to get 5 kills for himself. That is fantastic work coming from Orange Esports. But now, this next phase circle is going to be detrimental for everyone here. It's plain open fields, no mountain terrain, except for the guys coming from Red here. And GSK, they have 6 kills and 4 men alive. They have one of the best positions to work with just because they are have a lot of cover from all the rest of the teams here, and also in the next phase of the circle.
Bishma taking out Ghostski Gonzo. Bishma eventually going to be traded out, I believe. Yeah, that's going to be Team Insidious out in 6th. But fair play to Bishma there, staying alive for so long and actually able to capitalize a few more points there in terms of placements for his team. And now we go into a bit of a standstill here as these teams wait for whichever one is going to make their gambit, make their first move. Orange there on the right of our screens, Neto from Red, only 1 player remaining from them, 1 player from Orange. As well for Bigatron, only 1 player. It's currently really a battle of the Titans. Ghost Skiller and Asterion with 4 players alive apiece.
Yeah, everyone's just loose members left, right, front, and center just because they can't exactly predict the best position possible. And Ghost Skiller has had one of the greatest time possible. Their mountain has been contesting for quite some time, and I've talked about pushing everyone to the side of the corner. That's exactly what Ghost Skiller did into his 2-3 circles again. In this case, Gonzo will pick a fight against them now.
I mentioned Battle of the Titans, and it's about to commence. This is going to be Ghost Skiller taking out one of the players, actually 2 of the players, excuse me, from Asterion, as now they're going to be the team with only 4 players alive. But what's important here, Terrence, is the placement points for Red, Bigatron and Orange. With only 1 player remaining, they need to try and get claim of as many placement points as possible as another player goes down currently for Asterion. Orange Stalker as well, just hiding inside the smoke, and with that he's going to gain more placement points for his team as Red go out in 5th.
Dude, Orange Esports Stalker, he's all by himself. He's got himself 2 more kills and he's trying to frag as much as possible. But now we're down to this final 8 here alive. And Stalker, he gets another one. How is he able to do it? But unfortunately to say, with that punish there, Lunatic will clutch him off the bat.
Ghost Skiller in the open. They weren't expecting Ryzen there from Bigatron to take down 2 of the players. My goodness, what's going on here? As he tries to finish them off for the more kill points. Instead, that the trades come out. We're down to these 2 teams right now. Asterion in a 2 versus 1. One of the players, though, from Ghost Skiller are down. So potentially, he can try his best here to get the clutches. He's going to be trying his hardest to traverse around the divot there he has. Just a slight ledge to look over. But he's going to have the headshot angle there coming out from the crate from Kosi. And he's going to be the opener. This is going to be it. Surely this is the win. There it is. Asterion Lunatic goes down. Ghost Skiller take map 3 on Miramar and go forward to the next one, which is Erangel.
Yeah, definitely here. Fantastic stuff here as well. I like how Ghost Skiller was able to get those kind of positionings that they had. Very similar to Sanhok as well. And starting from game number 2, you can see a little bit of a shift in terms of strategy coming from them. And it's working out since game 2. And now finally taking the first chicken dinner for themselves, which is not Mega Conqueror, of course. And now let's take a look at the highlights here.
Let's take a look at it indeed. For me, though, the highlight definitely was Stalker from Orange, getting 2 extra placement points for his team and more kills as well, as we said. We saw there was a player down from Asterion just in front of him. He stood up trying to get that final kill, just trying to get that final point, but couldn't quite manage it.
Yeah, based on the circle as well, the map, you can see
So
a lot
difficult.
of these teams were kind of struggling to actually rotate in towards the next phase of the circle. Everyone was trying to find where's the best padding possible. Unfortunately to say, a lot of teams, especially from Ghost Skiller here, they were one of the first teams to actually enter to the first phase circle. They have the compound here as well to actually loot up in terms of economy. And look at this, you see, they were super aggressive in all this place here. And I talked about how they were able to make this kind of aggressive plays, which force a lot of teams to just go around the entire map instead of just congested on the south side. And because of that, all these teams will kind of focus on each other. And Ghost Hero was one of the biggest masterminds in this game, just because they had that vantage point to pit every other team, to kind of push them away and pit the other teams against each other, which was very nicely done for them.
It's very true, actually. I think as well, what's important to mention is we see him on our screens right now, Mega, the game they had in terms of the unlucky situation they found themselves in with the location of the circles, obviously the plane being south, the circles continually going up north, and they had to make such an awkward traverse all the way towards the eastern edge of the circle. They had to fight versus Omen Elite, which they did win, fair enough. Yeah. And then they had to win versus Team I&D, and that's where they fell stuck.
This one as well, the northern section of the circle as well, Footballists had one of the best compounds to work with here. They were just pitting everybody with their compound.
Okay, hi. We're getting thrown in on this one, so this is some good times. You guys can take a seat and go relax. But you know who's not relaxing right now? It's the man you can find on Instagram at @MustacheDave_.
Oh, yeah.
This team, his dark horse.
You know, he
got
called
shout
it.
out. You can pay me my
He's
money
over
later.
there. He's over there.
You
He's
can pay me my money later. They got chicken dinner. They got a coach. They got chicken dinner. They've been able to take match number 3. And, hey, they got to be happy about that because finally a team, besides Mega Conquerors, has been able to win.
Yeah, that's a big plus. We got a new team in the mix with a chicken dinner there.
Yeah.
Not everyone else is starving anymore, which is real nice.
Just the 14 other teams.
Just the 4. Yeah. They've got time. They've got time, right?
There's still some scraps on the table. But yeah, I have to say, Ghost Skiller, they did well, but they did get shifted on towards the late game. It was such a difficult end game to play. It was so open. There was really not that much to do, and getting the circle gave them such a massive advantage. Congratulations for capitalizing on it, but they need to show consistency when it doesn't go that way.
So we'll go into depth about the team and obviously how things played out. Let's actually take a look at the standings first to see how it shaped up for all the teams out there, just to kind of see how the points might have shifted some things. And there you see, Ghost Skilla getting first place, getting 30 total points. But there's also a lot of teams in there that were not really seen. Victory 5, unfortunately, being knocked out in 15th place.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but a team that I was talking about during the game as well is consistently appearing near the top, Asterian Myth. Again, they managed to get 17 points on board, and they're consistently, getting towards the end game, which, quite frankly, could be enough to try and get you towards those top spots, especially if you're hitting those above sort of 15-point averages. That's going to be phenomenal for your position to move forwards to those top 3.
Yeah, but it's interesting they come in 4th place here. I mean, they were actually the second place team here versus Ghost Skiller, but it's Orange and Bigatron are coming up huge at the moment with 2 fantastic players on either side. On Orange, you've got Stalker, who's been doing mad work all day.
Incredible.
And on Bigatron, you've got Luxy John.
Oh, this guy popped off. We saw the shots he was able to land across the way with just like an instant peek, and bang, Luxy hits the head. Beautiful stuff. You can see why Bigatron's near second.
Well, on Bigatron in particular, talking about Luxy, like if you're asking for an all-around player, team player, it's got to be him, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, listed as a sniper player at the moment, but this guy's playing support, he's playing assault for the team. It's ridiculous the shots he's hitting with the snipers on board or just the DMRs that he's got available to him on Miramar there. I mean, this guy is really frightening on Miramar, especially because it's a massive DMR map. And when he can just unleash that amount of hot leads over to a team really quickly and take them down. And I mean, he was the sole reason that Ryzen and Zuxi were able to get in the circle in the first place, because he's just there shooting everyone down around them, providing the space to rotate in, just going, survive, boys, survive.
Well, let's actually take a look at the 9th through 16th place as well, because obviously you have to give some limelight to them to see how they were able to play it out. And unfortunately, teams like Synergy, who's been consistently playing well, Tempo Storm, who has been able to do well in the last match, have fallen into these positions.
I think that potentially it's something to do with the fact that this is the first time we're seeing Miramar, and Miramar being a super rotation heavy map, and it was a very difficult rotation to make as well. We'll talk about it in a minute. The fact that all of these teams are fresh into each other, they've never played on the map, I think that could be playing into what we're seeing here. The gun skill that we've seen in the previous games kind of falls by the wayside when you move it over to such a difficult strategic map.
And also the fact that we only play Miramar 3 times before we do ever 3 teams, right? So teams who maybe don't perform too well here, it's not too big of a deal considering Erangel's going to be 50% of the map's total played, which Victory 5 obviously be going their way. Party Gaming, Icy Baby, I know you can hear me, but your dark horse is just still not looking too good at the moment.
Kind of limping at the moment, really.
It's definitely with one foot in the grave on death's door. But again, it's only been 3 matches, right? We still have 15 to come. Let's actually take a look now at the overall standings. That's what we want to see, right? That's the juicy bit of how this is going to turn out. We need to only see 3 teams getting through into the global finals.
God.
And at the moment, Go Skilla, Mustache Dave, you got to be happy about them. 2nd place.
43 points with that chicken dinner, sending themselves up. But it was, you got to remember, 30 points just from that one previous game. The consistency at the moment needs to have a little bit of work. 13 points from 2 games is not good enough to see you into those top 3. Not to stay there anyway. So they do need to buck their ideas up.
So wait, they had 5 kills and 8 placement points before that last game, if I'm not mistaken. If that works out correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also 4th lowest kills here, despite being in 2nd place, just on the first page, that is, at least. So it's a little bit interesting going forward, just looking that alone on itself. Mega Esports, they're going far forward, and I think the cool thing to how to really gauge a team, whether they're doing well, is like how in accordance is the kill points to the winner points. And looking at that with 2 chicken dinners on board, 42 winner points to kill points at 32, like it's a 10-point difference. It is insanely well. If they can keep that up, they'll have a really nice average score going forward, which should keep them towards the top of the standings, but they can't slip up now.
Right, exactly. And on that point, the fact of at the end of the last match, they were 31 points in the lead. And in this match, still 31 points in the lead. So the gap hasn't lengthened, but they also didn't have as great performance on Miramar that they had previously.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see that. I mean, they've hit almost a 25-point average per game, which is absolutely huge. You know, that's the sort of scores that we see towards the top of the regional stages, at the top of the table in general for this score system, is around that 25-point average is phenomenal, and more than likely, if you hit it towards the end, we'll see you at the top spot.
I still think this team has a lot of confidence on board, though, because there is a specific rotation from them quite early. Now, with Graveyard, Picardo still in the map area, that's just open ground through Graveyard. You can't traverse through there. Picardo's just a massive cliff. There's no way you get any vehicles with it, so you have to go either hard east or hard west. Now, Mega hold very far down on the hard east side and wait for Omen to make their rotation. They waited a very long time for them to make it. Obviously, they knock Wi-Fi with the Blues pushing. They have to move at that point. And I think that's a little bit of overconfidence on their side. They could have taken a really good spot within the actual circle itself, gone up to El Azahar, maybe tried to pick off Asterian Myth earlier on and try to take a position that they took. And they'd have a much better time on Miramar there and potentially even propelled themselves further into the future of this tournament.
I think one thing we can say, not to kind of counterpoint you there, is I think Mega Conquerors have earned the right to be overconfident.
Absolutely,
with winning 2 chicken dinners.
Undeniably, yeah, absolutely do.
Yeah, for sure. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, and we'll obviously see if they can maybe take another one throughout the day. But let's take a look at 9th through 16th place in the overall standings. These are the teams who really need to start stepping up. Obviously, it's only the first day. It's only been 3 matches, but you know what? There's only 15 left to go over the course of the next 2 days and, of course, the remainder of today. But they need to start getting to win footballists. I mean, they had a decent placing in that last game, but they still fell in ranking.
This is the thing, right? Like, they do need to step it up. They have been getting pretty even kill points to their placement points, but it's just sometimes they're not getting those firefights that they want. They're not quite in the right spot ever. And hitting, you know, not too many, like 12, less than, what is it? 26 divided by 3. Can't do that in my head quickly. But
12?
It's, no.
Nope. I can't do math either. I should just shut up.
It's around, it's like 8.7.
It's like 8 point, yeah, 8 point something. And that's not the sort of scorelines. Talking the top 3, we've seen it in the regional stages over and over again, is you want to be breaking around that 13-point average to hit that top 3 spot. That's really sort of the cutoff that these teams are looking for. Early days, as we say, but you want to get your foot in the door early on.
I do want to say this, though. That we did have one outlier. I'm not trying to undercut anything. We did have one outlier when it came to the South Asia regional finals we did. Because you had Team IND, who got 52 kills over 18 games and were 14th place overall in kills, but their placement points were that good, they were still able to qualify. But I think at this kind of stage, with this kind of level of competition, you can't have that happen and expect to break top 3.
It's weird in a way, because with South Asia Regional Finals, we played 18 matches, and you mentioned this earlier as well. I think it was in the first death segment where you were saying that
you were listening?
Yeah, obviously, listen to my boy. Obviously, most finals they play for 10 games, so it was an even longer standard. Now, I was thinking about this before, and IND is a very consistent team. Giving them 18 games to prove that consistency through and get those placement points could be what they need to propel them to the front. If we play 10 games in the prelims, you have much more opportunity for wildcard teams like Footballers, Asterian Syrian Myth to get to the top just with huge chicken dinner wins. So I think that if IND can bring it up a bit in the next 3 games, potentially they have a chance here.
But you've got to remember as well, they qualified in 5th place coming out of the South Asia region.
There's no 5th place here.
There is no 5th place here. Of course, it was 2 direct invites for South Asia, 3 prelim invites from South Asia, so they hit that 5th place. You need 2 more, and you need quite a few more points on board, so those kills might just prove lacking.
Well, speaking of kills, let's actually take a look at our kill leader from that last match as well. We had 3 people from Mega Conqueror be there in the first 2 games, and we're only going to have 2 this time. But again, Stone going to be leading the way with 11. Actually, I guess this is overall, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was from last match, but it's overall. He's still in first place, though, at 11. You can see Online at 9th and Wujian at 8. So we still have kind of the same 3 in there, but a couple of new players starting to step up.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the countdown there, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. It's pretty nice and close at the top. No surprise to see Mega there.
No, but what's more interesting for me is that Orange currently don't have a chicken dinner, right? Yet you've got Stalker here with an average survival time of 21 minutes. And you're looking at Mega, who have made it into 2 chicken dinners. Stalker making it to the end, pretty much towards the end each time with 10 kills.
Yeah.
This guy is really putting Orange on his back right now, right in the backpack, and pushing them forward through these games.
But he did, I believe, get, 8 kills in that last game alone. So it's going to be real tricky for him to try, that's consistency that we're talking about. You can pop off, but you need to do it time and time again.
Well, that's something we kind of mentioned when we talked about, the South Asia region. Obviously, going back to that because we were there just a couple weeks ago.
That we were.
Is the fact the momentum you get, right? That confidence you get from like that one big play or that one victory, it can kind of really carry over into the game. So maybe for him, that's a spark they need to get that fire going, right?
Maybe. We'll see if they're able to pick it up. Of course, we've got 3 more games today coming through, so it should be exciting to see what Stalker can do. Such a dominant force, and in scrims, I think I saw him do a 1v2v2 on his own and win, and it was phenomenal. So there's a lot to be seen from this guy.
You were going crazy at that point.
I was popping off.
You were wild.
Popping off almost as much as he was.
Yeah, I was like, wait, leave that for tomorrow on the cast.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we still have at least 5 days to go of the global prelims into finals as well. But one kind of thing I want to go on to is the idea of the scrims teams were kind of feeling each other out a little bit. Obviously not trying to show too much. Now that you've had 3 matches done and dusted, do you go into these next 3 to start to adapt, or do you just say, all right, let's keep playing the way we want to play, let's keep dropping where we want to drop, and then go into tomorrow as your big switch up? I think maybe it depends on ranking, like on standings?
Today, you stick to your guns, you try and develop your game plan a little bit, you don't make any major changes on the fly. If you do, I mean, you can, it's a big risk is the point that I'm trying to make if you do that. Overnight, it's a little bit easier. You've got the whole evening to prepare, you can practice in the morning, you come in early, brush your teeth early, wash your face, get in, get some practice on board with the next 3s and make sure that you're feeling it out. Because of course, remember that a lot of these players aren't used to playing with the next 3, so they have to try and figure all of that out. I know a lot of the NA teams play on different devices, and that is an adaptation that you do have to make, and it's not to be passed up. So tomorrow I think we're going to see a lot sort of cleaner play, maybe coming in from NA in particular, but across the board picking it up. I've been BMing NA a lot. I do love them, really. I
mean, I am from the US, but I'm a little bit sad because obviously got to hang out with them. I know Mustache Dave and I were like, we went and got massages with Omen Ali and Chica from Temple Store.
Where's my invite?
You guys weren't here yet.
Oh,
you guys were still flying. So if I could have taken you off the plane and brought you over for a massage,
that's fair.
It would have happened.
I'll accept that excuse. That's fair enough.
I am going to counter what you just said before, though. Come back from the massage. I'm not going to counter you with a massage, but I'm going to counter what you were saying before about the adaptability.
Never lucky.
So I think teams are already adapting. Like, we've seen a Syrian Myth go from very, very aggressive to a little bit more cautious, especially in that last game. You've gone from Synergy E, who've been making rapid rotations and almost like throwing the games towards the end. I mean, not throwing, they played really well so far, but Strider, there's a misplay there. There was a misplay on Erangel as well with a 4-man advantage. But on this map, I was really impressed with the rotation they made on the western side past El Pozzo. Now, that was really interesting to me because INS was actually waiting for them and they were trapping a lot of teams, creating sort of a traffic jam at the top. Synergy E decide, you know what, we know a team's going to be up there. We don't have to take the fight, which is what they usually would do. Immediately go over to the eastern side and they switch positions with INS. With INS was gatekeeping them before, Synergy E walked straight through the gate, erect one of their own, and now they've got a gatekeep for INS instead. It was really, really interesting play, and I love to see it. So I think there are teams adapting on the fly right now, but whether it keeps happening and you become so malleable that you don't really have any style of your own at that point, I think that could be a detriment to you further down in the tournament.
Well, speaking of interesting plays, We have new technology. I know we used it in the last game. We're going to use it yet again. John Allen, you have something you want to show us. It's a little bit of a difference this time. We're not going to watch something that happened in game. We're going to watch the mini-map or something.
Yeah, we're going to take a look towards the end game. It was a lot of open ground that these teams had to vie for. They had to try and, take control of what was essentially like tiny little ridge lines.
I mean, Ryzen is in a
started off
bush.
with a few compounds. It started off with a few hills on board. But towards the end, it really did sort of start to become a little bit chaotic.
Well, let's
and
get into this. Let's throw it up on the screen. Let's
Show
go ahead
it.
and take a look at what's going down and get to use a telestrator with those lovely fingers to show us.
So you can
what's
see
going
at the
on.
moment, the team that I want to highlight here, of course, our winners down on this side. It's Ghost Skiller. You can see that at the moment they have the southwestern side. You've also got Biggitron just to the northwestern as well. You can see Luxy is taking these fights, and as soon as the Red Canids start to move in, they can start to send on through as well. They've got Party Game at the back as well to worry about, but as they go through, of course, it does start to speed up. It shrinks, it pushes forwards. Ghost Skiller still have dominant position down on that southwestern side, but the hillside on the northwest, that's really where a lot of action's happening. Synergy E trying to take that fight as Red Canids start to move in along that ridgeline, and they go for the fight with footballers towards the center. But as soon as Synergy E are wiped, this is the position that Tempo are trying to edge guard from. You can see they try and push up, and they managed to make the 3 line on in as Red Canids give them the ground that they were looking for. All of the teams at the moment trying to just push through this open ground. You can see how passive they're being. They don't really want to take fights because there's so many sight lines. I know they only have to fight when they have to. Obviously, the compound that footballists have at the moment is kind of the exception there to move on through. If we just scrub through a little bit further, as the next circle pops, you can see this is the first of the hard shifts that came in towards the end. And you've got a lot of rotations that need to happen from that northern side. You've got BTR who need to come in down here. Tempo, they kind of have no way to get through. They are blocked off on pretty much every single angle, and the Red Canids, as well as footballers, have to push in on those lines. The mega squad over to the east, they need to push on through as well. So it's really tricky for everyone to make those rotations. But you can see this is where Luxy starts to take the fight across all the teams to the east. And he says, as you say, survive.
Literally all the teams.
Get on through. Ryzen and Zuxi are going to be just rolling it on through. They get ahead of the rotation from Ghost Skiller here and make it happen there, as well as Bishma, as they start to push on through. He does go down in the fight, but by this time they have a ridge and they can start to guard up on the north. Red Canids battle it out with Tempo, come out on top, as well as the teams over in the northeast just wiping each other out. Orange have their representative Stalker, and this is where the shift comes through. Look at where Ghost Skiller have been the whole time, right? Look at how much they've had to move. Right from here, they've moved up, just a little bit, and then the circle goes to them again. This is what I'm talking about, given the advantage, right? They've just had to move pretty much nothing, and they keep pushing. They get the zone again. Styrian have to push, and that's pretty much the death sentence. Gives them the win.
Well, you know what? Your finger skills are fantastic. I swear you must have been a pianist at some point in your life, either this life or the previous life. But you know what? It's enough from us here on the desk. Let's head over to Icy Baby, who has an interview with our winners. Go Skilla.
Thank you so much for everyone here, and of course, amazing analysis here coming from John. I like that here coming in towards the breakdown here. And of course, here with me, I have Aldik here from Ghost Killer, and they finally got himself a chicken dinner. And how are you feeling here, Aldik?
It's unbelievable feeling right now. I have a little bit nervous because it's our first major trophy like Club Open. We was so nervous.
Okay, I see that here, but you know, I've got to ask this here because 2 games in a row we saw Mega Conqueror just stomping their way through the first 2 games here. But I saw a couple of shifts in your gameplays coming from Ghost Killer. One of the biggest shifts here was, I think John as well as Blank was talking about towards the gameplays of coming from Ghost Killers. You guys were third-partying a lot of teams in the map with Sanhok. And also in this game as well, in the Miramar as well, you guys were just taking aggressive and long-range fights with all the early stages here. I feel like, what kind of strategies or changes have you guys made here? Because I'm pretty sure you guys have made some kind of plans after game number 1 today.
Because in the game number 1, we played not our game.
Okay.
We have a little bit nervous because this was our first game in this land measure. But we improved. We make hard, like was speak after the first game with the guys. Like we need to improve, we need to play our game, we need to play more aggressive. So you can see how it's being in the Miramar map. So we try to play our game.
Okay, I like that. And at the same time as well, I've heard rumors as well, you guys got a new coach, I believe, though?
Yeah.
How did the coach actually help you guys as well, in general, in your team? Does it help? Like, this is a general question, I guess.
After all of games, we all, with the coach or with the guys, we all standing together and talk about our strategy, about our mistakes in this game. So we think about it and just have a, how to say, just play it our game.
Okay, last but not least here, before we close things off here, top 3 toughest team for you guys.
For me, it's in this prelims.
Yes, in this prelims.
This is Storm team, BTR, Bigetron, and our friends from Russia or from Ukraine, Astana Mid.
Okay, that's going to be your top 3 here as of now, but congratulations to you as well. Finally, in the overall standings, is push you guys into the top 2 here, just right below Mega Conquer, but looking forward to see more games coming from you guys from Rowdy, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
We're going to be taking a short break as of now, but as of now here, my name is ICBaby12, and this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Preliminaries rounds. 3 games has passed, there are going to be more games to come. So as of now, stay tuned, stick around.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Hey, it's an illusion. It's all an act. We're back here with the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. We build up. Thank you. Build up into the global finals, kicking off the 29th of November. And of course, the title sponsor of Vivo. Now again, joining me back on the desk for the last time today. I'm a little bit sad to say that.
We've got another one after the game.
Yeah, true. the last game here on the desk, but I'm sad to say that. But I'm also happy to say that because we get to get you back commentating as well. So we're at the halfway point. We're halfway through the day. What has stood out to you? What's been your big highlight?
Big highlight?
Your big highlight.
Big highlight?
Give me your small highlight and then your big highlight.
So my low light?
No, that's not a small highlight.
Come on, a low light is
you're
a
really
negative.
fuzzing the waters here.
Yeah.
What?
You let us down here. John, you go. You show them how it's done.
Nico triple kill.
Is which one?
Is that your low light?
Both. It was so great. I'll be honest, it was so great. Detonator pushing out. They were a little bit overzealous there. They thought, okay, it's 1 versus 3. How bad can it go? Turns out, pretty badly. That's definitely my big highlight.
Okay.
And your small highlight. You don't get a big one. You get a small one.
I get a small. Definitely Ryzen, just in the bush on Miramar, getting a double on the Ghost skill. I was like, "You're in the bush, dude. What's going on? You can't do that. That's not allowed."
Why'd you get American?
Did I?
Because I don't know, but you can't do that either.
Can I not do that?
You're disallowed from that.
Oh, dude. Can I get a seal of approval on the American side?
So moving on, we're going into our 4th match of the day, but for the first time today, we're going to see a map twice. Erangel coming up now. We had Mega Conquer obviously take the first time on it, and they obviously took the second chicken dinner in match 2. But what are we looking for? We had a 25-minute break. Thank you, by the way, to all the audience, all of you watching out there for letting us have that break because we definitely needed some time to get some grub in us. And I think some of the teams needed that time to talk some things over because there's definitely some frustrations, I think, building.
Yeah, you can actually hear them screaming in the other room. Not screaming, so to speak, but like...
I thought that was Mustache Dave screaming like, yeah!
It normally is.
Go Skrilla!
Normally
Go Skilla, come on!
I heard slapping of death out there. I don't know if that's in victory or defeat. But there was definitely some groans and mumbles coming from the other room, just signifying like something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I think that, you know, taking that break as well will give people time to reset. I think small adjustments is going to be the name of the game coming off the back of it. No one's really going to be able to make those huge shifts and sort of break down the play extensively for their team. If it's a coach coming in, they can't sort of run the new playbook by them. They just need to alter the one they've got at the moment.
So then do you guys think going into now this second play of the match, you think Mega Conqueror should be able to take it? Or do you think that was just maybe, not necessarily a fluke, but teams are going to be able to kind of reflect on those past mistakes? Like Victory 5, they came out the gate swinging, going straight for Orange. Esports just able to kill off, I think, a player right off the bat.
Yeah, I think that the issue for Mega in the last game was that it was such a difficult rotation. And I think in general, we have to take that Miramar game with a pinch of salt because it was just so difficult for so many different teams to actually get any sort of foothold. It was this massive block of ground that you couldn't go through. It was a heavy northeastern shift on a southern plain. It was just everything was stacked against pretty much every team throughout a lot of that map. So I think that, even though Mega didn't perform in the same manner as they had previously, you can't really take that into account. I think that they are still a dominant rotational force. I think they have the gun skill to pull it off. I don't think we're going to see too much change of that today.
I'd agree. Yeah, I mean, they definitely went for that play to trap Omen Elite coming up from the east side. I liked it. I mean, I'm the opposite of an industrial cooling system because I'm a big fan. And I mean, they definitely went in.
Wait,
hang on a minute.
An industrial cooling system. You're the
you
opposite
whiffed that
of
one,
it.
I'm afraid. Because then you'd be a small fan.
Look, we got to go to the standings.
No, we don't have to go to the standings. You know what we're going to go to?
Oh my goodness.
You know what we're going to go to?
You said you were a big fan.
I was a big fan.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, quickly give me some predictions here of who you think's going to take it.
Who I think's going to take it. See, that's victory.
Okay.
Victory screeches from the room. INS.
All right.
INS.
Synergy E.
Okay, so we're going full South Asia region here.
Yeah. We're showing up.
I'm going INS. I think they've learnt it. They've got some safe rotations. Now they know where to pitch their approach. I'm a big fan.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work out. It's time now for some seamless and uninterrupted gameplay with the Vivo Next 3, and more importantly, our commentators, Alex Byfield and Icy Baby.
Thank you, Jason. I just want to say as well, quickly before I introduce as well, Blank was right. It is a big fan, the opposite of an industrial cooling system. So I've got your back there, Sander. Don't you worry. But yes, Terrence, how are we feeling about Game 4?
Well, definitely feeling excited here to see how they are going to be tackling the map of Erangel here as well. They have a little bit of experience from previous encounters here. But before we go into the game here, quick predictions here. They've pretty much jumped on the Synergy and INS here. What about you? Who's going to take
Mega,
this game?
yeah, okay, I'll try to take it slower. Let me have a think.
Okay.
Obviously, Mega Game 1 and Game 2 looking so strong. Footballers in Game 2, that was on Sanhok. Yeah, I think Synergy makes sense. Obviously, they came top 3 in the first map on Erangel just earlier on. But for me, obviously, we're going to have different playing paths, different circles. It comes down to which team's going to adapt on the fly. But I think Mega or maybe one of the teams from South Asia as well. Maybe, I'm going to throw in a curveball. INS. I think I'm actually going to be agreeing there with the likes of Blank once again.
Okay, it looks like I'm going to be the lone standing here. I think Bigatron Raiden is going to take this game.
Really? They haven't had the best start here so far. That's one of the interesting
That's
factors.
the thing. You know, we talk about the breaks, right? Remember how we say like, hey, we need an exit 30-minute break here for us to take a chill pill. Same goes for players starting out here.
Okay,
this is the
enough.
moment here for them to shine. If they get their momentum back, they're back in the action here as being one of the best from Southeast Asia. But if no, yeah, there's a they're not making it global.
Why do you think they've struggled so far? I mean, it's only been 3 games, I know, but obviously touted before the game actually started, or the day actually started, excuse me, in scrims leading up to the event, it was all Bigatron being bigged up by all the teams. Has it been a potential too much pressure on their shoulders? Have they slipped off, or were they underestimating the competition here at Prelims?
Well, it might be that, but at the same time, I feel like a quick one here would be because they were on the highlights most of the times. They have more things to study about them rather than any other teams. I feel like it's more like all the other teams here just playing here has adapted and studied the situation and kind of have like a very good insight of how Bigatron's play style and just play around that here. In this case, Synergy did come out on top against them previously in the map of Sanhok. But before that, let's talk about game number 4 here, because why this is going to be the map of Erangel. You can see the flight path heading from the western side, but a pretty balanced flight path, I guess, passing towards the middle side, ending it towards the Pubg. So all these teams, we won't see like a great shift in the first few circle here. So what are your thoughts here? What do you think about the team style?
I think watching back from Game 1, I rewatched the starting, see what the drops were. For me, the best drops were actually from footballers out and around towards apartments. And the 2-2 split, we spoke about it a bit on Miramar. We didn't see the 2-2 loot split on Miramar for obvious reasons. The idea being it's the first game, their teams are scared because they don't know which team's going to be dropping where. Because of that, they stay together as a unit. However, Game 2 on Erangel, we can see as well footballers now going towards the eastern side of apartments. You split 2 for 2, get the best loot possible, and you have the highest chance of being the center of the circle because you are so centralized. I think it works so well. However, with the plane now going directly through the center, maybe now teams can go to where they usually do drop. Because last time we saw 3 teams in Georgia Pool, and it seems similar here once again, Terrence. Going to see it happen, deja vu.
Oh, wow. Yeah, speaking of contestment spots as well, you know, everyone's going to be dropping towards their usual spots here. But like you said, Georgia Poll always contested from the side of Omen, Detonator, and also Party Gaming, his in the vicinities of Georgia Poll. And I feel like all these teams, they tend to struggle a little bit just because they have to deal with each other before actually making their first rotation here. But seeing how the circle is favoring the western side here, I think they can take a little bit of a chill pill here to figure out what's the best strategy and loot up a little bit way more compared to any other teams here.
I mean, just on our screens before that was Party Gaming, as you said, and they've really had growing pains so far in the prelims, losing 3 players to the play zone in Game 3 on Miramar, maybe being too tentative to go for those early rotations, potentially lacking confidence, which hopefully they can start to make up for here on Game 4. As you said, the circle goes western.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, we see a couple clips here coming from IND, who's always dropping those very pure in quarry here. They love to get camp towards the southwest corner of the bridge here. But here, we see SWAT and also SGE actually getting contested for the vicinities of Lipovka here. And this is my first time seeing Synergy getting forced out.
Saw a player actually being downed early, missed it. There we go, we have it now. It's going to be Maxon from Red. And look at this from Team IND. They're trying their hardest to capitalize here on the fact they're a player down. However, only 2 minutes in terms of loot, if there is more teams, or excuse me, players here from the team of Team Red, this could be quite a nefarious situation. But yeah, very easy here from Kratos with the M4 to finish the job onto Maxon. That's going to be the first player going out from Red. And as you saw there, IND with the first blood.
Yeah, I like this play coming from IND. It's pretty textbook coming from them as well. Coming from the South Asian qualifiers coming in here, they'll be using the same strategy over and over again here. So teams tentatively need to dodge the western bridge, especially those heading to the military base here, because the IND has been doing that for quite some time now. And because of that, they always get gatekeep. And in this case here, let's hold that top for now because Lipovka with SWAT.
Whoa, Synergy going down just like that. It's going to be Austin X out immediately, the second player so far in this game. And what a juxtaposition we've seen from Miramar, where the action actually started to take off fairly early here. Obviously, Synergy touted to be potentially the favourites from even myself and Blank. Over things aren't looking too good early on.
I didn't expect Synergy to get contested by SWAT 69 all the way through in Lipovka, and because of that, they forced out the position as well. We saw Major Alpha getting literally ditching the entire vicinity, just getting some kind of loot here, maybe trying to hit themselves towards Milta Power here. But Synergy, I feel like they definitely need to pick this up here. Like you said, early start here, they lose one manpower here. They pretty much lose that expendable force to actually throw off one guy as a scout to try and gather those information here. And because of that, I'm a little bit worried for the next few phases circle, but however, towards the vicinities of Pachinki, we see Tempo Storm going to be conquering the middle of them all, and for them to rotate in the circle, it's pretty much a well-centered one as well for them, so it's going to be a great start for them.
Yeah, maybe not so great for the teams towards the east. I mean, specifically SWAT 69, Synergy, who've already lost a player early. The point as well I've got to ask here, Terrence, is how are some of these teams able to rotate through Potato Hill? We see where Asterion is in the central part of the map in the eastern side of the circle. You've got also Ghost Killer as well just above them. It's going to be so awkward to get inside that circle unless they go all the way northern around shooting range.
Well, that's going to be a little bit tough here, but fortunately, based on the terrain there as well, we have a lot of mountain terrains in the Ruins district here, so they have the cover that actually rotate and push towards Ruins and then exiting towards the outskirts of Gatka. So fortunately for them, they can kind of make it to the first phase circle, but I feel like the factor that is going to be tough for them is after the second or third phase circle that comes in. But you can see Tempo Storm here, they take a rather early rotation to the next phase of circle. Just 5 minutes into the game here, they're already looted like barely almost the entire vicinity of Pochinki. They're already trying to contest those terrain spots here, who's going to be in the quarry potentially here, just for those kind of vantage points to try and scout out information. In this case, INS Joker did hear these rotations coming in from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, they heard it, but as you mentioned just moments ago, being in the center of the circle inside Gatka, there's no reason to shoot, give away your location. Instead, they have the information scouted, they can keep it to themselves and know there's going to be a team towards the south of them now inside a compound, which therefore means if the circle does go south, they have to be wary about clearing out those compounds.
Yeah, I like how Tempo Storm is just switching up their pace right now compared to the previous games here. Just like instead of just blindly looting here, they're actually taking a skill period to scout out any kind of rotations coming from the rest of the teams here to get those informations and predict roughly where the rest of the teams are going to be potentially in the next phase of circle. So this is exactly what they're doing here. They're splitting up their forces here. They're going to be setting up extra to scout out ahead for the rest of the teams here. They're going to go for a 3-1 strategy coming from Tempo Storm, and I feel like they're starting to show a little bit more of a strategical play which they need to overcome their obstacles here. But however, Omen here, Carnage actually getting picked off.
Yeah, he's going to be picked back up though, so he's going to be fine for now. Obviously in the last game, Omen Elite suffered heavily from the location of the circles when they landed southern and the circles went northern and they died for the rotations against Mega at the start of the game. Instead, here they are actually towards the center of the circle, going to be rotating towards just above of Gatka. So they are going to be in close proximity of Team INS, who we've seen many times so far in this game.
Well, currently, after this, here are some stats for you guys here from side of Omen. We have Zute with 377 average damage done throughout the game here, so he's pretty much the fragger from the side team for coming from Omen. However, let's hold that thought for now. Here we see Futsal's compound getting contested coming in from Estra.
Asterion now spotting out a few of the players. I think there was only 2 there in the compound to the left. And actually, all the 4 players from Footballers are going to be situated in the same compound. They haven't gone for a loot split or anything of that so far. Instead, they got their loot early. And here they are now together as a team. And you can see Asterion, they know there's a team inside this compound. And they're not going to fight it off just yet. Instead, going to be tentative to pull the trigger.
Yeah, speaking of triggers here, I feel like they have to take a chill here. Esther, and they know there's a team here in towards football this year, and they may choose to actually contest a compound. We know how important having those kind of vicinities here to go for advantage here, and like how OK is using a very unusual picking spot here to try and go for the shots here. However, his only iron sights here doesn't have those long-range scopes to take this kind of fights this early stage of the game. It's only 7 minutes of the game here, and this is what I'm talking about. If you do not have those long-range fights here, scopes here, this is not going to be beneficial for any of these teams though.
Yeah, Footballers trying to use the third person angle as best as possible, just proning by the window and scouting towards the hills. Instead, not going to find any information as of yet. Now with the map here as well, Terrence, your favourites for this game, Bigatron, not only do they have to cross the bridge towards Team IND, they also may run into more players from Red on military base.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for that as well because IND, they've been camping towards the bridge time for quite some time as well. And off the previous scene as well, we saw how Synergy, they had to make a little bit pit stop to stock up some utilities for the next following fight because they were contested in Lipovka, which was fantastically done for them. But fortunately for them, will they be able to prevail in the next phase circle? Because right now, you can see Asterion, they're still contesting the guys from a footballers.
They are indeed. Issue as well for footballers. They've done well in the early few games, but they haven't had a chicken dinner as of yet. Coming from Europe, obviously the teams that like to fight. And speaking of fight, one of the players there, Leon from Orange, going out immediately from the far-ranged M4 spray there from Loki. This is going for a second one as well. Stalker's down onto 5% HP. And actually going to get out of the vehicle and try and heal behind it. As he can just spot out the foot there from Leon. He's going to be scrambling to try and get behind cover here. But there is none. The bushes may try and hide the vision and the angle. But now Foot going to be on foot as they try to cross the plane here and get a better position inside the center of the circle.
That was an insane shot coming from Lobby, coming in from Asterion here, picking off the guys from Orange Esports, and that was a really great spray here. However, Orange Esports, they have a little bit of vehicles to work with, and I see Leon is going to get finished off from the side of Asterion here. And Stalker, they try to go for a save, but unfortunately won't be able to do so. And you can see the tires are pretty much exposed as well from the side of Asterion, and they are going to try and pop those tires away from Orange Esports to take away their utilities.
But Terrence, because footballers has rotated as we saw just moments ago, actually now Asterion could push forward unguarded. However, Gonzo is gone as he does try to push forward. Going to be caught off guard by Mega as they do find one here from the likes of Ghost Skiller. And now they're down player as well. They may try and capitalize as they take down another. That's 2 players down now currently as the grenade comes in. It looks picture perfect and it should be to take him out behind the tree. And down he goes. It's going to be our 4th player eliminated here so far. 16 teams still alive, but maybe not for long. Although players from Ghost Skiller are going to be fighting back here versus Mega. It's going to be 2 versus 1 in terms of kills.
Oh, Online 24 with the flag as well to punish Aldic for exposing his position for quite some time. And will they be able to prevail here? But you see the smokes are being tossed from side Mega Conqueror here. They want to stock up some utilities. And it seems to me, Mega Conqueror, they will be the victors in this fight against Ghost Skiller here.
Yeah, they're just going to be cutting their losses here and then rotating away from the action. Ghosty, I believe he has another teammate with him as well. Yeah, 2 of the players right now are going to be killed off from Ghost Skiller. It's just going to be Nicola, who is downed actually. So Ghosty going to be the only player remaining here for Ghost Skiller early on.
And speaking of Richard, they have to back off here. And at the same time here, like you said as well, Cause OSE here is pretty much the only guy left. He doesn't exactly have mats to work with, and I'm a little bit worried for Ghost Killer considering they got the chicken dinner in previous games. And without this kind of match here, I'm worried, will they have that insurance policy? Because right now, they have to use it. Will they tank a circle and actually kind of heal themselves and play the placement points? And I feel like without those mats to work with here, Ghost Killers might be one of the first team to get kicked out right off the bat.
Speaking of teams being kicked out, right now Bigatron being kicked out of the circle as we set it up just a few minutes ago where we said the rotation for Bigatron to go up through military base and around just south of Pachinki. They're going to run into players from Red and they already lose one early. Victory 5 here, spot up Major Alpha in the sights of their weaponry as they're going to be going for the spam on the spray and on the trigger. Major Alpha though seems to be able to get inside that divot there in the hill and heal up.
Oh, nicely done here coming from Victory 5, scout out the guys from Synergy. And because of that, they will take away a vehicle in terms of mobility here. I mean, you see this here, they actually want to try and pick him off. They know he's all by himself, and it seems to me they want to finish off the guys from Synergy.
Yeah, they're trying to work out where Major Alpha went. Obviously, the car has been parked, so he's going to be on foot somewhere in the middle of the mountains. He is inside the circle, though, so he can survive for a further few seconds as it starts to dwindle in. On our screens now as well, Red. What was really interesting to see was the split in terms of rotation from Red. We saw Kowski go on the military base bridge, whereas the rest of his 3 teammates went towards south of Pachinki, splitting the team up, which I didn't really agree with, but now they are together.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Red Canids, they had an understanding here that IND is going to be pretty much camping them on the western bridge, right? And because of that, they took all their own sweet time before actually pushing in. But as soon as IND moves away from the spot, that was pretty much the opening for them to actually cross the bridge. However, in terms of information-wise here, they're going to rely on Kowalski here to try and scout out the information, but they've already lost two members in the process. So that's going to be a worrisome fight here coming from the guys from Red.
Team IND, you can see on the western side of the circle, basically they're alone on that half if we split it directly from top to bottom, but more teams are slowly starting to shift there on their vehicles. Oh, speaking of vehicles, Detonator's going to be spotting out players from Victory 5 in their vehicles. My goodness, that's going to be the roadkill there. Detonator's a player down. They're trying to go for the reimbursement there with the M4, but they're trying to connect the bullets. They just can't quite get it.
Brutal, savage, wreck. That's going to be the cruelest kill of the entire day itself here. But at the same time, we are seeing a lot of teams here going to be forced out into the opens of Gatka themselves here. This is going to be a lot of open fields to work with, and I feel like the vehicles department is super important, especially to form up barricades. And you can see V5 is going to be one of those teams going to be focusing on that as well, where they're trying to find the best spot. Same goes for Bigatron Raid 8 as well, and they're trying to maybe potentially set themselves in towards the chopsticks sewage, the drain area here, or maybe even secure themselves the mountain terrain. And I feel like they may or may not capitalize on the vantage points here, considering that, like you said as well, they were so far into his Novo and they just arrived in the circle. They don't exactly have much information to work with. So right now, Zuxi is going to be trying to scout out ahead here.
Yeah, it seems like Red and Bigatron were about to lock horns. Instead, they're just going to be going towards separate parts of the map, maybe scouting out the information and seeing players behind the rock. Ooh, they're actually going to go for this fight. They can see the vehicles there are parked. They're going to be wary, though, as there may be players inside the compound just on their right. But right now, it's going to be Tempo Storm versus Mega. We see 3 players here from Mega. I'm not sure if they lost a player earlier on. They have actually. Rod Fiat is down, so it's going to be a 3 versus 4 here. Tempo have the advantage. It's going to be coming from 2 different angles as well. 2 here from the rear, and then 2 from the front as well, as it's going to be Stone caught in the open. Now 2 players from Mega remaining. It's going to be Pons as one of them, as they're both towards the lower echelon as well of this building, so they're going to be trapped here, quarantined by the remaining players from Tempo. 2 versus 4. As they're going to be scrambling to try and heal up and get their painkiller stuff down their esophagus here to try and get some HP. But in the meantime, look at the third-party action here coming from Omen.
Yeah, this is really nice here coming from Omen to actually join the party here. They're making so much time coming from inside the Tempo Storm. At the same time, Mega Conqueror, this is a revenge match against Tempo Storm, considering that Mega Conqueror did wipe them off in the previous map of Erangel, and this is round 2, baby. And it seems to me Tempo Storm is on the winning end here. However, INS now going to be going head-to-head with guys from V5.
Hung is out there. More of his players, though, from Victory 5 are being decimated here across the map. Mana as well, just under a manner of different problems. Tempo Storm finding more kills onto Mega. We saw it before. It's going to be the 2, say 2 versus 1 of the compound there, but they are going to go down. Mega out in 16th. My goodness, one of the teams that I said in the preface before the game started as being my favorite for this one, and my boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, and now talking about INS as well, Blanca is going to be supporting this team here. They've got first kill, and it seems to me they're going on the hunt right now. They're in the northern edge of the circle. They know V5 is in the vicinity. They've got 1 kill early on. They took down Wu Xian, who's the top fragger from side of V5, and they got 1 knock on Nanyi. Now, seeing how V5 is kind of split off as well, this is going to be the opportunity for them to conquer the mountains here in this northern section of this circle.
Emphasis on mountains, because it is all terrain right now. Just south of Gatka, north of Quarry, there's no compounds apart from some small towers which we can see right now in our peripheral vision on Bishma. So, being at the top of the terrain, having the high ground, being at the precipice of the hills as well to use it almost as cover is going to be paramount going forward into the latter stages as we enter Circle 5, 6, and potentially 7 if we go that deep. It seems likely that we will, with 15 teams remaining. That's at 50 players within this matchup so far. Styrian going to be joining the action here, where Tempo just conquered over Mega.
Yeah, speaking of this vicinities where you can see every team is trying to make their way from the eastern approach of this circle. Omen currently taking a mountain terrain for themselves here. They did scout out the guys from Tempo, Assyrian, as well as SWAT 69 is going to be also in that compound. So they are going to be in a really tough spot to begin with, just because they have so many crosshairs lined up there. They need to find a way to break through those barricades and then go into his next phase of circle, because as of now, every single team is playing the passive game, and it seems to me Omen right now from this position here, they have one of the most strategic positioning to actually punish some of these teams who's caught out in this compound.
Really important matchup here between Tempo and Asterion on the eastern side of the circle, one of the only compounds that we have inside it. So the winner of this may be foreshadowing who actually makes it all the way to the very end. And it's going to be a 4 versus 4 as well. Tempo earlier in a 4 versus 3, but now the evens and the odds are even. Synergy going to be going into some action here versus Red, and you can see as well they're going to be on the higher angle, just shooting down onto the players from Synergy. Is going to make things far, far easier for them, as Levi with 1 spots out more players as well. I say more players emphasis on just the one player, no longer plural for Ghost Skiller as he lost his teammates early.
Oh, I'm surprised Synergy actually took the risk to go into his no man's land of Quarry because of the terrain itself is super tough to cross. And because of that, Red was right in the vicinity. If Red was not there, Synergy would have made it safely because assuming that nobody would actually camp into his vicinities in Quarry. And considering that the circle here, they don't exactly need to be in Quarry. Why would you be there? And they were just caught off guard there. So it's just unfortunate. However, Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm making a mockery here of Asterion as they're going to go 2 for 0 so far. Actually, all the players alive currently for them. As it's going to be X-Rain here with the MAC-10, not really the weapon you want to have at hand versus a plethora of players in the opposition. So they are going to be in close proximity. That MAC-10 up close, excuse me, is going to do so much damage here versus the players of Asterion as they're going to be wiped clean here.
Yep.
4 players still alive for Tempo. 1 player that's going to be Prologue there for Asterion as Tempo are on fire here. Maybe finally starting to build up some momentum coming in second from the regional qualifiers in North America. They're expected to potentially make it to the global finals, and it's these kind of performances where they are so strong in these skirmishes that prove that.
Yeah, I like what the play here coming from Rain was coming from Tempo Storm was just fantastic. The Uzi spray here to push compound is just fantastic, just because of the movement accuracy on Uzi to be able to rush people in the overall DPS. So because of that, he was able to utilize that and punish whoever was trying to camp here. However, Asterion, they still have Lop here still on all by himself. He's going to be trying to pull the Hail Mary for the team here.
I'm not sure if it's the Hail Mary in terms of up against the front line, go against all 4 players. I think instead, probably the safest and best option is to try and stay alive and worm yourself around the edge of the circle and try and get some placement points from your team. We saw it from Stalker, from Orange Esports on Miramar. So trying to see if he can do his best impression of that. But currently with the new circle as well, inside the center, it's going to be Team INS and Footballers as well. And south of all that, we have the action kicking off here between Bigatron and Omen Elite. So far though, Zuxi going down.
Yep, Omen Elite here. They're going to be gatekeeping the guys from Bigatron here in the southeast corner. And Bigatron, you can see they're getting desperate to push themselves in. They've lost Zuxi in the process, and it seems to be they're going to be setting up the smokes here to try and push, or maybe trying to outflank Omen in this department to try to come out on top. In this case, Omen, they're not responding. They're just spraying blindly, hoping to get a lucky tap.
Yeah, these smokes are blinding these players as well as they're going to be chucking out their grenades, trying to see if they can finish off the downed players, which was Zuxi. He will be revived. Oh, that's spam as well through the smoke, nearly perfect as in the background of all the action. Orange Esports going to be going out in 13th, Victory 5 out in 12th. Bigatron have got the revive back onto Zuxi. McBoy as well going to be joining into the action here as they're going to be going up against the players from Omen Elite. Or actually, are they just going to try and concede this one here and try and get the rotation in and survive for longer?
Wow, nice strategy coming from BTR as well. They leave Zuxi and Ryzen to try and stall the guys Omen and bought a little bit of time here for Microboy to actually rotate in. However, was actually picked off off the feet here. And Bigatron, they're having a rough time here trying to push their way in here. You can see Synergy is still in the vicinities to try and contest it. Same goes for Party getting off the map here. But Omen, they have the high ground here. They can try and flank the guys from Bigatron.
They have the high ground, Anakin, and they're going to try and use the force to finish the job here. That grenade looks nearly perfect.
But it's a smoke.
Oh, it's a smoke.
It's smoke.
Well,
It's smoke.
I mean, we can't tell. We can't tell. Just from our educated guess, it looked like a grenade, but these bullets are hitting like grenades right now as going to be taking out more players from Bigatron. This is such an awkward affair here for this team. As before, Omen Elite went out so early, but now they actually have an equal chance to try and get some damage done. As Zuxi comes back for more. Going to be going for the hipfire spray around the corner. The Roper can't quite connect it. Luxi onto 5 HP. Needs to heal himself. McBoy as well there in the background behind the vehicle. Going to be going for the heal as well. Hoping for the lucky Kobe as it may be going behind the vehicle. It looks like it's been placed perfectly, and it has. 2 players out of the count there for Omen as he does actually chuck a grenade in the wrong way. My goodness, run away, run away. What's happened? I don't know.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, he almost got clipped off here, but ow.
Yeah. Asterion have now made it to 5 kills. Omen trying to see if they can get more help as Wi-Fi is losing connection.
Oh, Luxi gonna be healing up themselves here. The twin brothers are gonna be trying to finish off the guys from Omen here. What a nice nade here coming from Luxi from Zuxi as well. And they're gonna try and push up to the high ground here. But at the same time, 9 teams left alive, 25 alive as well. They have forced themselves into the next phase of the circle. And Luxi will finish off with one of the members who's stranded out and open here from San Omen. And this time, Bigatron,
Whoa! SWAT 69 are going for the SWAT play, just charging in. Banging down the doors, and they might actually get the run over kill as well. That's one of the players from Party Time. They miss it. What just happened there?
That was a close call there. He got the vehicle damage here, but it wasn't enough movement speed to finish him off. But off the kill feed as well, Bigatron Red Aliens getting finished off here. But Omen, they had a high ground. This time they're going to contest the guys from Tempo Storm now.
Let's see if they can actually finish off a team. We've seen so much action from Omen Elite so far, but they haven't been able to get the flush draw and kill all 4 members. But right now, it's going to be Tempo getting up close versus the likes of Omen Elite. So far for Tempo, they've been so strong, taking out 2 full squads and losing no members in the process. Near perfect performance so far from them, as they are leading the field in terms of kills at 11, and they're going to be making it 12 as well as they take out Spring.
Well, seems to me, Tempo, they have the advantage here in terms of manpower here, considering that Omen, they've lost a lot of members here. And Tempo Storm, they've currently with 12 kills in total for them. And they're going to try and force themselves into the next phase of Circle, where Carnage is going to be the one that gatekeeps them as well, alongside the guys from INS.
4 players remaining for Tempo Storm with 12 kills. 4 as well for INS, as Omen are taken out in 5th. Party Gaming with 1 player remaining, and then apart from that, everyone else having quite a healthy amount of utility, weaponry, and manpower alive to make this one equal. Ooh, players from Tempo Storm being caught there in the open as they're trying to rotate around into the circle, as they are at the precipice of it so far. They can stay alive shortly, but the issue is though, Terrence, if the circle goes southern towards footballers, there's no cover, there's no terrain, there's no compound for Tempo to use, and we can see it here that it's being picked apart one by one from INS of one side, footballers on the other.
Yeah, you can see footballers, they've already set up their mini shop here, kind of like a spraying through as well, barricades. And the Iron Sight spray with M4 here from Zessie, just connecting the dots on INS. What a shot indeed, though.
Amazing. Pixel perfect aim there, as more players are going to be taking out the server from INS, actually from Tempo Storm, who have a better angle shooting downwards. And with that now, still 1 player remaining from party time. Now only just 2 from INS, as one of the players is downed, which is the same to say for Team Tempo Storm, although they can actually revive him behind the tree line, so it should be Tempo Storm back up to 3.
Oh, I like this play here coming from INS as well. They're kind of out in the open as well. They're going to smoke their way, try and prone their way into the next phase circle, and divert their attention away from the rest of the teams here, because they want the rest of the teams to focus each other, whereas the INS, they're going to try to sneak in towards the circle. However, the circle is going to push them in as of now. But oh, Nico! What a shot!
Headshot from that range with the M4 instantly taking down one of the players there from INS as they're trying to rotate inside the circle. And Chica there, just on the left as well, trying to do some more damage. As it's going to be more players, it's going to be dropping like flies here from INS. Smoker goes down, X-Rain as well, trying to finish off the job onto Cartoons. He's going in for the run over kill. Oh my goodness! He doesn't quite get it, and Nika's going to finish him off as well. INS are going to be eliminated out in 4th. Now Party Gaming are collecting even more placement points here, because look at Az just there in the foreground, behind everyone, just unbeknownst to both these teams, footballers and Tempo Storm are having it out right now in the open.
Oh, I like this cover fire coming from Tempo. However, footballers, they have the advantage with the shelter as well as the barricades that they work with. Tempo Storm, they have the high ground. They're on the small edge of the circle, but they have to force footballers to play on the same playing field right now. It's 3v2 situation for Tempo Storm, and they're kind of stuck in the small tree here. And footballers, if they capitalize this year, they will be able to come up on top.
Oh, we've seen some incredible M4 sprays, but it doesn't quite work out in the favor of Zesty, as he does go down to, I believe that was one of the players there from Tempo Storm just behind us, behind the vehicle, using that as cover, as maybe they can try and throw a smoke down to try and revive Nika, but this seems so risky. I'm not sure why they're taking these chances, because this is going to be down to 1 player now. Chica, the only player that isn't down for Tempo, and there's still 2 players at least. Yeah, 2 players remaining for footballers. So, 2 versus 1, as Loverzin does go down eventually, as he was down 2 versus 1 here, unless Chica can go for the revive, but it's such a big risk to go for. Does he try and press on the fact that footballers are trying to revive, and he will go for it? My goodness, Tempo Storm take that one. Unexpected, 2 versus 1, but he pressed at the perfect time and eliminated them.
What a clutch there coming in from Chica. I did not expect that at all. A little bit small mistakes here coming from footballers. Like, they had the operated 2v1 situation. They know he was kind of out there, but how did he spot it? That was like a pixel of him proning the ground with the ghillie suit. He scouted him out and took him out. What a clutch there coming from Tempo Storm. And I did not expect this 180-degree shift here coming from Tempo Storm, because in the first 3 games, you see they were struggling, and this game, they went all out.
Yeah, they did indeed. Tempo Storm deserving of that win. They must have been up at 15, maybe even 16 kills by the crescendo of that map. And we saw them wipe out 2 full squads in the compounds that were challenging just in the first 10 minutes of the map as well. Unbelievable performance. Potentially the best team we've seen so far. Obviously, Mega are still going to be #1, even though they did go out in 16th, I believe. But in terms of the best performance in one game, it's got to go to Tempo.
Oh, definitely here. And not to mention a commendable run here coming from Asterion here as well. Getting the shot against Orange Esports from Leon. There was a sick player coming from Low B. And he was, I believe, the last member as well to kind of state their way in towards the final phase of the circle to try and pull the placements here. But at the same time here, you can see all these teams were kind of struggling to push it towards the western side of the circle. Eventually, the Tempo Storm was the one who just completely ignored them and just came out on top. And you can see every team was trying to figure out what was the best plan possible. And Omen Elite was one of the teams that had to be a big factor for the rest of the teams here. But before that, let's take a look at what the analyst has to say, I guess.
Yeah, let's hear what they have to say.
Well, the boys in blue have been able to do it, especially since 3 of their members had to travel about 40 hours to get here due to someone having a heart attack on the flight and then having to make a pit stop in Hawaii and then flying to Japan and then flying to here. They've done it. We kind of questioned whether or not they do well. It was a team that we selected to potentially upset and take a victory here, but they did it.
Yeah.
Tempo Storm with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they did phenomenally well. They finally put on their big boy pants and stepped up to the plate. It's nice to see, from a bunch of lovely people they are, so it's good to see.
Are you just saying that because Nico's right over there?
I'm really scared of Nico. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's pretty scary, to be honest with you. I mean, the way he plays in game as well. But, it's Tempo Storm praying to the Tempo Temple. They're good to go. They got that chicken dinner on board. They're happy with it. All is well. I mean, it was a really, really incredible game for them overall. There was some ridiculous shots coming out from them. Like, some of the swivels, all the way through that game. Like, there were just some moments where you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it happened.
I've got a note written down here. You guys can confirm it right there. My chicken scratch hitting everything.
Yeah, absolutely everything.
That's all I had to write.
All right.
They hit
Especially
the
towards
trees,
the end.
they hit the floor, they hit all the players
They
as well.
shot everything and were highly accurate at every time. But you saw towards the end.
Chica, dude.
Yeah. Chica and Nico were hitting shots up against footballists countless times. They would get in a caution. I think it was INS at the time were trying to move their car forward, and then boom, head gets shot right away. They had no chance to contend with that.
I didn't see that coming.
It was really good. They had a great position towards the end, but they earned it. Absolutely, time and time again.
Okay, so then obviously we need to talk about maybe a couple other teams in here. I mean, obviously it's a big win for Tempos. They should shoot up. Let's actually take a look at the standings really quickly, and you can see how it might have affected them from that last match.
Game. Ridiculous.
They got so many kills in that game. 18. No one even crossed the 10-kill threshold except them. 38 points. That has to really boost them up the rankings. I can already see smiles on their faces too.
Oh, massive. I mean, we got the nice little picture of the booth at the end, a little video. There was some serious relief on the faces of those players, knowing they absolutely did need those points to keep themselves in contention within the leaderboard right now in the prelims. And it gives us a bit of self-confidence, right, going forward, as well as that. It's like a safety net to fall back onto now. I mean, a 38-point game, it's a big net.
They were the team to get knocked out first in game 1. Just the pressure that's on, they put on yourself in that, right? Just well, crap, we came here to play, we get knocked out first, and then to come back in match 4 and win the whole thing, that has to be a lot of weight off their shoulders, right?
Yeah, you've got the opposite happening for another team, though. It's Mega coming in with the double chicken dinner and then going out first this time.
Yeah.
So it feels like we're having a bit of a weird crossover between the teams where Tempo Storms, they're on the up and up, and Mega seem to be falling slowly down.
Well, almost directly. I mean, it was Tempo Storm who actually took out Mega in the meantime. And they were able to win out the fight against, demonstrably one of the strongest teams here so far in the day. On Erangel as well, impressive stuff coming out from them. And it makes up 50% of the map pool, so if they can continue to have that pressure, have that presence that they're currently showing, full power to them. They could take the whole thing. And
that's what we talked about, right? Is Mega Conquering to come out yet again and win Erangel when they did already off the bat? And we're seeing a big switch up in quite a few teams. Even IND breaking through the top 8. Omen Elite as well. They had a very rough start. I think they placed 13th on map 1 when we had Erangel being played. Party Gaming, they are currently bottom of the scoreboard. This extra 12 points might help them shoot up a little bit. And we did see INS make it in there. I know that's the team blank that you had pitted to potentially break through and take first place.
Yeah, it was interesting. So the reason I predicted INS in the first place is because it seemed like teams had started to find their places on the map, right? And before, with IND and INS in the game, it specifically happened in South Asia a lot, where IND obviously they hold the Ferry Pier coast side, and INS take a position in Gatka Fields. Now they're kind of like sister teams, right? And they don't. I mean, they both had like same coaches at one point, and they don't really contest each other a lot. And INS is left free to do what they want in Gatka Fields. Now, I won't say, even if they won that game, I wouldn't have said that that's an amazing prediction from me, because they got the circle a lot of the time.
I was going to call you Illustrato, you know.
Yeah, no,
saying INS every time until they win. Yeah. Like, I knew it. I had it right all the time.
I got it too. Yeah, but no, I think they made a really smart rotation on phase 3, which was into the forest area in the hillside. And then, John, you were talking about this as well, where they're sending players across and they're leaving Joker behind. And then they're consistently doing that where they have the 3-1 split. They have a player as a backstop because they knew they controlled the whole northern side. Yeah. So it's very, very easy to leave one player behind in the hills as a scout. And that basically gave them information of IND, Victory 5, as well as detonators coming from the east and the west side to secure that position. Unfortunately, there's a hard shift in the end over massively open ground. There's no way you can get through it, and especially with Tempo Storm literally knocking your hands off the steering wheel with bullets. Like, what are you meant to do about that?
Bunch of Giga Brains, a lot of them.
Yeah, Giga Brains.
Giga Brains.
All right, let's take a look at 9th through 16th now, so we can see where the other teams do lay. There's a couple of teams you're noticing missing in the top 8. Well, you got Mega Esports, you got Victory 5 as well. And even Synergy, like that was a team that we were looking at as, you know, really starting to ride the rails here and really start to kick it into 6th gear, but they unfortunately just, I guess, broke the transmission.
Yeah, they're not doing so hot in that game. They're still going to be hopefully doing all right. You know, they do have the presence. It was a very difficult rotation. They actually got dropped on by SWAT 69 over on the eastern side in Lipovka. And they got challenged out. That's a massive change, because SWAT 69, they dropped South George first time, challenged out Omen Elite South George crates. And this time around, they completely changed the rotations coming in from the east and put a spanner in the works. Synergy E were fractured from the time they passed Pachinki to essentially until they died, where they grouped up and then just got shut down in Quarry.
Yeah, it's interesting because 11, 12, and 13th place maintained by Synergy, Victory 5, and Mega Esports. Now, I'm going to call these my firework teams at the moment because they came out explosive, but then they quickly petered off towards this 4th game now. You're just not seeing them in the sky anymore. But you've got to hope that they can bring it back. And maybe bring something else to the party now, like a sprinkler. We need that. We need that sprinkler in the next game. That's what we need. Sparkler, yeah. We need
a sprinkler would put fireworks out, I would imagine.
To be fair, if anyone else is going to pop off, that'd stop them.
True.
And also, if you're,
I'm going to counter that with my sprinkler.
Call you the opposite of an industrial fan. But anyways, I mean,
water's strong against fire.
Yeah,
that's true. I learned that from many games.
Yeah.
But also, I do want to point out Mega Esports, the fact that they did get knocked out 16th. But because they still got 3 kills before that happened, they still placed 11th overall within the actual match. So I think that kind of shows how powerful they still can be as a team.
So it's only 4 points, though. It's still not the greatest.
Hey,
if we're
they're still probably in first, though.
Being honest, we're looking at the top. We're looking for top 3. That's what we want. They had a 25 point or 24 point, almost 25 average after the game 3. After game 4, they've dropped that quite a bit.
You're challenging Jason. I can see him making notes in his little booklet. Like
he's gonna
his blacklist.
It's a good thing I'm moving off desk after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, that's not by your choice now. Let's take a look though at the overall standings to see where all the teams are currently laying. As you said, John, it's the top 3 are the ones to get through into the global finals, kicking off the 29th of November.
That's
Mega
interesting.
Still holding their spot, but look at this. Look at the boys in blue.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Chica, you see that? Yeah, he's over there getting ready for his interview. 2nd place now. You guys were 16th place at the end of the first game because you got knocked out right away, and now you're in 2nd place here at the end of 4. That's pretty good.
It's a phenomenal catapult.
I think it was the massage that really helped him.
Absolutely.
I think so too.
I think so too.
It loosened him up, made it loosey-goosey. You need that coming into the 4th match, you know?
It's a phenomenal catapult, but we did see a similar move happen from Ghost Skiller last game, and they're now down in 5th, right? So things can change. It's early days. We still got plenty more games to go. Fantastic performance, but I keep saying it, you've got to keep that performance up. But if they can frag out like that, I have faith in the North American representatives, Tempo Storm.
Yeah, I mean, going from 18 points to 56 is a ridiculous jump from Tempo Storm into 2nd place. But like I was saying before, it makes you feel very comfortable coming to game 5 and 6, maybe giving you that little bit of confidence boost that you need. And you've already had some tough games already if you are Tempo Storm, so you're almost tempered a little bit here going into the 5th and 6th games. So you're not going to make those weird and wacky overconfident plays. You're going to play it safe and potentially get a really good score coming to day 2 and then move on from there.
Well, you know, it's time to take a look actually at 9 through 16 as well, just to kind of see where all the other teams. 39 points is the cutoff in 8th place at the moment. Let's see, in 9th place, 34. It's only like a 4-point difference. It's not too big, and to be honest, anything's still possible. I don't think top 3 is even close to set in stone, even with Mega Conquer having such a strong start. But these teams need to start getting some victories. I mean, Party's been able to move up a little bit here. Omen Elite hasn't really shifted too much. IND's been just really quiet in general, which is kind of uncommon, but also common to the way they play the South Asian regionals.
Exactly. They're a quiet team for sure, and right now the placement points is just not working, and they're not taking enough fire. They're not taking enough firefights, in my opinion. I think they need to be a bit more aggressive. And really now they're forced into aggressive position in game 5 and 6 to try and bump their scores up and remain in striking distance towards that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, around the bottom of the table at the moment, you're nickel and diming it, really. It's so close and on such low score lines. We've seen teams get more points than teams currently in 11th, 10th, and 9th place in one game. Like, Tempo Storm just scored more in one game than any of the teams on the screen right now. So we know how much this can change. We know how volatile it is. And I think that's what you were highlighting before with top 3 nowhere near set.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously with the kills, we can see how effective they can be. Let's take a look at the overall kill leaders at the moment as it does stand after the first 4 matches. And I'm imagining we're still going to see some Mega Boys. But hey, Nico,
your boy,
4th place at the moment, getting up to 9.
Ding dong, Storms are here.
But this is also a shame, if I remember correctly, because Stoned also had 11, because we had 11, 10, 9, 8, 7 on the kill feed last time, right?
It's not nice anymore.
He didn't move up. I mean, well, yeah, besides that fact, he didn't get any kills in the last game, which is a little bit of a shame. Wujian, I think he had 9 as well. I want to say maybe he had 8, because I think he got 1 in that game.
I'm not sure. If memory serves, I think Online had 9, got 1 kill in that previous game, and I think Wuxian might have been on 8.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and check, but if memory serves, I think that was.
I think there is, very quickly to go over this, I think there is a very clear issue that's coming out from Victory 5 right now, is that they were thriving on the chaos between the first 2 games. They had a huge amount of third partying going on whilst teams were trying to figure out their place on the maps and where they were. So it's really interesting to see that now no longer play into their favor, with teams finding their places, finding their spots, finding their style, and Victory 5's no longer able to capitalize on that chaos that's been created around the map.
Yeah, chaos is really difficult to control, and it is a team that frags out that kind of dominates those fields.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're speaking about domination.
Oh, yeah.
One team that did dominate something, not necessarily in the sense of kills, was Tempo Storm dealing with circles. Can you kind of walk us through this here?
Yeah, okay. So we've got a little bit of a breakdown on the tablet over here. Of course, we're going to be getting underway. Tempo Storm, towards the end circles, they always had a way to go. They always had to push. And there was never a point after, I think, sort of the phase 5 where you could see them be sort of in a central position. This is essentially the last time they were able to move central. This is the start of their fight with Mega Esports, sorry. See, after they wipe them, they're right on the edge. And from this point on, they kind of just really struggle to move forwards as they push on through. Football is currently holding the zone and wiping them. They're crunched with 4 teams right now, right? So they have to clear up behind them as well as worry about the teams in front of them to move forwards into these zones. And as you keep on going, you can see, again, they're right on the edge, and it's not really going their way over on this edge of the map. So they have 3 teams. They've just managed to take out another one. Mega were there earlier, and they keep just rebuffing these pushes time and time again as they kept on going forwards. And you can see teams just start to fall around them. From this stage on, they start to get shifted away from. And this is sort of where the firefights become really, really intense and really dynamic. They start to move through. You can see INS have been moving in the way that Blank was highlighting as well. They're not really having to do much there. Apart from be really intelligent about it. I say not do much, I mean physically moving there. But then Tempo start to set up. They capitalize on the fight that Omen are taking currently over the way with INS to start to move through and push onto Omen's hill. This allows them to set up for the push down the hill, which is normally quite a difficult one. But because the teams are all clustered on the west, you can see that everyone's sort of isolated here and taking fights along this way.
Pure open ground as well.
Pure open ground. So they can start to move and they can worry about those teams later. This is where they start to flush out Omen Elite, where they start to go for those fights, having already taken fights earlier with teams like Footballers and other teams as well, crushing in there. They have to now start to push in. and they keep dominance on that hillside for a long, long time. INS, they have the northern sides. This is another hard shift coming away from INS, and this is what allowed Tempo to have dominance in the final circle. If it had gone anywhere else, even a shift to the west, INS would have had so much more pressure. They could have gone down sort of just this way rather than having... Oh, that's a big arrow. Wasn't expecting that. They could have gone down this way to try and open up the ground there, but instead they just have to completely send all the way down here towards what is essentially a killing ground. Open ground, not much to play with. And then they just are able to clean it up from there, really.
It's all right, John. No one expects the big red arrow at the end
I know,
of the day.
it's quite the thing. There we go. That's
there it is again.
Big red arrow. Useful tools.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared if you start to draw on that tablet because I don't want to know what potentially might come out. Maybe it could be Picasso. Maybe you'll do what Mustache Dave did in rehearsals. Who knows?
They took me off the screen.
Happen?
They took me off the screen. They
Good
knew.
thing they did so.
Cut him out.
You know, I think they're gonna cut all of us off the screen because it's time to head over to our interview. We do have with Icy Baby. We got the winners. We got Nico. We got Chica. We want to hear what they have to say. So let's go over to them.
Thank you guys so much here. And of course, here I have the winners from the previous match. We have Tempo Storm, we have Nico with me on my left here, and also Chica at the end here. And Nico, how are you feeling about getting a chicken dinner?
Pretty good, bro. Pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, I have to ask this here. It feels like Tempo Storm felt like a 180-degree shift here in terms of the playstyles here from game one all the way to now. You guys were having a really rocky start, and now coming to this game, getting the chicken dinner, and also 18 kills, one of the highest kill volume in a game here. What did you guys do off the break there?
You know, we kind of confirmed up our drop spots, made sure we were good on that, and cleaned up our comms as well. Just made sure we were crisp and made sure we were fast in zone. That's basically it.
Oh yeah, I can see Chica was kind of like excited as well. You know, that 1v, you know, that final moment here, it was like a 1v2 situation against INS as well. I know footballers, and in that situation, what was going through your mind? How did you were able to clutch that here, Chica?
I just seen bodies and that's it.
All right, simple, clean. I like that here coming from Tempo Storm. And Nico, you know, now coming to this game here, we can see all these play styles being made from all these teams. What do you think of the other regions' play style compared to the North American scene?
I think that Southeast Asia is pretty insane. I think they're really good. I think that Bigatron, Mega, I think they're great teams. But I think in the end, I think our playstyle is going to win it out.
Okay, so, you know, if I were to give you like a top 3 situation, I mean the top 3 teams that you want to beat, would Bigatron and also Mega be in it as well?
Yeah, I would say so.
Who would be the third team for you guys?
What do you think? Omen.
Yeah, Omen. Okay, a little bit of split votes here from all these teams so far. But as of now, I have to ask this one question for you guys as well. Last but not least, you know, I have to ask is that, were you kind of like excited that you guys had this rivalry match against Mega Conqueror? From game 1, they were the first teams to knock you guys out. Now you kick them out right out the bat as a return here in the map of Erangel. Is it like a rivalry going on between you guys and Mega Conqueror?
I don't know if it's a rivalry, so to say, but I think that when we knocked one, I think we knew we had to finish that up.
All right. Last but not least here, anything you want to say towards the fans who support, or families here who are supporting you all the way from home?
Well, shout out to Monica first. She's the best manager you could ask for. And thanks to all the fans that support us through all this. It's been a great experience.
All right. That's pretty much here from Nico and Chica. Once again, my name is ICBaby12, and that's pretty much an interview for game number 4. We're going to take a short break here, and this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split preliminaries. See you guys in the next game.
piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
It's broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast? I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG What was that?
That was NA, baby, in your face, John.
Okay, can we get him off the desk? Because I'm trying to do my intro, and you know, everyone knows not to interrupt me during my intro.
John was talking about North America, how they should pack their bags up already and go home. I said, listen, John, you wait and see. They just got a chicken dinner, 18 kills, tempo storm, right back up there.
Okay, well, can you do the intro for me now, since you...
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in.
I gotta be careful. You might be coming for my job next time. So, you know. Obviously, it's the PMCO Fall Split 2019 Prelims. The Global Finals is right around the corner on November 29th. So you gotta get the whole thing in there, and then you can take my job. And then I'll take your job and try to draw things on the tablet later on.
You need a mustache, first of all. Right now, it's kind
of
weak.
is this not a mustache?
Nah.
It's not a good one, but it is a mustache.
Years of perfection.
What about this man here? Icy Baby, where's your mustache?
I'm Chinese.
So about that game, let's go back though.
It's simple. Played.
Let's recap.
Yeah,
we weren't here.
Oh yeah.
My dark horse.
Oh yeah.
Won a game.
We're going back. We're going back there, aren't we? You know, I'm
your
like
dark horse. I think still in 16. That's my point.
No, they're not. They did move up.
They did move.
They did move up.
Good job.
15. Hey, they got up. No, they did decent last game at least, but they didn't get a chicken dinner. That's true.
Yeah.
Not to kind of gang up on you here, but
No, I'm still representing Southeast Asia. Chill. Mega Congress still #1. Chill the heck out.
But
guys.
what's going on though?
Oh, okay. Like that's the thing, right? When it comes to the play styles as well, I feel like the break in between for all of us, especially with the teams as well, it was really great for all of them to actually do a little bit of time out, like to try and figure out what's the game plan. I feel like that was really important for all of these teams.
Okay, well there you go. I mean, obviously Tempo Storm, like, just to reiterate, I know I did kind of say it really quickly before we threw to for the interview, is that they've been traveling for like 40 hours to get here.
Wow.
They flew from like LA and we're supposed to go to Hong Kong, but instead, because someone had a heart attack on the flight, not one of the players obviously, as they're all here, they had to stop off and obviously make the flight way more difficult than it actually was. But we're moving over to Vikendi now, right? We're going into the first time we're seeing this map. We have heard a little bit from the manager/coach Monica for Tempo Storm. I don't know if you guys want to say it or you want me to say it.
By all means.
That during the scrims, they were contested by 3 different teams at their drop spot. Now, I will say that with a grain of salt, though, considering we have seen teams mess around a little bit more in those scrims and then obviously be a lot more serious when it comes to this. But I want to hear from you guys. Have you seen any teams who might be favored on Vikendi from just what we've had happen so far?
Let me tack on to that because I was also talking to Rain from Team Tempo Storm, telling me that a weight has been lifted, right? There's been a lot of pressure on their shoulders from the previous games. After that chicken, after all those kills, we're going into Vikendi, like you mentioned. That's also a strong map from the squad. They're playing with no pressure, at least for today.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring to the table. Maybe another chicken dinner, because looking at them, we saw once when they won the chicken dinner, Chico was screaming, 100% octane up there with the energy levels. Maybe they can bring that over to this Vikendi game, get another chicken dinner, and we can have back-to-back chicken dinners.
Okay. Well, maybe they can. I'm sorry I have to cut you off.
Sorry.
The game's going to be ready. It's funny because you wanted him to talk more than us this segment, but it's been mostly you, which I'm as long as I'm not talking, I'm happy.
North America won the game.
Quick one.
That's true.
I think BTR is going to take Vikendi.
Okay. Bigatron, who do you got?
Tempo Storm.
Okay, we know it. Let's head over to our commentators so they can break down that match for us. We got John, Allen, and Blank to cover all the action that'll be happening on the icy, snowy, chilly map of Vikendi.
Thank you very much, Jason and the boys on the desk. Of course, we're going to be getting underway with Vikendi. And just to say, Dave, I know you love NA so much. I know you're bigging them up. They're your boys, but it was one game. Everything can change. Everything can and potentially will change. If I had to pick a horse in this one, we know how strong South Asia is on a compound-style game. INS had smart rotations last time. I'm backing them.
It's true, yeah. I mean, it's weird. I really don't know how to predict Vikendi's because the only Vikendi's actually seen in the PMCO so far have had circles that are always halfway into the water each time.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult for me to give any good predictions here.
It is true.
I can give a little bit of an analysis, so it's fine. Vikendi, what you're going to see here, so it's a rough terrain map, very difficult to rotate over in cars, very difficult to find cars in the first place. Obviously, we're on esports settings, so there is defined vehicle spot drops, so teams will be able to grab those and move to their preferred locations, but there is so much area around the map that you can maintain.
Yeah.
The issue is getting to those places, because you can often find yourself crossing a field with 5 compounds around you, all secured by different teams looking at just you, the person in the field.
Yeah.
It's a bad time.
Early rotations are the name of the game in Vikendi. What you're probably going to see is when the circle pops, teams will head central. The closer to the middle you are, the less likely you are to have to rotate into the next zone. And if you don't have to do that, you don't have to do exactly what you just described and send it straight through the sightlines of several other teams.
We've done that. It's not a good
We've
time.
done that so many times.
Too many.
It's difficult. It's difficult to do. But hopefully, these teams will be able to figure out those rotations. And depending on the circle, might give dominance to some, might take it away from others. And trying to play the edge is a lot harder over on Vikendi.
Yeah, most of the time you will have to, like you say, rotate early, loot maybe a little bit later. The issue with that is if you're rotating too early, you're getting into the zone without any gear. We saw that with footballists on Miramar. They'd rotated into a really strong compound early on, but they come out in phase 5. I think it's Lovazin pulling out Car 98K with no sight on it. I was like, what are you playing at?
No scope.
Albeit, he did get a really nice kill with the micro Uzi, but that was it. So there's some consolation there. We have the playing path now coming up from Peshkova all the way down to Milnar, so pretty much all the map available here. Dobro Mesto is usually taken by a lot of teams, especially NA teams. And you were just saying beforehand, Tempo Storm, Dave told us, it's a relief for this team.
Yeah.
They are now they're 100% Rock Lee in the tuning exams. They've pulled off the leg weights. They've
Trainer
jumped
rates
down.
off.
It's time to go. They want to get their license, dude.
Yeah, they need to get their gunjutsu a little bit stronger.
The gunjutsu, get it in
Gunjutsu,
there.
dude.
Oh,
We've had
are we
gunfu now,
bringing
we've
it back?
had gunjutsu.
Are we bringing it back?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right.
But we're going to see what they're able to do. Will they be able to come the next Hokage? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see. Maybe they're not quite in the global finals yet. Maybe then we can aim that high.
But this is the start of their arc, right?
Yeah, it's the start of the arc, dude. Come on.
This is
oh my! I told you.
Vikendi
Look at
circle,
this.
typical,
Look at this.
Typical stuff. Heavy
Unbelievable.
northeastern shift. Omen Elite going to be pretty happy about that one. Just taking it last team's winners tempo. They dropped Central last time around. This time around, a similar story. They're around Podvosto, so they don't have too far to go. They are already in the zone.
Yeah, now, from what the regions that we've seen, most teams will not really care about this too much and move over to wherever they want to loot on the map and then try and make a rotation in. Luckily, with the northern side, it's much easier to rotate over past Coal Mine. You can use Mount Kresnik as quite safe line of sight cover to go straight past it. It's just a huge roadblock in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of functions in the same way that Potato Hill does, where you can rotate underneath and over the top of it. So there is a lot of options getting over to Peshkova, Factory, Podvosto.
My prediction and Dave's prediction going at loggerheads, it seems. Tempo and INS just facing off. This is potentially not going to be too dramatic here, Blank, because it's early games. If they spot each other out, they might just try and leave, because both of these squads are already relatively looted. You can see level 3s on most of the kit for Nico there already.
I mean, they probably, at this point, it was more of a case of Nico not finding this gear and the rest of Tempo Storm being like, Nico, our Lord and Savior, please take the level 3s. Please become the beefy boy for the team.
Well, I mean, Chica's already got a level 3 vest of his own, so
that was a throwaway.
Ooh.
That was a throwaway option. Nico was like, I don't need to. Please, sir, take 2. Just take 2.
Just take 2.
Take the level 6.
They've already got the level 4 of the pan though for Chica. On the back, obviously. Stopping those bullets. It's great. Can't go without it. But I think INS, you can see they've already started to move and left one behind. It's their standard set of plays. They'll probably back it up as soon as they can. But they are heading out east with the northeastern shift.
Yeah, currently it's a little bit open when you come north of Podvosto here. But there are compounds to be taken there. Most teams really not wanting to take those too early. Going to wait for the next circle probably to pop. You see Red Canids, Detonator, Synergy, Party Gaming, Victory 5 and SWAT 69, they're all down this southern side over here and they're comfortably looting forward. So they're really not uncomfortable right now. There is a lot of options going forward. I think phase 2 is where it's going to really start to hurt and make things very awkward for a lot of teams. But until then, I think we're looking at a pretty safe and generally, quite calm and steady start for Vikendi.
Yeah. Ghost Skiller dropping Cosmodrome. They're going to be able to claim that one down. Oh no, Jihoon. Struggled just a little bit here. Up against it. Has control though. He has the defense position. A nade could spell disaster, but for now, he is just going to hold it down.
I mean,
thanks for getting a molly over there. That's fair enough. He's biding his time. He's allowing the rest of his team to come in.
I mean, that's not his team.
Hang on a minute. That's not my team, he says, as he continues to just try and zone them away down the stairs. They're going to have to push up at some point, I'd imagine.
He's burning.
He is burning. That was over the top. That was from Victory 5. He's getting the bandages on board. They will have seen the hit markers there.
When he said, let's get this party a little bit lit, that's definitely not what he meant.
Oh, that's smart, but he whiffs it. Oh, that's what? Okay, Jihoon nearly able to make it happen, but they sent it away. It was super smart. The player was going forwards to try and get out the window there. Just did not happen. It would have meant that Victory 5 were trapped inside, and the rest of the squad would be going to be outside on the off angles, but no.
Nanyi was on literally a sliver of HP. He almost 1v4'd with the micro Uzi. Mana already saying, get back. Give us time to bandage,
Get
please.
away. Stand up, stand back. As really going to feel that one.
Hand back.
Oh, the hand motion really
you
finished that one off for me.
You can't see it at home, but I'm waving my hands madly in front of me.
Absolutely.
As the standard bouncer would. The UK bouncer.
Oh, yeah. Do love him.
Good lad.
Absolutely. But north side of Stereo Myth have to rotate in just north of Zabava. Orange south of Zabava. Everyone on that southwest is going to have a little bit of a tricky time of it. This is the fight that we're witnessing at the moment. I don't know. Party gaming, not having the best time.
Yeah, no. It's just not party.
They're playing past the parcel with a couple of knocks, really.
Yeah.
No, you get knocked. No, you get knocked.
Come get the next one. Right here.
Roll up, roll up. It's time for a knock-in. But Victory 5, they're just going to send it away. They do need to rotate past, and okay, they are just going to play spoiler instead. But, you know, they do need to get in, because the zone will start to push them. It's a heavy rotation. They're on the long side, too.
Harry's on top of the rock right now, so it's going to be a bit... Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's brutal.
Well, that is now very much party gaming in the worst of spots. I believe they have one more player left remaining. It's Jan Chi, who is right on the southern side of Winery.
He pieced out.
Holding it down for a little bit longer, but Victory 5, like we said, they thrive in the chaos. Vikendi creates a lot of chaos when it comes to rotations. Potentially, chaos can become a ladder for them.
We're starting to see the teams head central. Tempo up the top of the hill. Omen just down from them, a little bit further south. Red Canids, we know how much these guys like the high ground. You find them on the top of a hill, you never get them off.
I think that's... I think from what we've seen, they go on top of the hill and then they give it to other teams. Like, your job is now to remove us. Yeah. We can't be king of the hill forever. We must hand down the crown.
Yeah, it's very much a case of king of the hill. That's what they're going for.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to get them off there. But we have seen teams do it a few times now.
Yeah, Omen, Mega, several teams have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that maybe they need to play a little bit more aggressively rather than trying to snake once they get to the top of the hill, because they're taking super aggressive locations, right? Which draw the attention of many, many teams. However, they just play super passively in those positions and just allow people to creep up like Omen Elite on Sanhok beforehand. If we cast our minds back to that game. Red Canids, though, they made a really long rotation down from Dino Park. They've moved all the way in. This is what I said. You can make a lot of comfortable rotations here. The elevation changes a lot south of Peshkova, so you can quite comfortably use a line of sight to creep your way in to the circle itself, which Red Canids are very happy about at this point in time because they desperately need some points.
Yeah, it's certainly a struggle already, but a lot of these teams now starting to find their feet into this zone. Asteria Myth actually coming a cropper around orange as they do start to go on forwards. See the Red Canids now further down the hill than Omen, than Tempo as well. Synergy E might try and crash into the compound to the north. I think they've already got their foothold there. Still a lot of teams left to rotate in.
Yeah, a few. Orange is just going to take the safe approach over the northern side, but really Yepo needs to make their way over that way too. But Orange, very capable of stopping this one quite early. They have a really good line of sight. Detonator, on the other hand, you can see them all the way on the other side of the map. They really need to detonate something in the vehicle, give them a little bit of thrust forward towards the circles. Right now, they're a fair distance away.
Asteria Myth trying to turn this vehicle over. The reason they're trying to do that is because they're 3 in a vehicle. You don't want to be rotating all in that sort of situation.
Hate that, don't you?
I hate it.
You hate it.
Rotating in convoy is the way you rotate. That's how you do it.
One vehicle bad, 4 vehicle good.
Absolutely. A team just got wiped.
Oh.
I believe, over on the eastern side near Peshkova.
It was party game.
I imagine it would be. Biggitron taking a fight with Victory 5 now. 2 down for Victory 5, 1 down for Biggitron. As the off angle for Hung, spots out. Oh, yeah. He's going to be able to get that, but he takes a lot of punishment from the back.
He doesn't know where from, though.
Yeah, rising over the crest of the hill. Doing a lot of work. Now 2 for 2 on the knocks.
Yeah, Luxie's still up, though. That star power coming through on that
dangerous
player.
Acceleration, just seeing him over.
So bold.
He goes up another hill, though. Oh, dear. He's going to be able to rotate around and try and go for the res over onto Hung. No way. No way. Oh, dear. The vehicle goes up in flames, and with it, Victory 5. Biggitron live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, Biggitron are a terrifying team. And you know what's even more terrifying about that is they're going to get all the loot from that one, and they didn't lose a single player. There was not a single confirmed knock, not a single confirmed flush onto Biggitron there. We are now on to another fight. It is SWAT 69 and Team IND. We've not seen these two teams too much on our screen proper. Mainly just letting you know through the weather forecast on the map, but now we get to see these two teams fight it out. And we said that Team IND, they've got to increase the pressure.
Pressure is on as well to do so. They need the results, they need them
Oh,
relatively
Lord.
quickly. Tempo were able to hold off a fight as well. I believe I saw a nade not coming up in the kill feed for them over on the northern side of that central cluster. We've got currently 4 teams not playing that sort of game. We've got Asteria Myth on the north, currently competing with Orange for position. We've got Bigatron in the south, who we saw just one outlet fight. And we've got Detonator over on the west, who are still having to push in. So we got 4 edge teams here.
I mean, these are the teams who are very far out, and you can see on the teams that were close enough to take a really central position here. And now, this is exactly what you want to do in Vikendi. You can see it on your screen right now, is you take this central position purely because even if you rotate this circle anywhere around where the new circle just popped now, if you rotate anywhere, all these teams still will be in it. Usually that's only possible for a couple of teams on a map like Sanhok or Erangel, just because of the lack of compounds to reside in.
Oh dear. SWAT 69 taking heavy punishment. IND, they get the knock and they go for the full send. You can see they've left Trance behind to watch over those angles, but in they go. Led from the helm by Kratos. Very smart IGL from South Asia. And they are going to be competing for this rock face now. Watching the off angles, they know that they can get spiked from there. A lot of damage has already been sent, but Moha able to get it done. They can go for the res here. Do they choose to send over and try and get it? Daljeet takes a lot of damage. It's now SWAT 69's turn to maybe take some chances into this fight. The nade over the top as one of them gets knocked. Not going to be able to find the damage. So they're back to full forces of 3.
Satan on the high ground, looking to send a couple of people to the low ground later on. But currently Team IND, like you say, at full force. Moha brought back up again, so the Legion of SWAT 69 is going strong currently, and Team IND continue their advancement up this hill.
But what they've done is isolate 2 players down to the coastline, and now they know that only 2 players are going to be on those rocks. The difficulty is, I think they might just be running out of meds at this stage and not really wanting to continue this fight. So SWAT 69 have done a great job to hold off this push now.
Yeah, seriously good job, and it gives them a strong position on the coast here, which they can play from. But honestly, they have to remove Team IND if they want to have a chance of getting into this circle now.
Oh, I thought he was going to take a little bit of damage there, but no. He's able to get it done. IND, yep, they just send away. They just go back to their compound. They'll be happy with that ground.
BTR currently right behind both these teams right now, looking to play spoiler. You absolutely think that these guys have got their ears nice and pricked up. They will have heard this fight.
Challenging out on the trade. Lord takes a little bit of damage. They'll be all right. Bigatron maybe not wanting to push out towards the coast. It limits their options potentially. Have to wait and see.
You can at least hope to find a team rotating out of here. You'd imagine that they try and rotate through Cement Factory where there is a bit of cover available. And if they do that and cross the road, Bigatron has a really strong position to deny that kind of push, all in all. I mean, if you look at this, Bigatron controls the whole road down from Trevno, Peshkova, down to Cement Factory, and crossing that on a map like this where it just becomes completely open on the roadside, you get such easy shots. Currently, Bigatron, yeah, they know. They know. This is exactly what I thought would happen. But we're now starting to see the teams spread out a little bit towards the middle of the map, taking their chances with the circle itself.
The issue is if the circle heads sort of northeast on this one, Bigatron are going to have to push over open ground against SWAT 69 and IND. So they have got a tricky spot to play from. If it heads out west, it's a different story altogether because everybody's going to have to move at the same time, but they don't want to be at that disadvantage.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, it's why it's so important for Bigatron to take down SWAT 69 or Team IND early, because it gives them a chance to rotate through.
Exactly.
Right now, SWAT 69 and Team IND doing the smart thing and biding their time, waiting for the circle to pop. Let's see where it goes. Directly central. That's really nice for a lot of these teams. Orange is really the only one who has to make too much of a push. Detonator, though, really proud of those guys. They made it from the blue all the way onto this nice little position to play soft edge. Only issue I'm seeing for this team is that they have to push over a lot of open ground now.
Yeah, there is quite a way to go. Could potentially even see a Peshkova finish here if it does head out to the east. A little bit more landlocked now, so we are getting into it without, isolating too much of this zone, but the open ground could prove real tricky. This is the power, by the way, that we were highlighting earlier, staying central on Vikendi. Basically, none of these teams have had to move after their first rotation. They haven't exposed themselves to that danger, and they've been playing against hard cover. Beautiful stuff. I think we've only seen like 1 or 2 knocks come through. I think, Tempo managed to get a knock over onto Omen Elite, but they'll be able to just pick that up, heal it through, and be okay. The only thing that hits is armor and meds.
Yeah, that's one thing that does take a massive toll, especially on Vikendi, like you're saying, John. You don't often get those refills on the tools or the resources at hand, which is basically armors and ammo and meds, like you say. Becca, though, taking so much damage. The U-turn might be illegal in a couple of countries, but he definitely does go for it.
He's going to get shut down. Traffic police, Asterion. That's not how you drive in Europe, they say.
Cease!
Slaps the ticket on the windshield, and unfortunately it's a death penalty over on Vikendi.
God.
Pretty stringent road laws.
I know, right? So you can't do a U-turn, but we still have the death penalty. I'm so sorry.
That is quite the dichotomy, isn't it?
Yeah, big time, big time.
They're going to continue to have 3 players alive, though, in their compound.
Bigitron just sent it.
Yeah, they are going to push through. So this is a dangerous play from them. They sent straight away. They're late into the party, and somehow they managed to find a little bit of respite, but they are still on the move.
They're looking for this. They're on the loot crate currently, which would be a nice little refill.
The southeast
package.
side of the cluster.
Yeah, but there are so many teams around here. And really, what we're waiting for is like phase 5. Phase 5 is when compounds start getting locked out of the circle, and you have to become that team who has to play on foot. Omen, they lose Carnage down to 3. You're going to have to play a little bit more passively. And this is the game that Omen really had to start stepping up in. They need a good game right now.
Yeah, it's you know, as I said before, they're nickel and diamond right now at the bottom of the tables. So they do need to push on through. But a chicken dinner can absolutely do it for them.
It's kind of crazy as well. It's not exactly the performance we expected, especially watching the NA finals from the PMCO group stages.
Yeah.
They had a really strong run there. As soon as the ledge grabbing came in on that new patch, they had an absolute wonderful time with it. They were jumping all over the place in Vikendi. The issue is that right now we're just not seeing, like, I imagine we're just not seeing Omen Elite at that 100% right now. It just doesn't feel that way for me.
Well, we've seen Tempo Storm turn on. Maybe we'll see Omen Elite. Maybe this is their time. But right now, Tempo Storm slap bang center of the map. Doing some great stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
Early rotation paying off very, very well for them. INS as well, having pretty much an open side to themselves. They don't have anyone behind them. Even if it pushes east, that would probably be good for them, because then they can start to play forwards and not really worry about flushing behind.
Exactly. Next circle about to pop now on your screen. Goes down to the southeast. Wow. SWAT 69 and Team IND so happy with this one.
Yeah.
They have the coast themselves, but they might have to end up fighting over it again. Because they don't share. They don't understand what sharing is when it comes to the coast.
Mine?
Mine?
Coast is mine.
Coast is mine.
Coast is mine.
Like a couple of seagulls.
Absolutely.
Like a couple of seagulls.
Yeah. Baying for bread, and then this time around, they're going to be a little bit...
Baying for the roast.
The chicken dinner? I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Oh.
We'll just let that one
I
die.
tried to go between crust and the coast, but you know.
You just said croast.
Croast. I tried.
It's okay. I applaud your efforts to trying to salvage my
Thank you, sir.
dreadful pun. But salvaging is what a lot of these teams are going to be looking to do, especially Omen Elite, currently on the western side. They're going to be struggling because they've got INS potentially looking to push their way. They've got Tempo at the north. They've got Mega beneath them. Right now, they are really going to struggle to try and move forward.
Ghost Killer actually making a massive clockwise rotation up past Cosmodrome, past Detonator. But where do they insert themselves? Pretty much all of the circle is just surrounding players like a massive, just human wall. It's going to be very difficult to get through this, especially if it goes Skiller. They're more than likely going to be gate kept around this circle right now.
Into the town. It looks like Asteria Mytha considering it at the moment, but it's difficult. You don't want to push into a town. Compounds are a different story. They're a little bit easier to exit, but even in Vikendi, going into a settlement this early into the circles is really, really tricky, because it's even harder to leave a settlement than it is to leave a compound. And that's really sort of what we've talked about quite a lot over the course of these tournaments, over the regional stages, is getting into a settlement early tends to be that when you leave, you get shot, you get killed.
Yes, I would imagine so. Now, Orange have actually held this position for a long time. They grouped up really, really well here, and now they're trying to gatekeep. Go Skiller. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's a bit parky here, but he goes to the barrel roll. Does not happen.
Going to be able to get the blow up there. They will claim themselves a kill. 2 for them already. Synergy E now coming under fire as well from detonators on the other northern side, the northwest.
Yeah.
Gonzo trying to tuck himself behind a couple rocks. His teammates nowhere near, but they might try and find the off angle. If they can hold this ridgeline, they might just be in with a chance.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Ghost Killer slipping on the orange ice here. Especially the vehicle, at least. But going forward from this orange, they have to make the push in. And currently, Ghost Killer, like you say, they actually hold the ridge side now. Even with only 3 players, this is still a decent amount of manpower to continue going forwards with.
Yeah, the shift will push people a little bit closer. Omen actually have pushed out to the... Oh, no, sorry. INS have pushed in to the Omen Elite's compound. You can see they're on the hillside. They've moved their vehicles up. Omen should be aware of this. They just have to be worried that Tempo Storm could potentially look to third party. They're close enough to do so. So are Footballist.
Footballist in a great position, but if there's anything to learn from that Miramar game, we know that maybe they went straight to this position and they've not managed to acquire that much loot whatsoever. And they've been waiting for teams to push them, but no one has. Everyone's playing kind of soft edge at the moment now that this circle is starting to squeeze everyone together. 14 teams alive as we head into the next circle here, as you can see on your screen. BTR have the pick of the litter with those 2 loot boxes down there. They are going to be nice and heavily geared up.
They'll be happy about that one. Shots still ringing through for Spring.
Are they writing something in the sound?
I think so. What is that? What does that say? Does that say Mustache Dave _ on Instagram?
I think that says Mustache Dave _ on Instagram. Incredible.
Fair enough, but INS goes down first. Takes first knock. Joker will get confirmed as well. And they're fighting off against Detonator as well. It's all guns blazing right now for Omen Elite. They're holding it down. They do want that game on board.
Like you say, John, a lot of these teams, this game means so much for them, but it's Tempo starts to come out big onto Detonators here. Omen desperately want to get these kill points on the board, but Tempo just stealing them away really hurts their chances.
Swiping them away under their noses. They didn't say swiping or swiping fast enough. You know, it's what happens.
Tempo, stop tempoing, please. Immediately.
Tempo. Lente. Lente. No. We're going quick.
All right, I get it. I get it. You know languages.
Quick. Absolutely. Well, to be okay, we're not getting into that one. But Tempo Storm, they're heading center. They are starting to branch out and move in. Compound right in the middle of this circle is currently held by Footballists, so teams might be looking that way. Nico already ahead on the scout. SWAT 69. Yeah, moving. Those nades, they're not going to find it. Nice rotations coming out from SWAT 69 in the fight with Bigitron to start.
I'm going to say this is a good rotation for Bigitron. They set themselves perfectly and denied this rotation in from SWAT 69. Next circle comes in disgusting for a lot of these teams right now. They're going to have to slide on the ice on over. Skate as fast as they can.
Detonator go down to a friendly nade.
Oh dear.
Not what you want to see. Bigitron, they come out, they go for the side swipe. On the off angles, gets the job done. The rest of the team there to back him up. Beautiful stuff, beautiful trade, but they've only got a minute to loot up to get ready and head towards the next circle.
They've got to grab
Elite
their boy.
have a huge compound over on the western side of the next, so the Mega on the south.
Yeah, they've got to grab that boy quick because it's almost impossible to res someone in phase 5. In fact, it is impossible to res someone in phase 5 here whilst you're out in the blue. Football is going to make a sneaky little rotation over into the circle. They're basically just creeping in. This compound has been so good for them, but now they have to leave it.
Mysterio Myth, they're bringing up the rear. They've got Nico in front of them, playing scout for Tempo right now, but the rest of the squad have already headed south. There is a small road heading straight through the center of this circle that separates Omen Elite from the rest of the squads.
And look how dangerous this road is to cross. Like, you absolutely can't play here, which makes this circle super awful for a lot of these teams to play, especially Omen and INS. In contrast, though, if it goes over to the western side, Omen and INS, they're absolutely laughing. They're in the best of places.
Oh no, finally Team IND taking heavy hits from Bigitron.
Damn.
Not going to be the greatest situation for them, but seems like they're going to be able to mount up and try and get away with something. Over on the northeastern side, we've got a massive traffic jam backing up behind Footballists in their compound. Asterion Myth have started to crash, but you've also got Ghost Killer and Orange waiting to come in behind them.
Mega can see the point lead is slipping away from them now, so they've played much more cautiously. We've not seen them too much on our screens. They are currently on the southern side of the circle, nice and safe. Really the only team I see them bumping into is BTR coming down on the anti-clockwise rotation.
INS pushing into the compound, currently occupied by Omen Elite. We've got 2 pushes coming through as well as Orange are holding it down. They aren't in the zone and they will have to move now because it is going to pressure them out. Need to try and find what they can do. At the moment, though, there's no way they can get those reses. And oh dear, not too sure any of those teams are going to be happy with that. On the bottom left of your screen, of course. That's what they're going for. I don't think he gets in. I just don't think he can do it. Omen Elite, though, they are in this next zone, and INS are going to be trying to push them and dismount them as we go.
They're trying to ladder up over Ghost Skiller there. Sadly, it's really not going to net you that many points there. You really have to hope for 2 other teams to go down. And actually,
he got the kill.
Kosei goes for the kill and then goes down. What a champion.
Gets the point, ladders up a little bit, goes out in 11th, so no extra points, but they get the kill. That's probably worth it. Best case scenario for them. INS still right on the wall of the Omen compound. Tempo on the northern side. Won't have to move too far. It centers on the road again. Synergy E eliminated on the northern side. And a lot of control taken by Tempo into this next circle.
Yeah, straight in there. Crossing that road early was really important because if they can control this western side with a little to minimal area surrounding it, they can basically take down anyone coming over the open area, basically no man's land off to the east. But
oh no.
Omen and INS now, they have to resolve their fight, but it's BTR who are fighting.
They're going to go for the shots. Tron goes down. Loverzin eliminated, and Footballist, they're wiped. Beautiful stuff for Biggie on the eastern side, but they only have, again, a minute to move. They've got to loot up. They've got to be fast.
Tempo now. They've taken a lot of spots here, but you're right, John. BTR, they got to loot up. They got to get moving.
15 kills for this squad already. Nobody else even close to them right now. INS going in for the fight with Omen. Bishma goes down. They've lost Cartoons to the floor as well. So they're trying to get in, but Omen Elite, they have to push out as well, so they've got to be worried. They have to flush it out behind. The zone moving in 24 seconds.
Yeah, INS, they got to make this quick with Omen Elite. I keep saying it. There we go. There's a couple of players going down from INS, but you can see these teams starting to crunch together now, and time is of the essence for a lot of these players.
Spec has gone down for Tempo. They have the northern side, but Omen Elite and Biggitron have Overwatch on them. Should they push out? Should they try to take it? It's a very, very difficult zone, and they need to try and come out on top here. The Red Canids on the southern side feeling the hurt right now from Mega as that push is coming through. But Biggitron, they're chiming in again. They're zoning everybody away, up to 17 kills now. This is huge.
Yeah, Mega feel the hurt from Luxy. So far away, this guy has an eagle of an eye. Finds all the players out far and takes them down just the same way. Smokey goes down.
Tempo as well, feeling the pain as Biggitron roll down the hill. Rolling Stone gathers no moss, but it certainly gathers plenty of kills at the moment. The Biggitron squad just racking them up. 1-8 now, plenty of kills left to go as well. We might be seeing a record-breaking performance here, Blank.
Rolling Stone, John, all these players underneath, they're Crash Bandicoot. They're trying to get away from this team.
Oh dear. Rain is going to go down again. Mega pushing in on the south. At the moment, you've got the Red Canids player, Chowski, just in that middle spot trying to ladder up.
Tempo again, they're trying to control this west side. It is the smart play, but Omen, with 3 players up, are looking to remove it from Tempo. Wi-Fi gets Spec down first. Ryzen will join in on the fight and take down Rain there.
Biggitron, 19 kills now. They rack them up. Tempo feeling the pain. Omen Elite on both angles. They push in, but they're not going to go down without a fight. Chica still into the fray. Holding it down. He's so low as Spec falls. It's just Chica gets the first aid off. Zute goes down around the edge of the smoke. Omen Elite need to try and find it. It's just Wi-Fi. A sliver of HP. He's out wide, and he gets it done. Chica holds it down. Tempo Storm stay alive.
Absolutely no health on board either. Going for the quick injection. Going for that first aid kit. Has to get himself back up to a little bit of HE, but he's laddered up to 4th place. Gets taking shots from BTR already, though. This is a bad position for him.
BTR, they want to hold both sides of the road at the moment because they know Chica's there. They don't want to let him get any further in. Mega make their way north as BTR right now have such dominance in the zone. They're going to hold it down. Mega, look for the crash. Oh, Chowski, he's so close to everyone else as well. I don't know if he can last too much longer, but he comes in anyway, looks for a kill point, potentially going to be able to confirm it as well. All right then, Micro Uzi's there.
Are you kidding?
Coming a cropper, and he goes down. Oh, the Red Canids are still in it.
It's just Chowski left now. How long can he survive?
How has he done that?
I mean, BTR 22 kills if they secure this kill onto Chowski.
Oh, they spotted it.
Oh, which they absolutely will. A 40
23-point game, a massive win for BTR.
Oh my goodness me. Mega, eat your heart out. New Kings of Sea. Huge performance coming in from Biggitron, to be expected from such a prestigious squad.
And I thought 38 points was gargantuan. BTR come in, smash the record.
Beautiful stuff. Certainly a scoreline to beat. 23 kills. That's going to go down as potentially one of the strongest games in the prelims. It would be a real upset if someone was even able to top that.
I mean, it seems nigh on impossible. And on a map like Vikendi, John. On a map like Vikendi.
Oh, yeah. It's so difficult to have that sort of performance. They moved it to the open ground. They fought through everything that anyone threw at them and came out on top. Tempo as well, a great performance towards the end. I think they ended on 4, maybe 5 kills. Came in, I think, 3rd, because the Red Canids were able to hold on down.
This was this incredible play there from Ji-Hun. Almost got the players from Victory 5 down. But you're completely right. BTR just ran over people time and time again. So good play from them. And I think one word out of anything to describe BTR is timing. They were always perfect on that. The rotations were perfectly timed to remove SWAT 69 from the equation. Then they finished on Team IND. They knew exactly when to move and where to move to. It was very strong play from there, and they definitely deserve that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. They're going to be served that one piping hot. Certainly going to go and do wonders for their scoreline. They're going to be trying to challenge up towards the top. We said, you know, the whole final page was more points than we'd seen. We'd seen a single game with more points. They're going to be able to just, you know, shoot on up, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they're able to challenge towards the top 3.
And look at this. This was even under so much pressure where they knew they had to move into the circle. That fight had to be finished quickly, and they were finding people within the compound, John. Crazy stuff there. Omen Elite almost able to do it, but they just weren't able to do the same thing as BTR, which is clean teams out quick.
Big up to Chica as well, able to go for the 1 versus 3 against the push from their sister team. But back over to the desk. I know someone's happy about that one. Sat in the middle, it's Icy.
Well, I know why they call them Biggitron now, because they just had a big game for them. How do they get 23 kills and the chicken dinner? That's a 53-point game. Now, I want to give you the option. I will back you up on this. He did say it when we were off the air and we're over to the casters. I want you to say it one more time. I can confirm he did say this. What is it about Biggitron and Vikendi that you wanted to mention?
Well, Biggitron Red Aliens here, before Fall Split in general here, Spring Split, they were known as the kings of Vikendi. Almost every single Vikendi map, they scored themselves a chicken dinner in the Spring Split, but that was a different roster. Coming to C-League here, they proved themselves they were one of the top contenders as well by taking every single game. But coming here, now, 23 kills. Come on, there's a reason why they're the kings of Vikendi, man.
Hey, I'm glad I picked them to win this previous match.
You went Temple Storm, bro.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
You know, you almost had me there. You almost had me there.
But you called me out.
I
Hey,
agree,
great
like,
job though.
I feel like Temple Storm, they were still in the zone as well. Like when it comes to morale and also the momentum swing, I feel like previous game in Erangel, Temple Storm, they were in the zone. It's like a Southeast Asian tournament. They this morale boost, like, hey, let's go. We're gonna kill everybody out here. And I feel like Biggitron had that moment as soon as they won that fight against V5 in the early stage here. That was a really close call for Biggitron, and after they won that fight, it just kind of built in and snowballed their way in the moment to just take that fight. They were just so confident to just win everything.
You know, knock me out here for a second.
I mean, the next match is Erangel, right? We just saw Tempo before this get chicken dinner on it, so hopefully they can continue on with that. We saw a pretty clutch play by Chica over there versus Wi-Fi from Omen. Shout out to Wi-Fi, aka the Don, with the S12 pulling that out. We don't normally see that here. Not working, unfortunate for them. Chica did fake them out around that rock, able to get a couple more placement points out of the bet.
Chica was loose. Probably due to that massage he had yesterday.
We're going to the massage thing on again.
I don't. My back can't take it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in pain.
One thing about the massages though, Tempo Storm had a little deal. If they got a chicken, Nico has to get a massage because they never got a massage before.
Okay.
So maybe you can tag along with Nico as well.
No, you can. I mean, my back is killing me. Ice Babe, that's all on you. But you know, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Let's take at the results from that last match in particular because we want to see how many points they did earn. 43 points. I think I said 53. I messed up. 43 points coming through for Biggitron. That has to have gotten them into the top 3 position.
Yeah, that's definitely a ridiculous amount here. I'm pretty sure that Biggitron, they want to catch up the guys from Mega Conqueror as well, who's already leading the overall scores here. And I feel like getting 23 kills right off the bat, this is gonna shift the entire overall standings here just by this game itself coming from Megatron. Tempo Storm definitely top 2 commendable run for them as well. Like you said as well, Chico with the insane clutch against Omen Elite pulls himself a little bit of points here. Will get himself 17 points, followed by Red Canids here. This is a surprise, right? Like, this is new to the table for me. Red Canids here in top 3 position with 16 points and also 2 kills just for the placement points. This is actually quite a new for
Also, the placement points, like you mentioned, I mean, we saw they had one member alive just snaking it the entire time. I don't know how long they were in that bush for. You know, we didn't have the bush cam on them. Maybe we'll have to get that for the next game. Another squad that is kind of standing out to me because they had such an amazing start today with their 2 Chickeneers. Mega Esports. They only got 2 kills that game. Maybe Vikendi's just not their match. Now, we are going to have, I believe, 2 more Vikendi matches over the next 2 days. Hopefully, they can improve on that so they can maintain their point gap. But it's slowly being dwindled away by these huge chicken dinners from these squads.
Yeah, and from my opinion here, I feel like Mega Conqueror, they had a 4 ranking here. They went for placements here, but this is the first time I see them like not go full aggressive mode. Like, it might be a mental factor coming from game number, the previous games as well, where Tempo Storm kind of just destroyed them in the compound. I feel like brought into the game here, I feel like they were really, really lackluster coming into this game, Vikendi.
Well, let's take a look at 9th through 16th. Let's actually kind of move this a little bit quicker because I can already see our interviewee is getting antsy. He wants to be up there. He wants to be talked about. And obviously wants to get ready for the next match. We can see, again, Victory 5. Like, this is the team that we're really looking for. Like, the only Chinese team in the prelims here. They feel a lot of pressure on them, but they are starting to struggle. They had a good start, you know, an initial game of the day, but they've been going a little bit downhill since. Go Skilla and Party Gaming, you know.
Yeah, not happening.
Not doing too well
I
either.
still think Go Skilla can get another chicken dinner over the next 2 days. This last game, though, I mean, they had such a challenging time. The casters, you mentioned, I believe, Blank touched on it, that they had to rotate all the way around counterclockwise. They finally got into a position. Next thing you know, the circle yoinked all the way to the west. So all that rotating that they did didn't favor them at all. They were forced to continue pushing, just losing members on their rotations, not even really having a fair chance to fight. That's why we only see they got 2 kills and 1 placement point.
And Synergy is also another team that I want to talk about as well. Like, they had one of the greatest start in the first few games here. Coming now, I feel like after the break that we all had here, it feels like every single team coming in these prelims here kind of are way much more composed and decisive in their decisions here in the coming games. I feel like it's more tactical and strategic now, and because of that, they don't feel as lost as they were in the first few games. And I feel like it's all about adaptability. You gotta be like B1 like the water, like Bruce Lee's quote here in this case. And I feel like adaptability is the key to success in this first few days.
So I see Luxy just kind of pacing, and I think he wants to see the overall leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken. He wants to see where his team currently stands. Let's throw them up on the screen and see where Bigatron is now going to be off the back of that 43-point game, because they sure as hell better be in the top 3 now if they weren't already. It's going to come up in a second, and I obviously going to. I actually wish we had a camera on him. Well, we technically do, but to see his reaction, there you go. Bigatron taking first place by 1 point up against Mega Conquerors.
Wow, that's
huge.
Close one. That's huge.
Especially because Mega Conquerors have 2 chicken dinners on top of that. Right. So, I mean, the interview is going to be phenomenal. Let's see how they can maintain that 1 point gap. Hopefully, they can make it even further on with the final game here today, so that tomorrow that pressure is kind of alleviated.
Oh yeah, and Mega Conqueror here, they were holding a leaderboard for quite some time now, but now still very close to actually contest for the top 2 position here. Tempo Storm falling further behind in top 3 here, so this is pretty much the top 3 potentially coming into the end of this today here. With all these people getting chicken here, except for Coast Skiller who's falling down to the top 6. So Footballers is not too far behind as well. They have the chance to actually pick themselves up here. Then we're going to be having one more game to come.
I mean, the gap isn't that big, right? I mean, that's what we have to really focus on and keep our mind on, is it's the top 3 teams to go through. And the gap, I mean, it's not massive, but there is a little bit of a gap growing between 3 and 4.
I mean, talk about things that teams are focusing on. You can tell the top 3 teams, what they are focusing on are kills. I mean, we got 43, 37, 33, and then under that it goes to 21, 19, 17. So they're not only getting those placement points, they're fragging out to go with it.
Yeah, I think earlier in today's video, we talked about the format as well, where the point system for placements is not that great. Kill points is really going to be making a huge factor here. It's starting to show just by this 5 games in general for coming from all these teams. And I feel like placements is great, but is it going to be enough here? Like, it's all about the consistency if you're talking about placement points, but kills is what you need to actually kind of like get your safety ticket to just get yourself to those global finals.
Well, let's take a look at 9th through 16th as well. I obviously need to see where the other teams currently lay. 44 points is the 8th place position.
Yeah.
I wonder where 9th is going to be, and if we're starting to see like a gap start to grow between these kind of positions, because that's what a lot of teams are going to have to keep their eye out for. So again, 2 points. Synergy have fallen pretty far, to be fair to them. And then Omen Elite starting to maybe climb up the leaderboard just a little bit. SWAT 69, we just really haven't seen too much out of them so far over the course of these prelims.
Yeah, and Party Gaming, unfortunately, I was expecting them to do more as well, but maybe after tomorrow is going to be a little bit better. But Detonator also in the 14th space here. TMID, one of the fan favorites. I really like how IND is playing. In the sense where they always play this kind of early aggression, and unfortunately to say, they just can't reap the rewards here because a lot of teams are very worried about IND's roadblocks in general for all the maps.
And IND, if I'm not mistaken, like when we think back to the South Asia regionals, was like a team who got most of their points off of placements, actually, not kills. They were 14th in kills, just kind of right at that point. Overall within their 18 games, but like their points came from placements, like, and that's just not going to fly against these top teams in the world.
Not only that, 82% of their points came from placements on Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel. So Miramar is definitely not their strong suit. All their strong maps have been played. They have one more chance to kind of recuperate the lost causes. But the teams that are down here on the bottom, I feel like they're just not quickly reacting to the meta that we brought up in the pre-show, right?
Yeah.
Over the break, over the lunch break or dinner break, a lot of these teams actually went back, watched some VODs, and they came in with new strategies. I feel like these teams that are getting left behind didn't do that, and they're going to do that tonight or tomorrow. My question is, will it be too late at that time?
Yeah, that's the thing. Today you can, kind of like a free pass. Tomorrow is the day where you don't exactly have any more time here, and I feel like that break here was super important for them. And Synergy, right now they're falling down here, and I feel like maybe they need this last game to pull themselves in towards the top 3, potentially.
Well, speaking of top 3, let's actually take a look at the top 5 players in kills overall, actually. We had Mega Conqueror have 2 players there, and that's quickly switched.
Okay.
And luckily we got the kill leader with us for an interview a little bit later on.
14 kills.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like how
Stone got 0. Sorry, I just want to cut in there. Like Stone had 1 kill. No, he had 0 kills in the last 2 games.
Oh yeah.
That's not a good sign for Mega because he was the guy to lead the way.
Yeah, Mega Conqueror, they were taken out rather early as well in the previous games. They had a top 4 placements, but like I said, they only had 2 kills here, so no surprises why they're still remaining there. But Bigatron, this is like a competition between the boys here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to ask them in the interview, are they treating this like a competition between the players, or is it going to be between themselves here? Because right now, I feel like they're racing each other for who has the most kills throughout the entire tournament itself. And currently, Luxy supposedly not besting Zuxi, because Zuxi was the one that was always the man of the match through the C League itself. They've been racing all the way through, but this time, it's my first time seeing Luxy in the lead here.
Well, you know what? I'm curious to see who has the most damage. So we'll probably, I'll bring that up tomorrow. I'm going to look at it tonight. So maybe Luxy is the damage leader. But great job from this squad. Finally getting 3 members up there on the kill leaderboard. One more game to go. Wonder if they're going to continue that best of match between the squad.
Oh yeah, maybe. And it's about same time here, the momentum swing. Where can they bring this over into the final game to close out today's games in the preliminaries? But that's going to be another story, another time to talk about here. Not today, but later on. But I want to bring out about the points here. What are your thoughts on footballists here? Like, it feels like they're getting consistently improving all the way through since game number 2 as well. Ghost Killer kind of fell a little bit here, but I feel like every team was switching up their strategies, and they've really worked out in the sense where they understood the meta now. And I feel like it all comes down to outplaying each other in positioning and also timings here. And I feel like the teams from South Asia, they're really good at playing the early aggression, but closing out the games into the final stages is one of their weaker points, just because they practically go into the circle, kind of lack of information most of the times. That's what I want to see.
When we talked about, making this aggression happen early on, one thing we're going to have to talk about is kind of a battle that broke down between SWAT 69 and Bigatron. I know you wanted to go into that, Mustache Dave.
Yeah, SWAT 69. So let's pull it up, get the clip rolling, and I'll, get the breaking down here.
Okay, let's do it. Let's throw it up on your screen because I want to see what you got. We obviously had John come in and do his thing, but what can you show us?
Yeah, so right after this, all right, here's SWAT 69, all right? They got their whole squad. Circle is about to pop, all right? Let me just put that out there. instead of deciding to full send it, maybe center, get a good position, they run into Bigatron. And I believe it was Blank and John saying the Rolling Stones. This previous match from Bigatron, this is when the stones started to roll. Right after this fight, right after the successful defend here. So we're going to continue to do this. SWAT 69, they're going to be popping out. One thing I got to note, though, we saw just a second ago, they pre-smoked the cover from the vehicle. I kind of like that. That was pretty good. Okay. Let's continue this one. Right when BTR saw what was happening, SWAT 69 were pulling up, they immediately start tossing some grenades, start to get some cover down to make sure that the squad doesn't push up or doesn't get any further. We see the explosions erupting here. There's what? I counted 1, 2, 3. We got 4 grenades already on the bat. Now, SWAT 69, they do have the wall. It is providing them cover. One of their members was able to push forward successfully. But right away, BTR, they know that time is against them, so they're trying to clean this up extremely fast. Going to be pushing out towards the blue because they don't want to get backstabbed. McBoy is going to be wrapping around here. McBoy right here getting the information using that third party or third person peeking. Doesn't necessarily spot out those members quite yet. Is going to continue to push. There goes one. They know that they're behind the wall from their previous push, and here comes the cleanup. Just like that, BTR not wasting any time right here because we see the next circle already did pop. You're going to quickly get the revive, quickly get the loop, and continue on scooting. So I brought that up because SWAT 69, very questionable push. You know, they had the vehicle. They could have just sent it. Like I said, we see them in 16th position. That's it for the clip, by the way. We see them in 16th position. They got one more game to go. They can't afford another poor decision like that one.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mustache Day. That's very hard to say as we broke it down. Thank you for the smiley face as well. Let's head over, though, to an interview. It's going to be Luxy with Icy Baby to talk to us about that last match.
Thank you so much for having me, and of course, no strangers of mine here, a good friend of mine here. I have Luxy with me from Bigatron Red Aliens here. Finally, for the first time here in the preliminaries, I have you in the interview section here, taking the chicken dinner with 23 kills. What was going through your mind, Luxy?
I don't know. We just play like normally, like I say frequently with you.
Really? Oh, sorry, what?
We just play like normally, like I said. Frequently say to you when we had an interview.
All right, you'll play it normally here, but I have to ask here. I want to clarify a little bit here. Does normally means that are you guys competing with all the other teams, or are you guys competing with each other for the kills here? Because it seems to me in the kill feed there, we had Luxy, we have you, Zuxi, and we have you, Luxy, Zuxi, and also Ryzen in the top 3 in the kill leaderboards there. Are you guys like racing right now?
Yeah, we competing with each other, with teammates. Not enemy.
Wow, that's a pretty big words right here, my man. And at the same time as well, I gotta ask here as well, throughout all today's games, 5 matches has been played. And do you mind telling me here what was going on towards the first few games here? Because it seemed to me that you guys were struggling to close up games. What was going on towards your mind there?
That's adaptation.
Sorry?
Adaptation.
Adaptation?
Yeah.
Adapting, okay.
Adapting, yeah.
Okay, I
Sorry.
like your adapting here. Last but not least here, seeing how that you guys, after the break, you guys came back stronger here, coming in towards the last game. What are you going to be expecting coming from Bigatron Red Aliens here?
I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. It's all in his DNA, man. He just plays the game.
Because every single round each have a lock for each team. Yeah, they have a lock for every single round.
Okay, so before that here, before the closing segment here, I've asked almost pretty much every team coming up here, top 3 teams that you are afraid of or you think is the strongest in this preliminary rounds. Who is it going to be?
The first one is Mega, and the second one is Tempo, and the third one is Orange.
Orange Esports. That's rather new here as well. And of course, that's pretty much it in the view here. Last things here. Anything you want to say to camera?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye indeed here. Once again, my name is ICBaby12 and this is the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 preliminary stages here with Luxy. We're going to say goodbye and we're going to be taking a short break before we go to final game right as of now. So, bye-bye.
I feel like a piece of chicken meat on a grill under the blazing sun. Everyone hates desert because they get lost here. But there are some interesting people here, like that hip-hop kid. You know, the one on top of the car? He always has the strangest stickers. Supposedly, they're trophies he got from other players. You know how it is, kids and their toys. Oh, and that guy standing by the wall has a really good aim and is supposedly an assassin. Why is he dressed like that in this frackin' desert, though? As for that lady over there, she values her gun more than her own life. That's about the only thing you can trust around here. Me? Who am I? Ha! Everyone knows the Lava Barret. Shh! I think we have guests.
Broken again.
Bird's been following us. Does it think we're rabbits?
No, you're more like a bug. A really lazy bug. Watch out!
Take cover!
We're surrounded!
Fly fast, I'll race you. Time to wreak havoc. Let's go! You could join us, little sidekick.
Companion. Let's go!
Hey! Wait for me!
I didn't know we were starting with that. I thought I was
he
going to do
baited
the
us.
intro.
He baited
and
us.
then we would do it. I think we were going to start with it.
It was your idea. All right.
We're going to start over.
Nope, it's
Can we
done.
cut back to
It's
break
done.
here,
Okay.
and then we'll restart one more time.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll just catch up and do it myself. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Prelims. Days away from the global finals. Obviously, we still need to find 3 teams to get there. And speaking of 3...
Yeah.
Almost the chicken dance. But you know what? Dave only wanted to do it. I'm calling you Dave now because you backed out.
Oh, I lost the mustache.
You lost your mustache.
Don't look at this. Don't look at this. I'm
Don't look
ashamed.
at it at all.
Don't look at this.
But we have to do it.
Yeah, come on.
Because Southeast Asia is stepping up here in the prelims. We got to be talking about it.
Yeah, Bigatron Red Aliens here, the last Indonesian team coming into this tournament, stepped up, got 23 kills. This is all of them, man. This is
You
definitely
have to do
all
it
of
23 times then for each kill they got.
All right, you know who's stepping
Times 23,
down?
yeah.
Who's stepping down?
Oh, yeah.
Mega. They
Oh,
started today super strong, 2 chickeners, a bunch of kills, every single game after that, slowly losing that lead. They actually did lose that lead, only by 1 point, but I'm kind of scared for the squad that it's going to go even further after this game because personally, I'm looking at SGE to make the comeback on Erangel.
Oh, yeah.
It is their best map when it comes to placement points and kills, and they definitely 100% need this.
Yeah, Synergy was someone that, a team that I was expecting to just maintain consistent as well. They had a really great start now from top 2, now dropped in towards the top 9 position, which is kind of unfortunate for me as well. Same goes for Mega Conqueror, but it was still like a close call. You talk about
They're
top 2,
close.
right? But from C region here, I feel like Orange Esports was something that really gave me a shocker here because they were playing very consistent all the rounds here. But this past few games has been very shaky for them.
Hey, maybe Bigatron, let's be honest, maybe they're getting used to their phones. We talked about it before. It's obviously a big factor of it. Their Vivo Next 3s, and obviously we talked about teams getting used to a little bit of a different device for them. Maybe they're unlocking the power that it gives you in their hands, and maybe they can continue to do it again. I do want to go back, though, to Mega Conquerors one more time.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to ask you guys your opinions on this. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be wrong. It's just your opinion. Do you think that was a little bit of luck for Mega Conquerors to start off with those 2 chicken dinners? Do you think maybe it's teams getting used to how they're playing and they're adapting, or do you think maybe they're getting unlucky in their recent games?
I don't think
Or is it
was
none
luck.
of the above?
I don't think it was luck. It's more like the mental fortitude of the players themselves. I feel like that game in Erangel where Tempo Storm kind of stormed their way through and just took out Mega Conqueror as a revenge mock kind of thing was one of the things that just brought them their morale super down, because after that in the map of Vikendi, you saw they were playing it super passive, and I feel like it was just that thing that just dropped it down.
All right, so I'm not going to let you say it because, he said everything we were thinking. I know he got it. So last thing, last game of the day, predictions. Just the team name for game number 6.
I think BTR.
Detonator!
Okay, switch things up, going for Japan here. Well, that's it from us on the desk. This is something I've always wanted to do as we head over to our commentators to break down our last game. It's going to be John Allen and Blake.
There we go. Nice throw on that one. That got some air.
He threw to us.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Literally threw to it. Oh, no, I missed it. Okay. Sorry, couldn't catch that one. But my name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We're going to be getting underway with the final game of the day, Erangel. We've seen some dominant performances come out from several different teams. Mega and Tempo Storm taking home the victories previously. Who's going to be the 3rd victor in the original map?
Indeed, Dave voted for Nippon. We'll see if he actually goes through with it and gets his result that he wants from Detonator. So far, Detonators haven't really all that good. Unfortunately, a bit shaky. But we are going over to Erangel, finishing out on the El Clasico. You know how it is. We always finish. We start on the El Clasico, we finish on the El Clasico. And we have a little bit of a mixture in between.
Yeah.
The ice, the jungle, the desert.
And it's also the only map that we've seen twice now already. We're going to be playing it a 3rd time. This means that the drops are going to be isolated. The only shift that happened between the first time around on Erangel and the second time around was the swap between SWAT. They moved from South George Crates playing against Omen Elite to over in the Pubg playing against Synergy E. So are they going to move again? We'll have to wait and see, but I don't think we're going to see too much more movement other than that potentially.
Yeah, it'd be funny if they went over to like a different location and really like the whole game plan is just to go to each and every team and be like, FBI, open up, until they get something done. Because the moment, like, obviously they went over to Synergy E, they messed around with Omen so far, and both times they actually really messed up both teams. Like, Synergy E, a lot more difficult time because usually they have a pretty leisurely rotation out of the Pubg over to Mansion and all the nice little looting spots you have around there. Instead, you forced over down to Shelter, which is awkward terrain, and also over to Prison.
Yeah.
really, you never want to be entering prison, right? Because you are basically doing Her Majesty's pleasure at that point. You're not having a good time whatsoever. And it's in a massive ditch, which is even worse. You loot there in the worst case.
Another team that's struggling on their rotations, Red Canids. Down on Sosnovka Military Island. Twice now they've been guarded away by IND.
Don't do it again.
Who always play on Ferry Pier. They played this way against Fnatic, which we keep talking about in the South Asia regionals. And they mess Fnatic up big time. Like every time they take a player out on that rotation, always leaving them with that 3-player disadvantage, which is really, really difficult to play from. So what we were talking about, Blank, in the breaks was that, you know, Red could potentially go somewhere else.
They actually are as well. SWAT 69 is going elsewhere.
and a Red going down to Sosnovka? I think we'll have to wait a little bit to see that.
Well, Red drop outside of Sosnovka on the actual middle island. Then they rotate in through the west bridges, which is what's been messing them up, is that IND is constantly there. IND gets down quicker than Red do because it's their home ground, right? Yeah. They know that turf better than anyone in this lobby, potentially. And so they know exactly how to do it. But this time, like you say, John, they're going to go. They're doing the correct thing. Just land in Sosnovka. There are vehicles down there. You can rotate afterwards once you have gear.
But that makes it even. It's still pretty hard to go over on that west bridge, right? Like, you've still got IND guarding that spot. They know how to play it. They know where they're going to hold. They know exactly where they're going to go. They're going to be absolutely free and clear. Another Western Circle.
What's going on?
What is going on? What are you confused about?
Why is so SWAT 69 sent Bouflar down with BTR as a sacrificial lamb, and the rest of their team has gone South George? So actually, no.
Oh no, they are all there.
Is that the whole team?
No, the whole team is there.
Oh, it's OM, isn't it?
It's OM and Elite who've gone out off to South George. Great, but actually, Detonator. They normally play in North George. The question is, are they going to drop a little bit short? We'll have to see. But yeah, at the moment, everybody else pretty much sticking to their guns. No one I can see really changing it up. Potentially Victory 5, the only one who's dropped a little bit
Here
further
it is. They're fighting BTR. This team has got a lot of cojones to be doing. Come back here.
Oh, no. Nipping at the heels. Not going to be able to get that one done. The SLR, iron sights. Will he get a gun in this building? That's the question. At the moment, he's looking relatively lucky
as well.
Pulled the pin on the nade, looking for the upstairs position. The rest of BTR not quite there yet. Oh, my goodness me. He's playing cops and robbers right now.
My Lord, yeah. That guy's literally running diagonal.
He's got an M16.
Dangerous weapon close up, especially with the new buffs.
Oh, he hears it. The rest of the team are just over the hill, and he's going to be able to take
What
one.
a
Takes
shot.
the first face. Nicely done. Turns it around, looks for the second, does get knocked. The rest of his team not quite there. I don't think they've quite confirmed it just yet. Oh, no. Oh, no. he's kicking his heels out.
He's taunting him. He's taunting him.
Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? Oh, left hook, right hook, maybe. They haven't confirmed the kill just yet. Maybe they're waiting and trying to bait the rest of Bigatron in.
No, they've finished him.
There we go.
He's been flushed. First blood goes to SWAT 69.
Nicely done. Everybody else, as we say, very much in their designated positions. No alterations whatsoever. Pachinki boys, Tempo Rain, Tempo Storm with Rain are able to just hold it down. Really nice loot spot, really easy rotations as well. A lot of defined rotational spots there.
Yeah, I mean, what comes with Storm, John? The rain.
And the thunder.
And the thunder. There's no thunder though. He's in the works.
Yeah?
He's in the works, yeah. They're still trying to convince one of the players to change the name.
They'll try and get Tempo Wind as well.
That is not true, by the way. I don't want people thinking that's actual gospel. It's not. It's just me messing about.
That would be it. You'd want rain, wind, thunder, and lightning.
Yeah.
That would be an ultimate Tempo Storm
That would be
squad.
the ultimate Tempo Storm squad
right
there. Yeah. Hypothetically, yes.
Monica, get on it. I want to see that next tournament.
You've got to make all these players with all their individual names dating back forever. Change them to this because it is the ultimate squad.
Because it's a funny joke.
You know, there is actually one player who has a really interesting backstory to his name. It's Wi-Fi from Omen Elite. Back when he used to play in a couple of other games when he first started, people used to accuse him of only being good because he had good internet. So he was like, I will just embrace this and name myself Wi-Fi.
Fair enough.
So
Good a reason as any.
That's probably one of my favorite names.
Do you know how I came up with my username?
No, actually.
So my mum named me John Allen.
Right.
That was the end. Sorry, that was the end of the story.
Oh, cool. Amazing, amazing. Asterion Myth coming up against Ghost Skiller right now. In very much a similar areas. Currently, Rozhok is being controlled by Ghost Skiller, and here we have Tempo Nico running through the fields.
They're right behind the footballist. And actually, Team IND as well are out there in the buggies. Razzing about, trying to get a little bit of a position. Rotations going in. Of course, the western side does mean all these teams over in the east need to move over.
It does, yeah, and INS, once again, they get a nice little circle here. They can play within this. This is good for them. This is a very typical spot from Footballists right now. A lot of teams will take this position just underneath Potato Hill, quickly scout out, and then move on to the next zone afterwards.
Victory 5 actually moving northwards on their rotation, just to the north of Yasnaya. Orange are there. Maybe looking to go all the way up to the north, potentially. It would be a weird rotation if they did. But we'll see if it pays off. Orange seem to have spotted them out in the open. They might be shooting all the way over, but I don't think there's anyone too close by. We've got Asterion Myth just to the south of School, and Ghost Skiller over in Rozhok. We'll be moving south relatively parallel. We'll see what they're able to get done.
Yeah, moving this way into Ruins usually seems to be a pretty decent option for this team. Obviously, you have to move down into the fields area, which is really open. But right now, we are in phase 1. There's a lot of area, a lot of territory to occupy right now. I'm going to say we have at least 25% of the circle in water, which makes things a little bit more condensed than they usually would be if this was more of a central circle. But Team IND, they're able to not have to make any too sudden movements right now. They can just gatekeep Red Canids. And once again, Red Canids don't seem to have learned their lesson that the Western Bridge, it is what one would call dangerous.
One would call it that. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. They might come a cropper. Team IND have not left that position. They don't need to. There's no motivation at the moment to do so.
They control that area. There's no reason for them to leave. They're actually moving cars downwards over the bridge to create some kind of roadblock. Footballers, they've moved all the way into the circle. Currently, they're playing much more central and tempo. They continue to play this playstyle that they just mentioned to us, which is much more central, take much more space early, because God knows it, they've got some insane firepower on this team right now. The gun skill is a lot better than we first expected, and I think that's just because we didn't get to see too much of it, because they're being caught out on very risky rotations because of the edge playstyle that we saw them employ at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, as well, that's the thing. You're coming into these prelims where we're taking second and third place teams. In the case of C and South Asia as well, you've got third, fourth, fifth place teams. These are the teams that generally might play a little bit more passive, so they've adopted a more aggressive stance, and as such, might have a little bit more success coming into these games. Obviously, you've got some other teams like Synergy E coming into it who are very much aggressive style players, leaning a little bit more heavily on their fragging power, but they are fewer and further between than maybe you would see, or we will see, over in the final stages.
I think also a cool thing to point out right now is that if you really think about it, the players in prelims right now are obviously, like you're saying, they're the second, third place teams, or the third, fourth, and fifth place teams from their respective regions. The reason that they're in that place, and it's no BM whatsoever, is there's some form in their playstyle which is a little bit off, maybe, that they can improve on. Because no matter, you could talk to anyone, and I completely could say to them, you could be better in some aspects of your playstyle. Yeah. Anyone, even the top team in the world, there could be aspects of their gameplay that can improve.
This is the thing. Nobody is good. Everyone is. The best team is just the least bad.
Just the least, exactly, John. But here, what's interesting is that they get 18 more games than anyone in the global finals to really work out the creases in their gameplay. It gives them a lot of practice, and potentially the 3 teams that do go ahead into the global finals might be even scarier than we see them on day 1 today.
We'll have to wait and see. Next circle is in, goes very much land-based, which means that no one's really going to have to move too much, only really going to crunch towards Georgia Pole here, and compounds that are already owned will be easily defensible. At the moment, SWAT 69 might try and join red on the cross on the western bridge.
Yeah, things are starting to get it's getting tight over here on the western side. Obviously, Red Canids are like, oh, well, we just won't cross then.
Well, they're going to have to now.
Got a stalemate going on, and now SWAT 69 is going to come from behind like a bulldozer and just force them to cross.
They're going to really struggle here. Red Canids have a really tough time now. I would be so surprised if they were able to...
FBI, let us cross!
To get it done. They are going to go for the full send. trying to live up to the Canid name. If anyone's up to date with their Willy Wonka lore, of course they'll know about the vicious Canids who like to shape shift into the word scram before they attack.
I think that's just you who's read up on that, by the way.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a little bit of information.
Was
but at
that
the moment,
commentary purely for you?
they're going to be the ones who have to do the scramming, I'm afraid, because they are currently caught between two teams either side of the bridge.
It's just poor, really. This rotation. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a big fan.
Not a big fan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I won't install you in my industrial unit for cooling then.
Yeah, because I am truly not a big fan.
You got that one that time. Congratulations. Mega over on the east, challenging out Biggie-tron, obviously dominant, but at the moment, really the story is this western bridge from Sanhok military base. Kratos not giving them any respite. Chowski might struggle. So what, 69 still yet to make this crossing too?
Just being the ominous presence behind them right now. Red Canids are really stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea right now. Levi does get across, and Mega opt to just rotate right past Biggie-tron. You can take the coastal side. We don't want it. We're going to go try play just underneath Pachinki, potentially go over to the fields area, create our own little compound of vehicles in the beginning here, and then work from there onwards. The difficulty with doing this is you're almost sacrificing your vehicles very early on. But what's interesting, they've left Pons behind. Now, what you could have here is Mega just turn on BTR and Pons have the off angle and do serious work. But what we do know is BTR is like the anti-off angle team with Luxie on board. He is insanely good at shutting down those angles immediately.
No. I think Levi's been spotted away from the rest of the Red Canids. They have their scout.
And dead.
He's in the building. Not dead quite yet, but there's not too much time, I think. Going to be taken away. There we go. Taljip able to claim that one. Gets the kill. Levi goes down to 3. The rest of the Red Canids stat on the bridge. They're buying time right now. They're waiting for the zone to close. They're trying to allow IND to take that victory and just head on into the rest of the zone.
Yeah, usually Captain Levi is a lot better when he's solo, but in this case,
see that?
He goes down so quick. Yeah. It's pretty depressing.
Yeah, no ODM going on there.
No, nothing. None whatsoever. He was not fast at all.
He's out of gas, mate.
Out of gas, out of fuel. SWAT69 instead making the smart decision.
All right.
Double loot crate all the way across the sky.
One's got a cheeky little Groza in. That's right on the south coast. Biggie-tron, closest team to it. Of course, we've got one with the Groza. Don't know what the other one's in, but either way, that's 2 level 3 resupplies.
It is very nice. We'll see who picks that up. Next circle comes in. Hard yoink over to the western side. Detonator's going to feel very good about that one, as is Dave over on the analyst desk, who did predict this team to go forward and win it.
See what they're able to do. They are going to come across
Can I get a detonators, please? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby. But, great stuff from Dave there, popping off.
Yeah. Were you going to say the footballers there?
No, I was going to say a lot of fun brings to that.
Oh, yeah, true.
Mysterian Myth. Looking to try and rotate across the field. I'm going to get away with it as well. A hard western shift, and a lot of these teams dead central. Mega, they're split up currently with Party Gaming and Synergy E in between them. They've got their scout out front, and the rest of the teams backing them up as well. Asterion claim that compound. They got INS across the way, and the Chopsticks, they've got a handle up to the north. It's Tempo Storm.
Again, speaking to what you talked about earlier, John, with the passive playstyle from a lot of these teams. Ooh. Yes, please, Mr. Parkour Man.
More of that.
Thank you. 16 teams in Phase 3. That's a lot of players to be squashed into one area, so you can definitely be expecting to see a couple of these teams chopped down a little bit in terms of size, because honestly, not everyone can fit here, especially in the field. So you are going to just start to see people fall by the wayside.
I really like that Tempo haven't committed to either the Chopstick or the ditch, the Storm Drain. They've also got foothold in that compound. They've spread out nicely, which means that even if a team comes and crashes in, they aren't going to lose their whole squad should that come to pass. Luckily, there's only one team at their back. That's the Footballers, and they're going to see them coming a mile off. They've got fields all around them to try and just hold everyone away.
Yeah, issue with the Footballers right now is the fact that if they make a move down towards INS, Tempo, or Asterion Lunatic, they forfeit the vehicles. The wheels will be shot out, and wherever they get to is where they'll stay until death or victory, or rotate on foot, which is the really tough thing from Footballers' position. But as you point out there, John, there is a lot of teams here on the southern side who have to make their way in. SWAT 69 able to find a vehicle
over by Ferry Pier that wasn't taken by Team IND are now making their way into the circle using that nice little bit of hillside that we saw Tempo take advantage of just north of Quarry.
This is a very similar game to the shifts that we saw. I think it was the game that, I can't remember which team won. Was it Ghost Skiller? No, they won Miramar. Tempo won this one, right? Last time around.
38 points.
Shifted a little bit to the west. Down there, you can see it was a little bit further south on this circle, but there's still potential to have essentially exactly the same finish coming through.
Absolutely. So Tempo should be pretty clued in on what should happen next. Right now, though, they're in a much similar situation they were before. Ooh,
that's going to change things.
That's a spicy one. That's pretty picante over on the western side. Orange right in the middle, and respectively, it's your boy Fire. Right in the dead center of this very, very hot circle.
On the Nando's, it's definitely a hot on the Nando's scale.
I'm gonna say it's an extra hot. I'm gonna go one further. This is an extra hot Nando's Delio going on the circle.
Cheeky. But they're over to the west. A lot of teams already starting to send it in. You've got Omen Elite, INS already mounting up, as well as Asterion Myth all looking to move. Tempo at the heels.
Here's the desperate push from Mega, or would you even call it desperate? Because this team is able to remove people with such surgical ease. We'll see what happens with it, though, but they immediately take center position, and they know they have to. No team wants to get caught in the valley, but Omen actually taking a really strong position here, just over the lip of the ridge.
Asterion still with 3 players going. Omen Elite feel a little bit of pain. So are Mega. INS, they're going to start to crash on through. Looks like Mega aren't doing too well. Pons is healed up. The nades and the mollies not quite hitting their position right now. You can see over on the top side of your screens, Tempo making that rotation as well as everyone crashes. This is crunch time. This is what I've pretty much referred to as potentially, well, maybe this one, maybe the next one. It's the Thanos circle where half the lobby just disappears.
It's in a snap of a finger, John. It seriously is. You see Zuta here taking a fight with Joker. Pulls the nade. Maybe looking for the bounce down the hill. Seems smart. Molly goes over the top, and Zute is going to have to retreat away from that one. Does he have the smoke stove for the res? That is bold. Right out in the open, but you know, I'm about it. Joker does have to go for the heal. Omen's got to be worried, though. They have a lot of teams at their back right now.
Yeah, Mega's up the top of the hill, so he's got a straight-up fight. 4 versus 3, however. I don't think he even wants to go for it. The rest of his team not quite there to back him up in this spot. You can see he is alone. Everyone else just down south, right at the bottom of the minimap in the top right. He goes for the 1 versus 3. Looks like he wants to know a little bit more about Omen Elite's play style. Goes for the spray. Zute catches some. Don't want to be holding on to those bullets for too long. Try and get that one healed up. Carnage off the face now. Spring on the off angle too. They might be looking for the double face. Carnage trying to sneak around the foothills. He's going to give the game away. The nade is in hand. Pulls the pin. Tries to cook. Over the top. Joker runs away. Smart stuff coming out from the INS scout.
Yeah, he's really getting a lot of... causing Omen Elite a lot of bother right now. Really, they want to just finish up the players over the side of the hill. But right now, Joker is just sending so many shots their way. It's really difficult for them to get anything done. Nice spray here from Spring.
Able to...
Oh my, this
Joker
guy
just does not stop. Look at this guy. The issue is that Omen Elite can't push away from their position because they know that the rest of INS are further south. They know that they'll get broadside. As soon as they push out, you've also got, I believe that's Ghost Skiller down further south and a lot more to do.
I mean, this is the game that Omen Elite desperately need to stay within.
Did Tempo Storm get wiped?
God, I think they might have done, actually, yeah. I mean, they were on the eastern side of the map. I think we missed it whilst we were looking at all the commotion here with Omen Elite. Currently, Orange has a really strong spot in this circle, depending on when the next shift goes. They've got the conservatory all to themselves. It's a really powerful position. So much like area that you can see in a 360-degree angle here. Ghost Skiller there in an awful situation.
Ooh. Nicely done. They got him out up into the US. On the football list, taking the fight with Party Gaming. Looking for the rundown as well. Moves a little bit further forwards. Footballist out in the fields. You've got 1 player left standing for them at the moment, Solke. INS currently holding dead center with Joker. They have their scout on the next circle. Omen Elite, they're also in a really strong spot when it comes to it. Oh, he's got to see that, but no, he gets shut down. Joker!
Joker, come on,
the thorn
brother!
in the side. He's just not going to give them any quarter.
Just 1 peek, brother. I beg of you, brother, please.
I beg of thee. Just 1 bit of quarter, but no, the spray from the VSS not quite landing onto Spring. Carnage is low. Zute running around, trying to scrabble it.
Yeah, silent but deadly. Remember, INS still has all the team members up, and they're just allowing Joker just to do his thing over here. Perhaps he needs to help his team. The one thing I'm worried about Omen, though, is that they've taken a fight with so many teams right now, is that they're going to have many, many eyes looking their way, gouging into the back of their heads.
Ghost Killer currently fighting with Party Gaming up on the top. They're just to the east of the rest of INS as well. Ghost Killer eliminated. Party Gaming able to shut it down. Biggitron as well, starting to take some fights. Southwest side, Synergy E and Team IND both holding on these angles down on the southwest. On the northeast as well, you've got Omen Elite still very close to Victory 5. For the moment, Southwest seems to be where the action's popping off.
I'm not sure that Omen Elite currently know that Victory 5 are just over the top of this hillside. They just pushed back Mega, who was completely recuperated. And Mana goes in right now. Spring takes a bit of a shot. And Joker still peeking here.
It's ridiculous. This guy is on a tear. Biggitron still struggling to push on through with Synergy E still in their way. The blue zone will start to crunch. It's zone 5. Very difficult to try and withstand this one. They need a miracle. It looks like Synergy E will not be able to give them one.
Party Gaming have a much better game right now with the 5 kills on board too, with all 4 members alive. This is a great way to finish the day if they can get towards the upper echelons of this ranking in Erangel right now. V5, they're trying to take advantage of this, but obviously they've got a player in the back who's knocked there, potentially from Mega. It's a really nice hillside to hold for Open Elite, but they're getting harassed by Joker and all the teams. It's so difficult.
Joker is holding the center of this circle on his own right now. He is the only player in the center of the circle. Everybody else is on the edge. This is ridiculous.
Promise. 4 people here, promise.
Well,
not just me.
Let's take a look at the observatory. Orange currently trying to hold it down. They are being contested, however. They will not have it quietly. See what they can get done. It will not be detonated. Sorry, Dave. They won't be able to dismount Orange just yet. 3 players hold atop the hill, but the shift goes away. A Joker will edge guard it.
Do you know what? I need a PMC no from that one.
Oh, dear.
Open Elite, though. They're going to deal with Victory 5 in a second. But like you say, here comes the nades.
Oh, another Molotov as well. A little bit long, so they will not be hit by that. Smokey needs to try and hold it down. Okay, it's 2 encroaching squads. They're not in the zone. They need to try and set up to go, but their vehicles are burnt out. They have very little cover. IND are there. Everybody wants a piece of INS right now. Oh, the nade. That could be big. The nade's over the top. Cartoons goes down, but Smokey survives for now. Smokey needs to just send for the hills.
Joker, where are you?
He's still in the middle. He's still right in there. Omen Elite, though, going for the crunch on the V, on the apex of this hillside. Victory 5 push over the ridgeline. They're trying to challenge it out. 3 versus 3 in close range fighting. Mega as well over on the other side. They flush out 1. And they're going to be able to get it done. In the meantime, Omen trading back and forth, but it is not going to be them to take it home. Victory 5 hold it down, but only 1 player left standing. And Mega can start to push on through. They will go down.
This is excellent work from Mega to understand exactly what's happening down here. V5 have become the third partied. We didn't think we'd see the day, but here we are.
Omen Elite hold it down for now, and Victory 5 stay alive. Mega gonna get their front man pinched on out as well across the way as they push on through. Mega still going strong though. 9 kills for the Party Gaming squad, 6 kills for Mega.
This is really good for Party Gaming. They need this game if they want to stay within reach of the front pack. Mega, though, having a pretty mega game so far with the 6 kills on board.
Oh, no.
They take down players from Victory 5. It's online 24.
They've moved central. They're guarding against Victory 5, who have to push up the hill. They have such a difficult task. Okay, Mega, they're going super aggressive now. They're going for the full set.
Go on, then!
It's do or die. They've got to make it work. They're going down. Oh, dear. He's got to get in now. He has to go for the push point. Get out of the blue, my friends. You need to heal up. Oh, they make it happen. Victory 5. They don't know what hit them.
My lord.
They need to get the reses, and they need to go now. They need to crawl in because they are not in the zone currently.
That is mega road rage coming out from this team.
That was risky.
It was super risky. I mean, he says it's a pond, but he's really jumping in deep end here with a lot of these teams.
Wow. Incredible stuff from Mega. They started the day off well. They're looking to finish it strong too. 9 kills now on board. A couple more frags and they might be okay, but no, the nades start to rain through from Party Gaming. They're up the hill. They spot those smokes. They know what's up.
That is a long toss on the nade there from Party Gaming. Can anyone even challenge this team with such a strong position on the high ground with 4 players alive? Mega's probably the best one to do it here. And Footballists, though, they have the off angle. They've got the creeper in the grass right now in terms of Sulke, but it looks like he's looking just to ladder up. You wouldn't think he'd throw away his life unless it was do or die.
They've spotted Synergy E as well. Major Alpha falls. Down to 1 for Synergy E. But Party Gaming, they've been spotted out by Orange as well, who all have to make the push. Who's going to be able to make it happen? Party Gaming have dominance up the top of the hill, but everybody's looking their way. Everybody's spotted them out. Another knock from IND. You got her now under fire from Stalker. We know how devastating he can be with this DP. They've got the flying V formation with the vehicles, and up they go. It's Mega taking it on yet again. Party Gaming rack up 2 more, but for how long will they be able to survive? Sulke is in the wings as well.
Mega just know exactly when to push here. Great nade coming over the top. But the effect goes down. Is that them now out? Now 2 players still remaining at 9 kills. Pons looking down into Orange. You have to make the push. DP comes down.
Gets 1 knock. Pons going to be looking for the second. It's Stalker who has a DP of his own though. We know how strong he is, as we said. A really strong fragger from the C region. Has to push out. Oh, he's been spotted. No way he gets through this. No way he gets away with it. Has to go for the reload. M4 in hand now, has the suppressor on it as well, but his position is already being given away. He breaks out, and Stalker somehow, some way makes it. Pin pulled, Pons looking to lob it on over. But at the moment, the Party Gaming squad still atop.
There's Sulke going for the shots. Online does go down. Excellent headshot there, but Party Gaming will have heard this. Now he's going for the shots. He's laddered up quite a bit right now. Her will just take him down after that. Mega down to 1 player. It's Pons. He's coming over the top side.
They're looking for the res earlier as well. They might just be able to get the res up for Mega. Orange have rotated all the way to the other side of the circle at this stage. They're 2 players strong. It's 4 versus 2 versus 2, and all of these teams are going to be looking to push forward. Mega 9 kills. Party Gaming 13 already on board. Potentially 4 more to rack on up, but it's such difficult players to play against right now. Both sides under threat as it shifts over to the west.
Pons has made an insane run for Mega so far. From that vehicle push to manage to get that insane pick off there, which allowed him to get the res through.
Orange have control. Pons goes down, and now it's down to Online. 32 seconds to try and go for this res. They're in the bush. Is it too risky to go for this res? The push may be looking to be found from Party Gaming. They go out wide. Online. It's your time to come online indeed, but Jihoon able to rattle it down with that micro Uzi. It's 2 teams remaining. Orange and Party Gaming.
As Party Gaming, big fish, small pond. Mega not able to make it happen. Party Gaming now moving over to Stalker. Let's see if Stalker can do it. Janchi goes down. Leon's still alive as well. Arguably the best 2 players on Orange still up right now. Can Party Gaming finish it out? They need to do it right now.
If Leon doesn't give his position away, they might be in with a chance. They can get the surprise kill. He has gone into the fight now, and out wide goes her, looking for the off angles himself. And behind the tree they are, but Orange have the zone. Both of those 2 players from Party Gaming on your screen right now, they have to make the break. The M4 in hand, he's on the ground. Jihoon is going to be stimming up. They need to try and take the trade fight. In they go. The shots rattle off, but it's Leon to go down early. Stalker with his work cut out for him. 1 versus 3, goes for the 1 knock, but it will not be enough. Party Gaming from atop the hill, rack up 18 kills. Huge performance coming out to close them down. Nicely done. Party Gaming step up to the plate.
They're super happy with this one. No party poopers in the house tonight. They get that chicken dinner through.
Streamers, sparklers, everything you need for a good party, and a chicken dinner to back it up.
It was a little bit, they look a little bit defeated there. They know that they got an insanely good game through from that one. A load of kills on board, but still, it's only a small leap for them in quite a long race going forward. They caught up a little bit, but is it enough to propel them forwards over the next 2 days?
We'll have to see. It's going to be tricky. A third of the way through the games now. It's, you know, it is starting to coalesce. So we said it was early days before. We're a third of the way through the games now, so you do need to start being conscious of your placement. You can kind of brush off early ones, but now you need to be in that mindset. You should have warmed up into those mobiles as well, into the next 3s, being able to perform towards your best at this stage.
Today you get to do things like this on your screen right now. Tomorrow, not so much, to be quite honest with you.
Pons is out in the blue, and look at that.
They didn't need to go for, I will be honest, they did not need to go for that. And in fact, what that did was severely limit their meds towards the late game, as well as losing their vehicles.
Yeah, true. Here's Major Alpha getting an off angle of his own. Except it's the other way around here. Pons did such a great job to keep them in this game for so long. But Orange, you're going to be really proud of them to make it so far. They got a really good compound early on, and they made it work, making it all the way to that number 2 spot.
Yeah, we are just going to keep it on down for the Party Gaming squad. So many teams were trying to push onto them as well, but they just held off on every single angle. They played each other against other teams beautifully. They went for the final push. They went for the trades. They did it exactly by the book. But we're going to head over to the desk to break it down.
You know, I don't know who to talk smack to anymore because we've had both dark horses chosen by our desk today get themselves a chicken dinner. Party Gaming at the very end. I mean, you were saying it.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, not you.
Yeah. Hey. Well, now I know who my favorite analyst is. Oh. Yeah, well, that's what you get if you don't give me a fist bump. But obviously, Party Gaming winning that match. What a match to win as well. I remember we were watching it, and you kind of looked at it like, wait a minute. They had like 5 kills, and then they kept going up, and eventually finished off at, I believe, 15 kills for themselves.
Yeah, that was
what a game.
Insane here. I did not expect that much of a turnaround coming from them here, considering that they were really, really low in terms of the first 5 games. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to try and interview them a little bit.
18.
Get in their minds a little bit more later on. But seeing how they were performing here, like they took a lot of tactical plays really well here. They were very disciplined here. And when we talk about discipline as well, like I think the casters was also calling out as well. I think John and also Blank was calling out as well. Like Mega Conqueror, they did not need to make that play against V5. Yeah. And I feel like that play right there, it was a little bit of miscommunication between them and Stone. Early on, I think Stone was the one that pushed V5 when V5 was engaging against Omen. And as soon as like Stone went in, hey, they know that V5 was really weak. It was a great time for Mega Conqueror to push them. However, they were like in this kind of debate where, hey, should we back off or should we gatekeep, should we push? You know what? We should have pushed earlier. And that kind of durations to take the time to kind of like decide kind of things was kind of like their downfall and one of the reasons why they lost so many members early and also gave away a lot of positions away towards Party Gaming.
Well, we're going to get a little bit more depth into that. I think Mustache Dave's going to break that down for us a little bit later on. But let's actually take a look at the standings from that last match, see where the teams did finish off. Obviously, Party Game with 18 kills they got, and the chicken dinner. That's a lovely, 17 kills. They got 37 points off of that one. That is honestly a phenomenal start for them to really get back into it. But speaking about getting back into it, Mega Conquerors.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. That was something that I was concerned with the squad because they did start so strong here today. They definitely needed this. And looking at the top 8, I don't see Bigatron. So remember, coming into this game, Bigatron was only 1 point ahead of Mega Esports. So Mega Esports definitely taking that lead once again to end the day. Most likely we'll have to wait and see for the overall leaderboards, but Party Gaming, what were they in, like 15th before this game? I don't know if this is going to get them in the top 3, but definitely top
maybe the
5.
front page.
Yeah,
maybe the
definitely front page.
And then you see again, I mean, footballists again sneaking their way through, being consistent and getting these finishes. Maybe not the best performance for them, but still top 6. That's not bad. Victory 5. Like, this is a team that has massive pressure on the shoulders. The only Chinese team playing in the prelims. We talked to them a little bit early on, and obviously they said they felt the pressure, but this team has kind of tapered off a little bit over the course of today. But then again, it's just day 1, so I don't want to, obviously count them out just yet.
Yeah, I was also having a conversation from IND as well a few days ago. Trans, I think it was Trans, who I met in the hallway as well. He did mention yesterday night as well during the practice matches it was super tough for them, and I'm really surprised to see IND into the top 4 here. And this is gonna be. This is what we talk about adaptability and understanding, right? Now, making the top 4 here to close this off, this is going to give them a little bit more points to work with. But like you said as well, day 1, anything can happen. We still have day 2, we still have day 3 to work about around that as well. And Party Gaming with the chicken dinner, yeah, I know we agree that, hey, it's not enough to hit towards the top 3, but definitely the front page here, which may or may not help them out towards the day 2 and also day 3 to come
I wonder if it's like kind of the Temple Storm thing where after they finally got that victory, there was so much pressure off their shoulders, the sigh of relief they're able to, to do. But we'll see, obviously. It's kind of a good way to end your day, right? They had a kind of bad first 5 matches, and then to win the last one, that has to get you excited for tomorrow and get you motivated. But let's take a look at 9th through 16th, though, and see the unfortunate last placing teams from our final match of the day. And again, we're seeing Well, SWAT 69, unfortunately, there. We're seeing Detonator there, unfortunately. Insidious kind of falling down a little bit. Omen Elite not making the top placings. And then again, Bigatron kind of to have such a massive performance on Vikendi. It's great that they're so good on that map, but that map's played only 3 times.
Oh yeah, and not to mention as well, I was surprised that Bigatron has been really inconsistent today's games here. But yeah, seeing how things are going here, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be faring themselves into this day number 2. But as of now, I'm pretty sure Mega Conqueror is going to be topping the charts for day 1.
And I'm not going to lie, Detonator letting me down big time in that game. I was cheering them on. Letting me down because they had so many circles in their favor as well. The circle continued to shift up there to the northwest. That's where we saw them. And instead of being proactive with their advantage, they sat out for the longest of times, and they actually ended up being gate kept somehow, even though they had so much favor. I don't even know how that happens, but it did. They just let the placement points slip out of their hands, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about as well. It was against Orange Esports CG as well.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
That observer tower and just go their way through. Yeah, but in logic terms here, I did not expect Orange Esports CG to manage to secure that compound, but eventually they took it here, and because of that, they had a really smooth sailing. Just a little bit unfortunate there because of the ending phase. They needed to cross that road where Party Gaming already had pretty much the full control towards the top terrains here. They were like 2 men down by then here. If they had like a third guy right there, maybe they could have just like a 50-50 trade-off with Party Gaming, but a little bit unfortunate because the terrain definitely favored Party Gaming as well.
Well, something I think all the teams out there and all the viewers out there are wondering, where's my favorite team stand at the moment? Where's my favorite team in the overall standings from the first day of the prelims here?
Leaderboards!
Yeah, we're not there yet. Not yet. Not just yet. But Mega Esports will be able to take that first place back, and they take it back by 8 points. More than 8 points. If I can do math correctly, I can tell you it's 16 points.
Oh yeah, you're right. I took a moment to pause actually, counting. Yeah, you're right. It's 16 points here. But at the same time, Tempo still on your top 3 here, remaining as one of the best here, coming from North America apparently. And yeah, I was really shocked here. I think a lot of teams were thinking like, hey, SEA is going to win all the way. Tempo Star definitely made a huge impact. I'm sorry to say.
I don't know if a lot of teams were thinking that besides the SEA teams, to be fair.
True.
I'm just letting the viewers know.
Yeah,
all right?
fair enough.
Just letting them know.
Fair enough.
But I'm definitely happy that Tempo Storm, at least we got 1 spot up there for North America. Omen Elite, though, this previous game, getting pinned down by 1 member, Joker, taking the VSS, keeping them on the lockdown, forcing Omen to continue to revive after revive because they kept getting knocked by Joker. And then not only that, all that time wasted in that little ravine allowed other squads to try to get the third party. And we actually saw a team, I believe it was Victory 5, pull up over the ridge, take out Omen Elite. And then right after that is kind of when Mega started their whole trend.
Yeah, there was a clutch moment from V5 as well. Like it came down to like the last man standing, and as soon as they clutched there, and it was like we talked about third parties being one of the biggest factors into this tournament here, and Ghost Killer is one of those teams had brought that meta in game number 2 and game number 3. 4, 5, 6, a lot of teams are very worried about that here. Unfortunately, say they will be on the 10th place here despite getting the chicken dinner. So consistency is very important, and placements is as well for every single game. Chicken dinner may not give you a lot of points. I think we've kind of established that in the formats as well, right off the bat.
The funny thing is, over in the South Asia regionals, we had there was quite a few teams in like the 9th through 16th place who had chicken dinners, but they still were not good enough to make it through into the top 5.
And then for a majority of the tournament, we actually had like a 2nd place team, no chickens.
Oh yeah.
So it's pretty nuts. All kills.
Yeah, it's kind of similar like with the C League as well. We had Purple Moon all the way through. There's no chicken dinners who made it all the way towards the fall split, in the spring split here as well. But that's the thing. It's a mix of balance here. Like, do you play for placements or do you play for kills? So based on the format as well, this is definitely rewarding towards teams who tend to be very aggressive. And one of those teams here would be Synergy for me. But I was surprised that they did not very well in the close up to this matchup.
Maybe they're vegetarians. They just don't want chicken. Maybe. Might be an option.
I mean,
just for today, I guess.
Chicken, maybe. Like a
tofu chicken?
Tofu chicken.
It's not as good.
Maybe. Well, you know what? We're talking about kills, so let's actually look at the top 5 kill placers over the course of the first day. I'm imagining we're still going to see Mega Conqueror in there, but we'll still keep Bigatron in there as well. Luxy maintaining that first place position at 15.
Yeah.
Stoned, again, 1 kill in 3 games, I believe it is now, so...
Yeah, and Luxy and Zaxi are still competing with each other as well. During the interview, they did mention as well they want to be the kill leader throughout the entire preliminaries.
The whole squad?
in the whole squad, for
Okay.
sure. Like Luxy and Zuxi has always been competing as well just because they're like twin brothers.
Yeah.
Like, who's the better player? We all know that Luxy is the best sniper. Zuxi is like the best scout from their team. But in terms of kill-wise, Zuxi has always been ahead in this regards, and I feel like this is still the rivalry between them. But that's just for today's day. But Mega Conqueror and also Orange Esports, also like I said, top 5 teams, all Southeast Asia teams. They're very aggressive. They love calculated fights as well. They don't exactly play the early phase, but they always play towards the mid towards late game where they try and punish or third party other teams here. And that's the reason why this 5 right here on screen is pretty much the people who's getting all those kills there.
So you said Zuxi is kind of the scout, kind of the person to get the information. The entry. Would you say Zuxi kind of sets up Luxy for the kills?
In a way. Most of the time, it's that kind of situation.
Okay.
And then Microboy and Ryzen is the teams that just cleans up as a support.
Okay. Hey, what a nice, you said twin brother.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Well, now you know.
Now I know. Thank you for
battle.
That's why we got you here.
Hey. Joe. Nope. Am I showing my age? Yeah, we're close to the same age. Anyways, so something we wanted to talk about, we kind of dove into a little bit before, was Mega Conquerors and Victory 5, and a fight they didn't necessarily need to take, but I think a personal victory for them nonetheless. I know you want to break this down for us, Mustache Dave.
I mean, Mega Conquerors, not only that, they were on something else this game. They started all the way in the south, and they rotated all the way to the north, just south of Mount Everest. They took up a location. We got a clip, though. This is right after the Omen Elite wipe from Victory 5 happened, so they did rotate around them in the magical Dacia, I'm going to call it. So let's pull it up, by the way. And all hell broke loose from there. Here we go. This is when it starts, all right? They already wrapped around their Dacia. They sent it over here. We're trying to get information, all right? We're peeking over here. We don't necessarily see orange up there, so I believe that is why they did decide to get so aggressive. Not only that, we're going to see in just a second in the kill feed. There we go. A knock. Hang. Gets knocked right there. One thing to note, though. Mega, they are technically, in my opinion, gatekeeping Victory 5. I mean, Victory 5, they got their backs to the blue over there. You can barely make it out, but there they are. I don't know. I mean, if you are Mega, do you just play the safe route? No, they don't. They're going to all pop in their vehicles. Remember, I mentioned, they're not aware of orange up there, so we're going to send it. This is when things get a little dicey.
I was going to say, Dave, they're called Conquerors for a reason.
I mean, I still feel like they could have gate kept them. They try to go for a run over. They connect onto one of them. They get the trade right out from there. Pods tries to get the revive, but the blue is already pushing their backhand side. Pods, the last remaining member, so low right here. Remember, orange is right up there on the high ground. I feel like if I was orange right here, you would hear that mayhem, that commotion. This is your chance to push. Instead, orange focusing on positioning instead. Pod's able to get the revive not only on 1 but 2 members, and they continue to just rack up the kills from there. Very risky play. I mean, I feel like the riskier plays come in to the last games because the fatigue has kind of kicked in already, and they might not be strategically thinking all there, in my opinion. I mean, it worked out great that time.
Yeah.
But what we had, that's it for the clip, by the way. Pods had, 20 HP right there? I mean, it could have went south very quickly.
He could have in the blue, and then they would have been just wiped out completely.
And then would have been like, oh, great job, Pods. Like, would there have been high fives in the locker room? I don't think so. It worked out that time.
They have a locker room.
Oh, you haven't been there? We have a locker room. There's a locker room.
Well, we'll get to it.
We'll get to locker room.
But you know what we have to get to now? I'm sorry I have to cut you off here because obviously we have an interview with the boys who did win Party Gaming. It was good to see them finally be able to take the victory. And I imagine if you're Icy Baby here, you're going to be rubbing this one in saying, hey, my Dark Horse is starting to put out some work. So why don't you take it away with this interview and obviously bring us some insight into what's been going on in the Party Gaming side.
Thank you so much, casters here, and of course, my dark horse eventually took in their chicken dinner, and of course, I'm gonna rub it in to the panels as well. So here, Janchi from Party Gaming here. How are you feeling after taking the chicken dinner for today? Because you guys have a really rough start today.
준비해왔던 게 잘 안 돼가지고 힘들었는데 마지막까지 이렇게 포기하지 않아서 치킨을 잘 먹었던 것 같아요.
Basically, what Janchi is saying as well is that they've made a lot of preparations. However, they just couldn't express themselves. Things that they didn't exactly work out, but eventually in the final game, they finally got their momentum in the playstyle. So that's pretty much what Janchi here you're saying. Next up here, I want to say as well, last but not least, a little bit more about you guys here. Like, what do you guys think about all the teams that is happening in the preliminaries here? Like, what do you think of all the playstyles here?
다른 팀 전부 다 잘하는데 다른 팀 우리 팀 저희 팀 실력은 다른 팀들과 비교했을 때 해볼 만한 것 같아요. 해볼 비슷하다.
Okay, so Janchi, he thinks that among himself and all the teams here, their skills are pretty much more or less the same. That's part of it here. And last question here, I think the Southeast Asia teams here, they think you guys are one of the biggest threat. What do you guys think about that?
I think we are just lucky.
All right, I like that. Just lucky, Janchi. Very cute. Last but not least here, is there anything you want to say to the fans who's going to be watching you, especially supporting you all the way from Korea?
한국에서 응원해주시는 팬은 아니지만 유저들이 많은데 열심히 하겠습니다.
All right, so Janchi says that want to shout out towards the fans, not really fans, more like viewers who's watching them here to keep supporting Party Gaming, and that's about it, I guess. And of course, that's Janchi for you guys from Party Gaming. Amazing stuff for you guys. Congratulations, Janchi. And of course, for these guys watching at home, remember we have more games to come for the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 preliminary stages here. Day 1 is pretty much concluded here. We've seen Mega Conqueror all the way through topping the charts here alongside with Bigatron, Red Aliens, and also Templestorm holding the top 3 positions here, and also the tickets to make it in towards the global finals. We have 2 more days to come, and of course tomorrow, same time right here, remember to catch the PUBG Mobile Club Open, same time, 4 p.m. local time, Malaysia time in this regards here. And my name is ICC Baby 12, and we will see you guys tomorrow.